actually very easy to do. CP Racing on the racing line, you know, as far left as you possibly want to go. You turn in to grab the apex, and you might not even know that there is a car on your inside. I think the 121 was actually coming out the pits.
I think we've got our biggest penalty so far. 3 minutes and 23 seconds for the car 223. Another one of the GT Racing machines. This is the GT Motorsport Volkswagen Golf 7. Not quite sure who's at wheel at that point. It'd either be Axel Jahn, Ulrich Schmidt, Robert Hinze or Lutz Wolzenberg, but they have got a non-respect of Code 60. Also, the 814 car has been called for the same offence, but a significantly lower amount of penalty, just 1 minute and 32 seconds. And the 814 being, of course, the Mathilda racing car, the Cupra TCR DSG, with Michael Platz, Jürgen Nett, Joachim Nett and Lucas Niederschneider on board. But even more big news, you've got a car in the investigation, which could be for anything, let's be honest about that.
Yeah, and that's the Get Speed Mercedes, the number 4 machine. So that's the car that is in 4th position right now. Not sure what he's done. We could kind of guess what the number 5 had done because we were on board with it. But Mauro Engels, Mauro Engels in that car right now, whether it's him that's under investigation.
I think it is. Quite good. And don't forget the car behind it, of course, is Ricardo Fuller, who not only is under investigation, but he's definitely going to get a penalty.
Yeah.
So, you know, that both those cars could be moving back in either time or position format. But so it's interesting. The stewards have suddenly got very busy again.
Now, 121. The marshals are now reporting that they believe it was the 129 car which hit 121 at the first corner.
No, it was 21.
I think we saw 21, but they seem to believe something different.
Well,
is there a 129?
I'm afraid their belief is wrong. Because it was definitely the 21, and then as you pointed out, Ben, he went back to the pits again.
Yeah, 129 is a Porsche 992 Cup car of the Camerons and Peter Bonk. I don't think it was that one.
No. P4, of course, being Marshall Post 4, which is of course Turn 1. But yeah, that's kind of ruined my belief now in the stewards.
Exactly.
I've kind of like lost it all now for them. They've blown it with me.
Fantastic to have them reporting that they have to make sure that the numbers are correct. Otherwise, we're going to blame the wrong people out there.
We're taking none of that. At least this one we knew.
Luckily, we also have you guys out there in the world of Twitter who are
helping a lot,
and will correct anything that we say that's wrong, or anything that is reported wrong. The
mellifluous tones of the Mercedes AMG, the V8 up front of Maxi Gott's AMG Team Get Speed, as he runs round the Grand Prix straight, again slightly blocked by a Porsche, I'm going to say Cayman, hoping I'm not going to get a big message in my ear saying, nope, it's not a Cayman, it's a 991. It is a Cayman. I've finally got half a point back. But again, going round the corner, he's coming out to the Vidal chicane, or the Vidal inconvenience really more than anything else. Sweeping through, 2 gears down before you make the left-hand turn onto the Nordschleife, carry as much speed as you can, and then the first corner that greets you is that left-hander, is the corner named after the Queen of the Ring, Sabine Schmitz, and then you begin the downhill switchbacks of the Hatzenbach section, which is a constant test for man and machine. And I always find, even though it's only in the virtual world, it's always the bit of the track I think I should have gone faster through, and whenever I go faster through it, I crash.
Now, you've got plenty more experience around the Nordschleife than I have to say. I've personally only ever done a single lap. It was cool. I was sitting beside Tom Coronel. I was driving, he was passenger, and then he was sometimes driving because I was going too slowly. But that was a pretty cool experience back in, must have been 2015 here, when World Touring Cars first visited the Nordschleife alongside the 24 hours Nürburgring.
The 223's team manager has got a very long wait. He's got 3 minutes 23 seconds to burn as it sits in the penalty box. I believe they're doing Wordle. They're doing a Wordle while they're doing that. Let's hope and then after that, so they'll probably have they've already put on the soft-boiled egg. And well, I think can you do in 3 minutes? Clean answers only, please. But I must be the lollipop man. That's going to be quite tiring holding that out for 3 minutes. He's got a kind of a jaunty angle. You can see any minute now he's going to cross-brace his arm so that he can hold the lollipop for those. He's got it beautifully straight at the moment. It's almost like a planking exercise, isn't it? This could be one of these new kind of get fit. You be a lollipop man, get fit by holding it out for absolutely dead straight for 3 minutes and 23 big seconds.
Used to be some kind of school punishment from the older boys at my school when I was much, much younger, to hold 2 shoes out.
Right.
Arms stretched with the shoes in your hands.
Would these be dress shoes to go with your suit?
No, just shoes. But I tell you what, hard work. My arms are pretty flimsy, but 3 minutes and 21
If you've only got our audio, don't worry, that's not a car misfiring, that's fireworks.
Yeah, quite late for fireworks, actually. Celebrating.
It's never too late for fireworks. Well, it's light, it's too late. If it's dark, it's never too late for fireworks. The recovering BMW junior team, the 3 lads, had an early problem. Lost. Dan Harper misjudged a overtaking manoeuvre going into Tiergarten, and they lost, I think, about 3 laps from memory, maybe 4, as they repaired the car. But now got Neil Verhagen in the car with Max Hesse as the 3rd driver, and these are the guys who are, absolutely being schooled by the M Sport BMW team to become their future drivers in all their GT endeavours. Living just down the road in one of those sort of living in the M Sport house. It sounds like
Yeah.
They've all got their own bunk beds. I think it'd be like.
I hope they've got their own room.
I'm thinking about a reference here you may not get. Have you ever seen the film Help? The Beatles film Help?
No.
Oh, well, there we are. Basically, they're all there's a set of terrace houses, and they all open a door. When it opens up, it's just one big open plan area, and they all have a bed sunk into the floor in very high contrast colour as well. But Help's a very good film, as is Hard Day's Night. So, if you haven't discovered Beatles filmographies, now's your chance. As Neil Verhagen goes through the 2nd carousel, and they'll be turning onto the Dottinger Hoe, and you're probably thinking, I wonder how much of this I can go fast on and how much I have to brake. The first Code 60 on the Dottinger Hoe has been removed. I think both have been removed, haven't
We're
they?
now down to 2 slow zones and 3 Code 60.
You have the chance to absolutely go hell for leather along the whole of the Dottinger Hoe now and into Tiergarten. So where are the zones? The zones are up, down by Adenair 4th at the bottom of the hill. And the second one, don't know. The second, I can see one at the moment. Oh no, there's a run into Bergwick as well.
And that is where the BMW is still parked, I think.
Yeah.
Around the boat.
Sheldon, Sheldon, yeah. So they've got 2. The Bergwick one is the longer one. That is effectively slow all the way from the final exit of Exmuller. So you lose a big sprinting piece of straight, and then you come in and you've got a large section of 60. But I think from the exit, as you go up the Kechelin, you're actually allowed to open the car back up again.
Just thinking back to Sheldon, the team will have been watching the onboard pictures as we were, and if there is an onboard camera on the car, you can actually have onboard coverage. All that you can follow your favourite car, and it is streamed online, so you can just watch that constantly, which is what the team will do. I'm surprised that they didn't notice the sparks that we noticed and got on the radio to them, and maybe they don't have radio coverage around the full lap. It would be a surprise if they did, to be honest.
It's interesting because we have seen the replay of the actual incident. We saw those final sparks. You spotted the sparks from the fight, but I didn't see those. So we really see that again. We have one of the Porsche Caymans in the pits, and that is having a brake change. Now it's the rear brake, which is unlikely they've worn out. So it's more like there's an issue.
Well, they've also got quite a bit of the front left car.
They're just taking the chance while they've got to do a brake change whilst they're working on the front left. It looks like the lights they're working on. They've got some electrical wires. It looks like a man's trying to resolder the entirety of the front left of the car. Oh, the whole front of the car's missing.
Yeah.
And they're redoing either the bottom or the top link of the suspension. It looks like they're fucking you up right in.
There's a little bit of scuffage on the left front corner, tyre marks on the bits of the car that are still attached. So I think that has been in contact with someone.
That is a new upright and drive shaft because the sticker's still on it.
And this is the Black Falcon team.
Steering wheel line. Yeah, it's not a drive shaft. Very good point. It's actually obviously just it's a tail link and steering arm, because it'd be odd to have a drive shaft on the front end of a Porsche Cayman.
Behind it in the garage is the Ford Mustang, which a few moments ago looked like it was completely abandoned, but whilst we were watching the Porsche, the bonnet came up. So somebody's still looking at what's going on with the alternatively fueled Mustang. Great livery on that.
What alternative was it using, by the way?
It's a biofuel made out of food waste.
Right, so it's not the wine one, which is what we're getting at Le Mans. It's now food waste biomass.
Yeah. More and more sustainable fuels out there in the world of motorsport. The World Rally Championship adopting a special sustainable fuel for the 2022 season, which has upset quite a few
Black Falcon.
The Rally 5 cars.
Yeah, I imagine.
Run on them very well.
Black Falcon's still having a bit of a struggle with that front left upright, so possibly putting new bits of metal in doesn't help if the mounting's been slightly
right, so we've got
compromised.
our pit stops, our next round of pit stops, the 7th pit stop of this 24-hour race. Maxi Götz brings the number 3 Mercedes AMG GT3 into the pits, and we do have confirmation of Ricardo Feller's penalty. 2 minutes and 32 seconds of time penalty the next time they pit, due to non-respect of flags. I think it's got away quite lightly there.
I think if you go past 7 cars at full speed when there's course cars on the track, I think that was, I think stopping it for 2 minutes and 32 seconds is incredibly lenient, to be honest. Had there been a, hello Ricardo, could you come in here? I think perhaps we're going to just park you for the rest of the race. But you know, obviously there is precedent, and they know exactly how this has been measured. I don't know whether it's X seconds per car or just because he did how many subsectors of time he was overspeeding for. Don't know.
But we saw times in qualifying taken away from people for that same offence, put to the back of the grid for that same offence. So that was incredibly harsh penalties at that point. But it does seem as though now race control being almost a little bit less vicious, because for me, Feller's driving at that point looked incredibly dangerous.
It's dangerous to both the people he overtook, but more importantly to the course vehicles that were going slowly on the right hand side.
Yeah. Anyway,
but we all make mistakes. Obviously, it's not deliberate. We all make mistakes. So you know, he's got to pay. It's been a pretty impressive 8 hours, Ben.
We got ourselves underway at 4 o'clock local time here under blue skies. A beautiful day to go racing for the 50th edition of the Nürburgring 24 hours. And our GT3 cars all were able to make it through the first 2 turns without too much contact, just a few kisses here and there. It was the Ferrari Octane 126 that led them away and led the early couple of laps, maybe 4 or 5 laps, until its pace started to fade, and we saw a few cars going through and taking the lead. Side by side between Aston Martin and Rover Racing, as the number 1 winner from last year, Porsche, started to make hay and establish itself a lead. Lawrence Van Thor and Dries Van Thor, brothers, and unfortunately getting a little too close on the Dottinger Höhe, and it was Lawrence who got sent spinning around, hard impact into the Tiergarten, and the number 1 car would go no further and would not defend its title from last year. Luckily, everyone okay. It was a huge incident, the biggest that we've seen so far here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It was deemed as a racing incident. No further action from the stewards, and Dries Van Thor's machines continues with only the lightest kiss to its rear left quarter. But Manthey out. The number 90 Aston Martin somehow inherited the lead of the race quite early on, under the first time we all went into the pits. Some pitting whilst there was green flag running, others pitting when there was code 60s out, and that did put the Aston at the lead of the field. Felix von der Laden having a very scary moment in his KTM GTX machine, initially jumping out the car on fire, and then the car decided to set off on its own without him, still on fire, and Felix von der Laden left on the side of the circuit to watch its KTM go back onto the circuit, then back onto the Armco barrier, bounce off that, and then back across the circuit where it eventually laid to rest and continued to burn. But a sad end to one of 3 GTX KTM crossbows. Incredibly scary moment to see a car setting off a light on its own, heading down the circuit. Luckily though, it did catch the barrier and it was able to then stop. So not too far away from where the fire marshals had started to put it out. Day turned to night and the lights illuminated the campsites, the fireworks lit and the hospitality units filled, with Aston Martin still leading, Schubert Motorsport getting closer and closer, and the 98 Rover Racing machine also right at the sharp end of the field. Unfortunately though, the TF Sport run Aston Martin disappeared from our timing screens for a while. We lost it out on circuit. We then saw a huge incident for Sheldon van der Linde on his own. And van der Linde went hard into the wall as well, out of the lead of the race. So TF Sport losing the lead, retiring out of the lead of the race, and then van der Linde doing exactly the same thing about half an hour later. Around the Bergwerk part of the circuit, a failure of some kind on the front right corner, sending the car heavy into the Armco barrier. Luckily, everyone else was able to avoid the huge amount of muck that was left across the track and the BMW itself, which has now been recovered. It's taken quite a while to get the track clear of code 60s and slow zones. We do still have one slow zone at Adenauer Forst. But there's no chance that we're going to see Rover at the head. They've already lost the 99 machine early doors with contact, and now the 98 is also done. Frederick Verbies then leads the race for Audi Sport Team Phoenix. And at this point, he has a 46-second lead over the Schubert Motorsport BMW M4 GT3, which has Alexander Sims doing his usual thing where he doesn't do any driving in the day, and his first stint is deep into the darkness.
One thing I'll say about those highlights is, despite being 5 minutes long, they've missed out a huge amount because so much has happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
There have been several incidents which have just not been able to be covered within that highlight package because there wasn't enough space for them. You know, the elimination of the TotalEnergies Porsche by the other of the Rover Racing cars in '99, that was a huge incident. But you know, because it was so long ago and the two of them were out within the first 2 hours, it's kind of been, you know, left on the cutting room floor for the highlights now. That is the sound of a Glickenhaus leaving the pit, 706, which has had nothing but trouble in the build-up to this race, but has run pretty well since then. He's currently running in 14th. Richard Westbrook is now abroad and is very happily the leader of SPX. He's leading the SPX by, let's say, by a lap. So that's at least 9 minutes. He's now ahead of Hans Stuck Jr.
It actually had the fastest lap of the race, didn't it? Just before we went off air on our last stint.
I think it still has.
It has been eclipsed now by Neil Verhagen, who Verhagen actually had the fastest lap of the race in the early stages of our race, before we then had a little bit of green flag running where the track was completely clear. It allowed everyone to light up the timing screens, and the Glickenhaus got that fastest lap. But now Neil Verhagen has got it back again.
8:14.1, he's got it a couple of laps to go.
Yeah, it must have been quite recently. Well, it can't have been that recently because we've had code 60s for the last
well, when we came here,
hour and 8 minutes.
But when we were here earlier, it was the Glickenhaus. So he's managed to find a bit of clear running when there were no code 60s. There's probably a possibility that as they were coming and going, you may have found a lap without any.
Why do we have a code 60 down at Adenauer Forst? We're not sure we ever covered that. It's been there for a long time.
There is no. It's a very short one.
Yeah, exactly.
It's effectively. Just want to work out. So we go round to Arenberg and come down. So it is in that it's in that very complex, tight right, left, right. And it's just the actual code 60s in that final right corner, which is a sort of second gear corner before you accelerate on and down through Metzgerfeld.
It is the only code 60 at this present time.
It's very short as well, so it's not costing them a lot of time. So probably you're only costing 2 or 3 seconds to do that, but they're slowing down very right because they're not going a huge amount of speed as they come around that, possibly one of the slowest corners on the track.
Christopher Haase getting himself up into 4th position, passing Ricardo Feller on the Dottinger Höhe, thanks to a slipstream also from the Lamborghini of Conrad Motorsport. Sometime right at the sharp end of the field. Jordan Pepper is aboard that car, so it is running fast right now, but it does have Michele Di Martino, who is a AM in the car, and that is why it is not being able to hold on to its sharp end position from the beginning of the race. Unfortunately, the Italian possibility of a victory here seems to be slightly diminished with the Octane 126 car that was our pole position car getting a puncture quite early on in the lap and losing quite a lot of time because of that. As you say, the Lamborghini having to share as a Pro-Am entry, and then the English possibility with Aston Martin unfortunately ending somewhere around the second carousel with Nicky Thiem having an accident. We think something to do with CP Racing as well, but that's only speculation on Twitter from people who have been able to extract various images.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness though, whilst there has been a fading of the challenge from the Ferrari and the Aston Martin, there's been several fading challenges from the other German mates. Just they've had the sheer weight of numbers to be able to shrug off a couple of mistakes from BMW and Audi and from Mercedes and carry on, and obviously Porsche as well, and keep on going. So yes, it's currently the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. First 12 are German manufacturers, and then the next one after that is indeed that Glickenhaus from the good old US of A, of course. The Ferrari, the Octane 126 with Jonathan Hershey, is currently in its pit stop, but it had covered the 17th, and the Lamborghini, which we saw diving into the pits, is now in 18th. So those two are right together, keeping up the flag for Europe.
Ricardo Feller is in the penalty box, serving that
sometime
2 minutes and 32-second penalty before he'll then head down to get the car serviced. So that car that was in 5th position, the Schroer Sport Team Phoenix Audi, will drop down. I think drop down a couple of positions. I think it'll be on the outskirts of the top 10 by the time they get that car back up and running again.
Yeah, more importantly, Fred Vervisch came in from the lead, which means you've rotated back again, and it's time for Alexander Sims to head the 50th running of the Nürburgring 24 hours with the Schubert Motorsport BMW M4 GT3. As we say, it's not when they're both running out of sequence or in sequence, it's not actually, he's actually the lead, he's a little bit behind, not hugely behind, but a little bit behind. Second place, 48 seconds behind, is Christoph Haase, who just seen pick up a position on the road, but then he would have picked up anyway because of the penalty that Ricardo Feller had. And running on the road in 3rd is the Scherer Motorsport car, the 16, and I need to get a first name. That car, so the 16 car, let me just go in, Mr. Scherer, his first name is, I can't get this wrong, is Kim Schramm, so that's who's running in 3rd. Now the car 5 is Feller is taking his 2 minutes 32-second penalty, just about finished it, and he's thinking, why did I overtake those 7 cars? Oh, what have I done? And then Ricardo in the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix machine will bring himself into the pits. Car will stop. He put up on the dollies. It'll be rolled backwards, so it faces sort of echelon fashion, sort of ear of corn. So it's about to start the 1960s Le Mans race, and out gets the errant Mr. Feller, and he'll be replaced by one of Kevin van der Linde, Frank Stippler, or Vincent Kolb. Who do you think is going to be, Ben?
Is that Stippler's helmet getting into the car?
Yes, your call. And that car will obviously get a full service, tyres, and it's getting fuel as supplied by a genuine Tesco-style pump. Yeah. And they are all installed at every other pit stop. And there's 2 pumps, 2 hoses, 2 dispensers from each side. But of course, as we know, pumps are at different speeds. So you actually do have a fixed pit stop, so you can't actually make an advantage of having a very lucky, super fast petrol pump. Here, Ricardo giving a bit of advice.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I've just turned you off for a second, Nick, so
Fair enough. I do them in most of the time as well.
So I can have a listen to the conversation, saying, you know, what do I need to know out on the circuit? What's different? And Ricardo's saying there's a couple of things at Spans, but otherwise still stay on your racing line, do what you normally would do, and passing a little bit of information on so it's not a surprise when he gets to that part of the circuit for the first time, and he knows to be a little bit more cautious. He knows, almost like having a co-driver alongside you saying, you know, don't cut here, and this has got a bit of dirt on it. The flares now are being illuminated around the circuit. I had a quick look at the Mercedes hospitality unit, which is absolutely rammed full of guests of Mercedes. It's kind of on the inside of the Grand Prix final turn. A big old setup for Mercedes. BMW also have a very good setup, and so does Hyundai. Those are the big three manufacturers that I've seen around the paddock area. But the Mercedes one's pumping, just as some of the campsites will be as well.
Tiergarten's gone back onto code 60, I'm afraid. So there's another instant up there. I can't tell you what.
I think there's an intervention vehicle bringing back the Mercedes, the BMW, sorry. And I think that's why we've got a code 60 there, to protect and slow people down.
Yeah,
whilst
possibly.
the tow truck's there.
I haven't tended to do that with code 60. They tend to do that with wave yellow.
Yeah.
So it's more likely that someone's had a problem, or they've seen a repair they need to do, because there's been a lot of action in that part of the track. It's Kevin van der Linde who got into the car. So Kevin, who's got getting the advice from Ricardo.
Purple helmet. Helmet colours. How many? We must have.
Oil being added to the KTM, and a lot of oil. That's a 1 litre or 2 litre bottle, do you think? There's a second one to come. So the KTM, the 116.
This is the SPX car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the car that's had some issues. That was a car that was super fast in qualifying, but I think has now dropped down to. I'm trying to see where it's dropped down to.
35th.
Yeah, so it's actually third in SPX. At least he hasn't caught fire, so it's doing better than one of the KTMs. 87, that's one of the Opel Astras. I think it's the previous version of Opel Astras as well. It's a young Eichhorn Jenkins Strike car. Perhaps if you've seen that, this is not the interesting Opel Astra. There is a very interesting Opel Astra also being run by the same team. Ben, are you aware of why it's interesting?
No.
Well, I'll read out who's in the car, and you tell me why it's interesting. It's a Young Motorsport GmbH. It's an Opel Astra Cup car, SP3T, 2 years old, and it's got Jean-Philippe Imperato, Jean-Marc Finot, Carlos Antunes Tavares, and Francois Wales in it, who are
powerful people.
All the big wigs from Stellantis, and Stellantis is the overarching name now for companies formerly known as Opel, Peugeot, Fiat, and many others, Alfa Romeo, Jeep, and of course, most importantly, Maserati. So the Stellantis boys are having a day out at the Nürburgring 24 hours. So it's so this Opel's got This Opel's Voltage Striker, who's from ahead. So obviously what's happening is they've had a couple of these racing prepared Opel Astras. They're not the latest version. They're actually the same version as my son has. And I know he's got a 3/4 panel that's damaged. So I was thinking possibly, they won't have any use for it. I might try and get one later on. But they are having a fantastic race day. And it's one thing I quite like. We've seen this on a few occasions that people have had racing times. And it's Volker Striker in the car. So he was normally one of the drivers in that famous Manta Foxtail, which unfortunately was the subject of, the victim of a garage fire, 2 weeks ago. Now, interestingly, they did a huge amount of work on the 87 car, and now they are pushing it back. And we've been joined in this broadcast centre by Ben. Who's been joined by?
Another Ben.
Another Ben, yeah.
From the number 323 BMW 325 racing in the V4 category. One of the categories I think I would fear most to be part of, being bombarded by GT3 cars. What's it like? Good evening, first of all. What's it like being out there?
Well, good evening, and thanks for inviting us along and to be able to chat to you. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's as mad as you thought it would be. You're driving around this track and you've got these crazy GT3 cars just flying past you with their flashing blue lights. It's like you're in a police chase. They go past you like you're not moving at all, and it's magical. Especially, I got the stint. I just did a double. Had the sunset,
lovely,
and then going into the night, you see the fireworks and the bonfires, and you smell the sausages and the crowd. There's a huge crowd this year, and I didn't think there would be. I thought maybe Corona would put people off. It certainly put us off coming the last 2 years. We were intending to race, but because of the situation and no crowds, we thought we'll put it off. We'll wait to this year, and this is our first 24-hour, and I'm so glad we waited, because it's so magical. It's exactly what you'd expect. It's as good as it is on the TV and more even.
Is this your first 24-hour generally?
No, I've done 2 24 hours. I did 2018 with a team called Climax Motorsport in an M3, and that was V5 car. Great car, yeah, really, it had nice power, sounded amazing. And then in 2019 I did it with Adrenaline in another V4 325i. But this year we're doing it in a car that I built with my friends in Scotland.
Nice.
So a bunch of mates at work, we work at Rockstar Games as game developers. A bunch of us got together in the pub one night and said, oh, we should have a go at this race. And we saw that there was this car, this E90 325i you could buy for about $5,000, and we're like, that's the one. I mean, you wouldn't want to know how much I spent on it now. the $5,000, it looks, because we put a new gearbox in before this race, and that was $4,000 alone. But it was attainable, and we were like, we can build that car, and we can go and do that race. And we built it in 2017. We did RCN, and we got our permits, and we did the NLS, or the BLN when we were doing it, and we kept on going. We just build up the car, we put more features into it, and we put a diff in it and a few other bits and pieces, and got it more and more reliable. And then finally we've got all our permits, and we're here, and we're in the 24, and this is the dream. This is the absolute pinnacle for us. This is what we were aiming for, and to actually be in this race. I mean, I can't believe they let people do, we're amateurs, complete amateurs. They let us race in this, and we got all these GT3 guys, professionals. We're in the box with the BMW Junior team, and they're awesome. I mean, they're little guys, but they're so fast, and they're fearless.
Yeah.
And it's unbelievable. And I just, I go out there and I'm like, oh, GT3, I'm a bit scared. They're just on it every curb, and it's just incredible.
Tell us how you get to the opportunity to achieve a license, because it's very unique to gaining a permit here at the Nordschleife, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's actually a really good system. I mean, first of all, I raced in the UK, and you had to get your International C in the UK, which actually takes quite a bit of doing. I think it was at least 6 races. Don't quote me on this.
Yeah,
but
6 races on a national V.
Yeah,
to get a national A.
That sounds about right. Yeah, and then I had my International C, and then I had to come over here and get my Nürburgring permits, and I'm pretty sure it was at least 2 RCN in the top 75. Which isn't too bad as long as you hit the set times. It's a bizarre format, the RCM, but fantastic training. Like, actually, I believe everyone should do it. I mean, there is a way of sort of cheating it by doing a course, but really, I think you're better off doing the RCM, because you've got all the other cars on track, and you've got fast cars, slow cars, and it gives you time to get used to that overtaking. And being overtaken, more importantly with my car, because I get overtaken a lot.
So we know, because we broadcast the NLS, but
yes.
What is the RCN?
So RCN it's a strange format of, I think you do 14 laps. The first lap you do a set time, right? And then you go as fast as you want for 5 or 6 laps, and then on your 7th lap you have to try and match that set time, which is really bizarre but strangely fun. And you get penalty points if you go 10 seconds over or 10 seconds under.
Wow.
So it's this game of like, oh, do I push really hard on my set lap, but then I might not be able to match it if there's a code 60 when I get to my 7th lap when I'm supposed to hit that time. So it's a bit of gamesmanship in it, and also just trying to take into account if there's a yellow flag on the dotting a hoe, for example, you might lose 40 seconds. So you've got to go, right, I've got to go 40 seconds quicker for the rest of the track to get to the end at the right and hit my set time. So it's kind of fantastically German, but it works, you know, and it's a great way of starting to race at the Nürburgring, you know, and it's not TF, you know, everyone's got their flags out there, and it's organised well. It's a wonderful system. And then once you've done your top 75s in that, you go into NLS, and then you've got to do 2 or 3 races again to get your permit to do this, if I remember right. It's a few years since I did it.
Yeah.
In fairness, I mean, I think 2018 or something, I think I did that.
And how did you prepare for that and learn the circuit to a point where you could be consistent?
Well, to be fair, I played it on the simulator a lot.
Okay.
And it actually worked.
Which one?
Oh,
Which platform?
To be honest, I can't remember. I think iRacing. I think I really liked iRacing at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't play much on the simulators now, but that was a good track. But to be honest, I think any of them are good because you'll learn the way it goes left and right, the track. And that's, so you're not wasting your first 10 laps just going, oh, this corner's left, right.
Yeah.
When you get here, though, you do learn it's a little bit different. Like the undulations, the bumps, the hills, they're really big. And you're kind of coming out of Brideshine, and it's just like, wow, it's like a mountain. And in the simulator, you think it's nothing.
Yeah.
And it's, yeah, you just don't get the same feeling, but it does help you. I think I reckon it saves you 10, 20 laps. But I'd also recommend just going out in a low-powered car. I did track days, so I rented a Suzuki Swift from Nürburgring, which is a company here. And funnily enough, our other driver, Dale Lomas, was the guy giving the safety briefing at Nürburgring. So that's where I sort of got to know him, and I was like, this is a good guy, because he was very, very serious. You know, everyone have fun on the track, but obviously it's a dangerous place, and respect it. And you really do have to respect this circuit. It's serious. I mean, we've seen some big crashes today. I mean, and they're top pro drivers. It's, yeah, things go wrong here, and there ain't no runoff. You know.
And when you're in a car like a V4,
yeah,
with in the night with these machines, how have you got any kind of sense of these GT3 cars, how close they are to you, and the closing speeds?
I mean, the nice thing at night is you see them behind you, like before you kind of look in the mirrors. Like the lights are so bright, you're like, right, I know I've got something behind me. The only problem is a lot of the lower class cars have also got very bright lights. So you're kind of going, right, do I reckon that's a GT3 or a GT86? And there's quite a difference in closing speed.
Yeah.
But the other thing is the GT3s can pass you anywhere. So actually they're less of a worry for us than something like a GT4 Cayman, because they're going to be similar sort of pace on the apex of the corner, but they got more power out. So you're kind of trying to find a place where they can pass without blocking them and without them slowing you down. It's kind of a little meta game inside racing, bizarrely, because if you get it right, neither of you lose time. But if you get it wrong and a guy maybe comes up your inside but doesn't pass at the right time when you thought he would, you suddenly slow down, you both slow down. So it's this really difficult thing. You just, obviously you don't know every driver out there, so you don't know what they're going to do. So yeah, we're particularly being cautious in this race because we really want to finish. It's our first one, so we're kind of letting people go and not trying to hit every apex when someone's coming up behind us. And that's just the way we're sort of treating this event. We really want to finish, so we're short shifting and just trying to get to the end.
And are you looking to do more for the rest of the season, or is this really the focus?
I don't know, man. The amount of work that went into doing this one race, you wouldn't believe. I mean, me and my friend Owen, we took basically all our holiday off work to put a new gearbox in, differential, oil coolers, rebuild the suspension. Oh, it's been manic. Like every night in the garage past 1 in the morning to get this thing ready. Yeah, I didn't want to think past this race. It's such a big event. I think I'm just going to need to sleep for about 2 weeks after this, if I'm honest.
Well, thank you so much for coming up and sharing your story. Great to have Ben Lyons from the 323 machine.
Quick question for Ben I do have, actually.
Yeah.
Ben, obviously part of Rockstar Games.
Yeah.
You know, Grand Theft Auto.
That's right.
Do you just wish you could walk up on a GT3 car, rip the guy out and drive it off?
I do. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think it's ingrained in my head. I keep thinking. But computer games don't have that effect on me.
Absolutely not. No. Thanks, Ben. Cheers, man. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Ben Lyons from Rockstar Games by Vixen Motorsport, running a BMW M325i. In the V4 category.
Have a bit of information about something we've been talking about. And I think we may have to issue an apology, or at least we didn't say it was for real. On Twitter, Dan Lloyd has said just spoke to Nicky Team. He thinks he had a patch of oil on the right handle for dotting a hole and went off on his own.
Oh, wow.
So no involvement in the CP Racing car, so we apologise, but that was only ever speculation, and it has been de-speculated by Mr. Team himself. So we are expecting imminently Alex Sims to come in, and he will at that point give up the lead to Fred Verviche. Fred's a minute and 52 behind, so given the fact the stops were a 2:30 plus in and out time, then it looks like Alexander will probably drop down to third, or probably to fourth, I would think, at that point.
A couple more penalties that have come in from our race direction, mainly for pit stop time infringements, but one code 60 infringement for the 243 machine, 243 being the team with no name in the BMW M2 Racing Cup class. Lucas Lange, Sasha Lott, Alexander Mexner and Sasha Hanken. They have themselves a 30-second penalty for speeding through a code 60. We also have pit stop infringement times for car 85. No, that's not CP Racing. Wrong championship. That's the Black Falcon team Texar. Maybe the one actually that we saw being taken apart.
How could that have infringed his pit stop? Because it's been in there forever.
Yes, a long time ago. Also 253 has also got a similar penalty of 34 seconds for doing a similar thing. And let's just name check that team. G-Tech Competition in their Cayman GT4 in the Cup 3 class.
Whilst we were talking to Ben, the 117 True Racing KTM Crossbow came in, and that also took on a big slug of oil, a litre at a time. And there's a question about whether the dry sump can actually hold more than a couple of litres, so they're putting two in. It's obviously got a major problem with burning the oil off. But so both the KTMs and FPX currently race second and third. And in fairness, falling off the Glickenhaus, which has got Richard Westbrook in it, and the SCG004C Glickenhaus, number 706. Which once it's got going, it's now managed to be going quite efficiently.
We know those KTM crossbows also from their time in the Creventic series, and it rings a bell that in the longer races they have been doing that before, kind of procedural for True Racing.
I mean, it's something you can do within the standard time of the stops, and it's kind of like it's a free bit of extra fettling. And if you've got an engine that's a little bit, total loss in some area and it's just burning the oil, well, top it up. I mean, it's always £15 a litre apart from that's fine.
8:30 has been asked to go to the clerk of the course.
That's one of the Hyundais, isn't that? Hyundai isn't the leader, isn't it?
That is the Elantra, which is our leader,
in TCR.
Winner last year in the Elantra. Pretty much first time out the Elantra, taking victory at the 24 hours in the TCR class. If they are penalised in such a way, the i30N is there to inherit the lead, and the i30N has Jean-Carl Venet aboard that car, not racing in the World Touring Car Championship. Jean-Carl, he is our Hyundai driver just in the electric.
Well, let's be honest, no one was racing the World Touring Car Championship today.
No, Mikael Ashkener, brand new to Hyundai's World programme, coming from Cupra. When Cupra decided they didn't need any more works drivers. And Ashkener has been in the Elantra, the 830 machine, shown with Manuel Lauk and Mark Bassang. It's his first 24-hour race. He knows the circuit pretty well and has done some NLS races in preparation for the World TCR. And by the way, those cars were doing about 850s, whereas our TCR cars in this race do more like 9-minute laps. So quite a difference in terms of performance, even if they are using a very, very similar tyre. It's not exactly the same. Pedantic people have been telling me that, no, you are wrong saying it's the same. It's the same construction, it's just a slightly different compound. So in theory, all the failures that stopped World Touring cars from racing this morning are on the same tyre that is allowing the Hyundais to do 9-lap stints. So.
SP3 leader, TRD Thailand Company Limited, is Toyota Race Developers of Thailand, the 120. Came in, normal service, they got the fuel in, they very politely wiped away some of the dribbles as well. But they didn't release the car, it's gone back into the pits. Not quite sure who was driving that, could have been Chen Jianhong, Naiki Karamura, or Super Hongs.
We're going to do something in the brakes here, because we've got one of the one of the mechanics shining a torch on the fluid brake cylinders, and now having a look inside the wheel arch on the right front corner of this car. So concern, I think, over brakes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fluid reservoirs in that corner as well. With the heat gain, they actually. Is it the bonnet mount they're actually worried about?
It could actually be.
No, that's a suspension top mount.
We're now taking the we're taking the whole suspension.
That's the suspension top mount that's a problem, which probably means a shock failure. Okay,
nothing to do with the reservoirs that he was looking at earlier.
Probably they're checking everything really. They got a chance to look at most things, but he has just. Was he actually just making sure they were tight?
No, it came off.
All right, it wasn't a kind of it feels a bit wobbly. I'll see what I can do. They've gone for full-on tightening. Further down the pit lane, there's a lot more action in the pits now. We've got the 227 Cayman also receiving some action, and now we have the 257 Cayman stopped at the side of the road. That's the Eichenberger car, the 257. Just trying to find the team name there. Bear with me a second.
And this is at the Schumacher S's. So
that's the Sorg Rennsport car. Seems to be going through a Control-Alt-Delete system. It is just stopped by the side, showing no signs of damage. That car.
At the sharp end of Cup 3 as well, Steven Sorg Rennsport. I think they were second in class the last time I looked. And lots of gravel around the car. Incredibly filthy track down there at the Schumacher S. Of course, the Schumacher S is the faster bike version of the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix lap. So it doesn't have the sausage curves on the inside of it that the sharper chicane does.
The Cayman that's in the pits, the 227, they've just very kindly seen a shot of the computer that's been connected to it. I think it's doing a Windows update. It's got the blue screen information. I think just as they wanted to use it to diagnose a problem, it's finally decided that it's gone midnight somewhere where it's set up, and it's doing the update. And it's about 37% loaded.
I'm getting my chicanes confused, aren't I?
Yeah, the Vidal chicane, the final one.
Yeah, Schumacher designed the Vidal chicane.
And then and the Schumacher S's are named after him.
And then the Schumacher S's are the one before it, that are named after him.
Somebody also facing the wrong way on the Grand Prix Strecker in turn 1. It's looks like one of the. Is that one of those red and black? It looks like a 992, one of the new 992 Cup cars. He's 127. I can see half a number.
Yeah.
It's better than half a romance, obviously. That would be the K. Kramer car. Yeah, that's the 127 Porsche 911 GT Cup car, 992. Looks like he just kind of came into turn 1 and it just didn't stop, and he probably just a bit too much rear brake. Yep, the computer is still resetting itself on the 227 car. It's now got the logo saying it's a Panasonic, and the engineers are not amused by this, as they've got work to do, and the PC is not even lighting up for this particular car.
That's looking a lot better than it did the last time we checked in that garage, because it was really in bits the last time. The front left corner totally off that car. They thought they were working on the electrics of it, because there was some kind of electrical issue, as well as the front end kind of missing.
And here's our erstwhile leader, or he was actually in the pits now, which is Alexander Sims. He's been overtaken by Fred Verviche and Maxi Gotts, because he's been sitting in the pit stall for some time now, receiving a slug of 98 octane fuel, it's all pump fuel. Having a look around the car, we do know that he's got a slightly droopy right eye. Now, Alexander's been in for the last 2 stints, so I think it's unlikely he'd do a triple. So my guess is that that'll be replaced. If he does do a triple, it'll be pretty impressive, as we see.
Yeah, the Kramer Porsche just didn't slow down for the first corner. Maybe experiencing some brake issues there, but just didn't slow until he reached the gravel trap at turn 1.
Yeah, spun it. They're saying Alexander Sims is still on board. I don't think he is.
No, look at the helmet.
No one's done a triple so far, have they? Are you allowed to do a triple? Not sure. So you know, the triple is not allowed. So the most you can do is a double stint, which is about without any sort of yellow flaggage or code 6. He's just over 2 hours, about 2 hours 10 in a GT3, including the pit stop. Obviously with Code 60 that can extend out considerably.
Jens Klingman's taken over from Alexander Sims, so Sims has done his double, and Jens is now aboard that car, which is right, as we were mentioning earlier, we didn't really talk much about it, didn't really see much about it in qualifying. It just missed out on getting into the top 4 of qualifying 1, so it didn't progress into qualifying 2, and now finds itself on an alternative strategy, but in a really strong position, and obviously a very nice strong stint from Alexander Sims, as you would expect from him. We kind of think of Simsy as an electric Formula E driver, but forget that he's so good when it comes to GT racing, and kind of when he ran out of the ability to do single-seaters, jumped into a BMW and British GT and established himself so strongly in what was then a Z4, I think, GT3 car in the British Championship, attracting the attention of BMW, and has been a BMW Works driver ever since.
There's been some activity in the Michael Schumacher S, which is on the Grand Prix track, as that's now a code 60. As I say that, I've done a reverse curse. As I said, it's cleared. That code 60 at the Michael Schumacher is gone, so whoever caused the problem has been rescued.
Well, that was we were seeing the car being recovered.
Yeah, so that was the 227. Yeah.
Presumably, they'll take advantage of the opportunity to get something down there to clean the track as well. Because actually, my point about there being no sausage curbs on the inside of those curves to stop you from cutting actually does stand on the Schumacher S's as well. That you can run incredibly, almost 4 wheels off the circuit, and that's what then drags the gravel onto the track and makes it so dirty. But the Schumacher S is almost flat out going uphill in a GT3 car. If the circuit is really, really gravelly and dirty, you can find yourself easily having quite a moment with it obviously not having the grip when there's gravel all over the track.
Yeah. So Vervish now leads in the Audi. Just put a lap on the Renault Megane, which appears now to be the team favourite, because we didn't know it existed until 25 minutes an hour ago. So Vervish at the start of the Nürburgring section, all he can see ahead of him is dangerous sinuous-like traffic as he tries to negotiate some of the more difficult part of Hudson back at the start of the track, at the start of the lap.
Vervish has a 15-second advantage over Maxi Götz in the 3 get-speed Mercedes, with the 4 get-speed Mercedes a minute back. So still pretty tight between our top 2 cars, and with code 60s and traffic as they are, that can easily go from 15 seconds to 0 at the head of our field.
So Fred... Oh, he was a bit further on than I thought it was, Freddie Vervish. He's just coming through Bergwerk now. So he's in the dark. He begins, as is the case, you know, you just pick up a car in the dark. Some of the sections do look rather similar, so I had him back about 2 miles further back than he was. He's 2 miles further round.
And we're back
as
to
it goes up Kesselsen.
We're back to full green flag running around the whole circuit as well. Now we've cleared that issue at the Schumacher S. And so we start adding time to our green flag running, which only stands at 2 hours and 16 minutes so far. A total of just 14 laps of green flag running, as the yellow flags show once more. 35 laps.
Very best not to mention it, really.
I know, well, yeah, it does seem to be quite frequently changing, doesn't it?
It's clear again now, so we are now.
The yellow flag is covering the recovery vehicle getting back to the pits. We see that quite often. If you've got an intervention vehicle, you go local yellow, and it kind of gets traced around the whole circuit.
And what's happened actually is the last place for it to be yellow is the Vidal chicane, because what happens at that point is that the race cars that are racing will dive off to the left to join the Nordschleife, and of course the cars that are being dragged back take the short loop back into the pit lane.
Pro Sport Racing's Aston Martin is in the pits in the SP8 category. From 43rd position as the leader in that class.
Rafael Marcello getting squeezed heavily, I think on the downhill section, possibly toward...
Was that 1-2-1 again?
It looked like it. Now, just trying to identify where he is. I think it's... Yeah, that's going into... Yeah, it's just going to Arenberg just about now.
1-1 is the Black Falcon team Identica car that just kind of squeezed Marcello, so there was a little bit of side-to-side contact. No evidence that either came to any harm from it.
Prospect Aston has gone into the pits for more work. Marcello trying to move the 992 Cup car out of the way.
But to be fair...
Oh, no, sorry, that was a replay, the 121 clunking him.
Yeah, the 121 indicated left.
Yes.
So Marcello went left, and then there was no space left.
Yes.
But the indications at various circuits mean different things. Sometimes, you know, you indicate because you are going left, therefore pass me on the right. And then other times it's indicate left, so you pass me left. Two trains of thought. I'm sure it was run through in the driver's briefing, but Marcello choosing the left-hand side, the indicator saying left, and there was no space.
Yeah. Well, not once he would have moved in and taken it anyway.
A little bit of a bonk.
132. Another one of the multitudinous numbers of Porsche that's currently in the pit. It's got a very kind of a lively sort of 90s graffiti style on its colour scheme. Sort of, I think it'd be wrapped in that way.
We said 36 in total, I think, Porsches. They were supposed to be up near 48.
So this is the Iron Force Racing by Phoenix 992 GT3 Cup car. Iron Force by Phoenix. Jan-Erik Schluten, Luca Engster and Leon Kohler are the three drivers. There's several mechanics looking at the rear end of the car.
That's actually quite a good lineup. You've got Timo Scheider in that car as well.
Oh, wow.
So Leon Kohler is a Carrera Cup Germany front runner and also a good sim racer. Luca Engster done many, many years in touring cars. Franz Entler, father, runs Team Engster that run the Hondas in the World Touring Car Championship, and so that is actually quite.
And they are second in the Cup class.
Yeah.
But they are losing quite a lot of time now with a mystery problem on the rear left. There's some pointing at the disc. The wheel's about to go back on again. The man's underneath it. You kind of wonder, is it a toe link? They've got a lot of rags down there. And rags in the rear end of a Porsche is never a good idea because it tends to mean there's some sort of fluid leak. Having a good old shufty. They have the torches out. Kind of hoping we're going to see a 4-pound lump hammer. I did see some top lump hammer action when I was watching in the green room earlier. It was fantastic. It was proper B&Q lump hammer going right at the wheel arch. That was chuffed a bit.
That was with the Mini, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was mini lump hammer action.
That poor Mini was heavily into the Armco a few hours earlier. All the left side dented and misshapen, but they did enough banging to get it back into a position where the car can go back out onto circuit again. Even if the paint scheme is rather scratched and the panels are not quite how they once were.
Those of you who can see the race control messages, they've now got very confusing because their timestamps bear no resemblance to where they were before.
Well, they've just changed colour as well.
No, they've taken off. They've now got 10. No, that's not right because it's not. Because it's 00, because it's 00. That's why it is. Because this is me trying to work out the time, and they haven't got 0010. So yes, the 257 does indeed have a technical defect at post 27.
All the scratching that you can hear is the exhaust being changed on the Porsche. Rather damaged, the one that came out actually. It looks like it's been in a few incidents.
Looking how, unless they've already replaced it with a bumper, which is unlikely.
Yeah.
Looking how clean this is, that must have happened from grounding out somewhere. It's just gone down. It's gone off the track and just scraped the exhaust. And he smashed it because that looks beyond pristine at the rear of that car.
Audi Sport mechanics working on that car.
Well, some of the Audi Sport overalls working on the car.
Yeah. Once upon a time, I worked for Phoenix Racing.
No, it's Phoenix Racing. Phoenix have got cars, both Audis and Porsches, so it's just part of the team. One of the very good point being made in that the good news for the manufacturers is that all these repairs are bringing in lots of cash in the Monday morning phone call, and that apparently is about £2,000 that exhaust. One of the few Ferraris in the race. It's the number 14. That's got a pit stop. Now they have actually passed one of Joe Bradley's tests in that they do have the correct colour of duct tape. They have a mainly blue car, and the front right of the car is covered in very nicely, almost matching blue duct tape. They try and patch up the aero shrouds over the front wheel. So this is the Racing 1 GmbH Ferrari. This is the car, the GT3 Evo 18. This is a car which didn't pick up any any penalties. This is the car that's got Caron Bleekemolen, isn't it? That's the Bleekemolen car, I think. My starting list is slightly erroneous on a couple of these teams.
Plenty of work on the apron for the 132 machine, now being pushed into the garage, I'm afraid. So more work needed to be done to get the exhaust fitted correctly on the back of that car. And as you said, they were second in class, but with a really strong lineup, but they are losing more and more time as the mechanics desperately trying to attach the last part of the exhaust to the rest of the system.
Help feeling that having that thing on the jacks a bit might help.
Well, yeah.
If they're just even on an old, scissor jack, just up a little bit would have helped, because the guy's working from no distance and with no ability to really manoeuvre around. You can see the problem they've got. They've got to try and get the entrance and the exit pipes into the silencers together, and it's a case of it needs to be bent in the right angles. Now, often, of course, if you've picked up damage on version A, that's because you've actually damaged the mounts. So that could be a long job if they don't make it a little bit easier for the rest of the Phoenix mechanics.
Car 811, which is one of the Max Cruiser run TCR cars, the Audi, in fact, with an accident down at Marshall Point 155. The car has continued, but that car has had a little contretemps. More penalties coming in for lack of respect for pit lane time, the number 81 and the number 55, with penalties, the 81 being the, where are we? The 81 being the Pro Sport Aston Martin.
There's a Cayman off. Oh no, it's not. There's a problem with the Kelvin van der Linde.
I'd say that was a Cayman.
In the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix is in another accident. This is major news now as we come to. It's the 9th position car. But obviously Kelvin van der Linde in the Scherer Sport machine.
Schumacher S's.
And the 420. Now the 420 is trying to get going again, but the front right wheel is not in any way rotating. So the 420 car there's been a massive coming together, and that could well be the end of Kelvin van der Linde. Or not him personally, but the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix machine.
On the radio to the team, talking to the team, head down. The number 5 machine that previously Ricardo Feller had been piloting and collecting penalties. Kelvin van der Linde taking it over from him, and I think he might be stuck in the gravel trap.
Yeah, I mean, the car he hit is the 4 Motors GmbH with Tom Valois Porsche Cayman 718 GT4. Yeah, you're going to see this action now.
Chance to monitor the replay. The Cayman says indicates to the
on the Grand Prix track. And what happened there as they were coming through, I think that was the Michael Schumacher S, as Kelvin went past, he thought he'd actually got past, but unfortunately it was a tag on the rear end by the Cayman, so he swept back across just out of, so he wasn't quite far enough ahead, got tipped round at the rear by the Cayman, and then he got fired off into the barrier, which luckily was a slight way away due to the fact it's the Grand Prix circuit, but then into the tyre wall, so significant front end damage for van der Linde. He's now sitting in the blue lights of the sort of driving lights. He's having a chat with the marshal. I'm sure they're taking a decision what to do with the car.
Yeah, because he's firstly gone into the tyre stack, the rear, that is brought around the front. So he's made contact with the tyre barriers, both rear and front left-hand side. Difficult to see how much damage that's done because that side is still tucked up against the barrier, but he hasn't even attempted to move forward, and there's lots of head dropping which suggests that he can't go, and this could be another retirement. We're losing SP9 cars, significant SP9 cars, every half an hour at the moment.
It was Christoph Hewer who was driving the 420 car. I don't really see much fault on his part, because I think that Kelvin just misjudged the passing speed and just came across too early to reclaim the optimum line as you go up the hill to the next corner. And that's again a big punishment for a minor mistake. This is what happens, in multi-class racing, and even at the Nürburgring, and even in the Grand Prix Strecker part of the Nürburgring 24-hour.
Yeah, flat out up the Schumacher S, as we were saying earlier, for van der Linde. And to be honest, the Club Sport car was right in the middle of the road, indicating left. but of course has to at some point take his racing line, otherwise he falls off the track. And Kelvin is so nearly past, quite far off the actual tarmac, over the rumble strip and the concrete and the gravel, and then just tags. And actually, it seems as though the door is stuck. No, that was the marshal trying to open the door.
All right.
You were able to hear in the background.
It sounds very similar to someone trying to turn over the engine not starting. It's just a large Germanic marshal desperately trying to open the door of an Audi R8.
Kannst du aussteigen? Ja. Alles okay? Oder mit dir alles okay? Ja, okay, dann bleib sitzen. Zweite Staffelauto kommt und schleppt dich rein. Ja?
My German not perfect, but I think it's the basic part of the conversation. Are you getting out? And the answer is yes, and out gets Kelvin van der Linde. Slides out the ungainly way you have to get out of a GT3 car.
Can't believe it. Unbelievable.
Here again. Sweeps around the outside and then just comes in. He's got an awful lot of curb, and in an attempt to not get onto the actual gravel, the exit of the Schumacher S, he's straightened up, but unfortunately that just took his tail into the path of the turning cable, which is still rotating in to get round the second part of the Schumacher car. In they go to front and back quite quick. As you say, full acceleration, Ben, so that's going to be a nasty bit of damage. And then that car looks like another retirement, code 60 in that part of the track, and that's probably going to be, the way he's shuffling away, that's going to be it, I'm afraid, for another one of our GT3 cars who has long before halfway, not even 9 hours in, halfway, have been over-aggressive and made that mistake in an unnecessary panic. And that car, even if it's repaired now, will not be, well, I say not be in contention. There's a good chance all these GT3 make a mistake, and the SPX of the Glickenhaus will win. But, you know, avoidable error, I'm afraid. I'm not criticising Kelvin, because we all make mistakes, but that was an avoidable error.
I think the difficulty here for the SP9 category of cars is there's so many of them that are incredibly fast and with the potential to take victory. So you really do need to be absolutely flat out all of the time. You cannot drive at 90% and try and be preserved. And so Kelvin is pushing hard and doesn't want to be held up by a Cayman, doesn't want to throttle out in the middle of the corner, because that might be, at the end of the race, the difference between winning and losing. 35 cars in SPX and SP9.
It's an interesting point you make there, Ben. You think, well, why are they doing this? Because it's a one-off event. This isn't part of a championship. There's no point settling for fifth for points at this round, because I know I've got 4 more rounds where we feel we do better. It is either win or not, you know, or perhaps podium or don't bother. And so that's why there is no incentive not to push in many ways for these drivers, because if they don't get the podium, they know they've wasted a week, because that's what their aim was at all times. So there isn't that kind of background that actually, if I do live to fight another day, I'll get the points when we go into round 2 and round 3, where it may be. But on the flip side, you also think there should be enough circumspection within professional racing drivers to realise that sometimes you have to not make the 50-50 move. Rescue vehicles now over with the Van der Linde car. It's got one of the big E units. It's a nice American-style truck. It's like a Raptor because it's got one of the wings on the end of it. So it's a heavily powered car. My American truck expert is telling me it was a Dodge. It's a Dodge Ram, apparently. But it has got a wing at the back, which seems relatively pointless because it's a truck. But perhaps it's just to tie the bits to. Moving up now with what I assume is the leader now in TCR. It's Antti Buri, friend of Radio Show Limited, through his performances many years in Coventic Series. And you can hear him slowing down. I must admit, the TCR cars do not make a nice internal noise, do they? It just sounds expensive. Everything they do, it's just gear whine and shift and diff whine. So the 831, so he hasn't actually managed to get past the 830, apart from the issues, despite the long hold the 830 has. But so the 830, always requested to go to Clark on the course, but it's getting worse for the 830, which is the teammate of Antti Buri, whose engine noise is blasting out our ears at the moment. So the 831 possibly may well find the lead thanks to the jurisdiction of the stewards.
Tom Ferrier has taken to his team's Twitter handle, TF Sport, because unfortunately that Aston Martin, as we covered before, out of the race, and Tom writing on the official TF Sport handle on Twitter, first time at the biggest GT3 race in the world. We led 6 hours against some of the very best teams and drivers in the world. Next time, boys and girls, very proud of my team and partners at AMR. No regrets. Lovely words from Tom, who will be gutted, there's no doubt about that, holding the responsibilities of Aston Martin Racing on his shoulders this weekend. No kind of official works entry, but effectively that was an official car with the driver lineup that it had. Unfortunately out of the race after Nicky Team reporting he hit some oil and had no warning and went off at around the carousel area of the circuit, yeah. the little carousel.
The only bright spot on that, because there's two bright spots. One is that they led, the second one is their next race is Le Mans in a few days, and they've got test day in a week.
Probably going to Paul Ricard next weekend for 6 hours of Ricard and GT3 cars.
And then the test day.
And then test day, and they'll also be running British touring, British GT this weekend, I imagine. So Tom could actually focus on that.
The 420 Cayman, which was involved in that coming together with number 5 of Van der Leyen, has been literally dragged along by the rescue vehicle because the front right is not rotating, so it's just sparking away. I would imagine doing some quite expensive damage down the trail of the Cayman. Yeah. Another phone call for Stuttgart's park department. They'll be chuffed to bits to get on Monday. Van der Leyen being pulled out of the gravel trap, so they'll get a chance to assess the damage to that car quite soon, but more importantly, we will get a chance to have the entirety of the track green again, which has been a very rare occurrence. The rear of the number 5 Audi is broken in 3 or 4 places, and that's not just cosmetic, that's almost certainly why the car isn't running at the moment.
It was a heavy hit because you're accelerating from the bottom of the hill all the way through that section of turns. So he didn't come off the track slowly, and there was no gravel trap on the outside to slow him down either. It's all tarmac up there. So a heavy hit for Kelvin van der Leyen, and a real shame to lose another SP9 car. It does mean, however, that the Glickenhaus, the leader of SPX, is getting closer and closer to the top 10. Richard Westbrook aboard that car right now, and is in 12th position. Last lap was quite slow, but that's because we've got code 60s out there. Best lap in the 15s. That was at one point the fastest lap of the race, set by Thomas Mutsch. The fastest lap of the race now is at 14.1.
Well remembered. By which team?
By the BMW Junior team.
Look at that.
1 o'clock in the morning local time here in the Nürburgring Nordschleife, deep in the Eifel Mountains, and we are ticking on to another hour of racing. Plenty of attrition at the head of the field, with some of our favourites already out of the race. The Aston Martin gone, both Rover Racing BMWs gone, and most recently the number 5 Team Phoenix Audi R8 seemingly out of the race. It is an Audi at the head of the field, though. Fred Ravich has just set his fastest lap of the race, a 17.3. This time in the track, that obviously was before we had the code 60 at the start of the lap, which will soon be cleared because they will have cleared the 2 cars that were in the tyre barriers on the exit of the Schumacher S's in a few moments' time. And Ravich had about a 15-second advantage over Maxi Götz in the number 3 Get Speed Mercedes. There was a minute gap between his teammate and himself in Maro Engel in the 4. I think that's come down a little bit now. So Maro Engel plugging away and getting back onto terms. So it's Audi, Mercedes, Mercedes. Best BMW is the Schubert Motorsport machine that is slightly out of sync. It's actually done 8 pit stops to everybody else's 7 at the front of the field. And then now in 5th position is the car collection Audi Sport run machine. That's the 22 car, which has Nico Müller aboard. Audi absolutely spreading themselves across various different teams to make sure that their brand is represented at the top of the podium come 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
Outside of the SP9, the SPX class, there's a bit of a battle, or certainly a bit of an interesting battle building up within the Cup 2 class. The Black Falcon team has a reasonable lead of about a couple of minutes. But the interesting thing is that behind them, we've got the Kramer team, the second Black Falcon, the Muller Motorsport, and the Fricadelli Racing team. Fricadelli came in for a pit stop about 5 minutes ago. They came in from the lead, ended up leaving in 5th. So the Cup 2 class, of course, for the most recent version of the Porsche 911 Cup cars, is providing us with that close racing that and the lack of accidents we've had a problem not seeing on the other classes. 162 is in the pit. This is another one of the KTM cars with the kind of the dazzle paint job.
That is mental, that paint job, isn't it?
Well, wrap job.
Looks like lots of different wraps have just been overlaid on each other.
I think someone's had a bet about how many different designs. Well, those things are designed by an entire class of primary school children. And there's Terry's patch, and there's Barbara's. I'm sure no one's called Terry or Barbara these days at primary school. What would it be? But that's Ariana's patch, and that's desperately thinks of modern pop star Harry's patch. The 163 is, of course, the Typhoon racing car, the KTM Crossbow GT4. Oh, and that's the 44. That's one of the that's the Falcon Porsche in GT3, and he's got a problem out that at the rear right. He was smoking badly, actually. Has he had an accident? Has he hit a very wobbly
McGann?
18? Is it a McGann? Oh no!
Oh no, it's an Opel Astra.
No, that's the 89. Is that?
That is.
Oh yes, the 44.
Nico Muller in contact with the 44. It's Piccarello in the 44, not Pile. Pile's in the 33. Oh, we give him a second tap to spin him around.
Wasn't enough to hit him once.
Nico doing DTM styly there. Part of their Audi DTM, effectively GT3, isn't it?
So the damaged 89 car is the most important people in Stellantis Group's cars. I'm not quite sure who's in it, but there's been a bit of a massive clunk on the front right.
I don't think that front right actually is attached. I'm not sure that the steering...
There's a bit of a wobble on it, and most of the bodywork is missing front right, but the wheel is wobbling. I would go slower, sir. Whoever you are in that car, I would lose some pace.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the steering arm is not attached to the front right, and that it is only steering from the front left, and just it's a bit like
I think the top mount's broken, because if you lost the steering link, the tyre has a natural inclination just to fold out on itself.
Oh, does it? Okay.
That's the way it runs with the toe in, toe out, and the camber and the caster. If you lose either the top link or the bottom link, it'll wobble like that, because it's obviously got 2 points in mounting rather than 3.
Question is, what does he hit?
Probably something hard.
It looks kind of tyre stacky, but I don't think we've got any.
It was Carlos Tavares who was in the car, so it was the big boss himself who has experienced this issue. I'm not saying he was responsible for it, probably, so probably because he could sue me if I did. But and there is the problem. That's going to be the 44, isn't it? He's now got a puncture from that little attack it had earlier on.
That's curious, because the puncture is on
the wrong side.
Right.
You're right. It's on the wrong side.
So is that simply by him recovering, by burning rubber, as it were, and maybe catching some debris that's...
My thing is, he's got a lot of lap to go in the 44 Falcon Motorsport.
Because he was assaulted at turn 1.
If he didn't realise it was gone, if he's not got the chance to make the shortcut back the Grand Prix Strecker...
Oof.
I'm not quite sure where the 44 is, to be honest.
The name in the window is Ant on the Opel.
No, the 44 is taking the Grand Prix loop, so he has managed to get back into the pits. The 44 has done that. The Carlos Tavares machine is...
Oh yeah, Antunes Tavares.
Definitely got some severe front right issues.
Seen Carlos Tavares race all kinds of different things. He's done the Fun Cup 25 hours a couple of times. Has actually driven the Renault Formula 1 car at one point in a demonstration. Loves his racing.
It's one of the advantages of being the boss, isn't it, really? What do we have? I'll have a go at that. No, I will have a go. Yes, you will. That's right, sir. You will have a go at it, yes. Whatever you would like. And he's made it.
He's got quite a lot of control of that car, considering
He's got 2.5 wheels of drive.
yeah, what the right front is doing, but he's managed to negotiate his way through the chicane at the end of the Grand Prix lap, and now heading into the pits. So that will get some attention. Hopefully, the space in their box, because the other Opel was in there about 15-20 minutes ago.
It was, you're right. I mean, it'll be interesting if that one has left again. That seems to have a more nebulous issue. This one's got a very obvious problem.
This one's slightly newer as well, isn't it?
Yeah. There's one that's sort of the vintage 2007 sort of Opel. This one's the one I think around from about 2010 to 2016. Certainly the most recent version.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Looks shiny.
I'm not sure if cleanliness is an indication of age, to be honest. Because if either I'm a bath, I'm still 57. So rolling to a stop, the man who is the head of what may well be, depending on how you count it, the biggest automotive manufacturing group in the world. But right now he's just a racing driver in the Nürburgring 24 hours, and he's either got a bad luck story or a huge amount of explanation to do. Another chance to look at the Muller versus who's in the 44?
Picarello, I think it was.
Yes, so basically he got assaulted.
And then got a penalty, then got a puncture on the wrong side. That's what I can't quite understand.
I'm just wondering whether possibly the 44 car then had an incident whilst recovering with the Opel.
Okay.
In the 44, which would explain. Oh, here he comes.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, this is what happened. And that's why he's got a puncture on the... so what happens is the 44 was spun round, was facing the wrong direction at the very sharp left after, so effectively turn 2 of this version of the circuit. He's facing the wrong way, coming round the corner as Carlos Tavares in the Astra, and he just sees a road that's got a Porsche in the way, and he tries to sneak in on the inside, which is the left-hand side of the track. There is no room, and there is impact from the Opel, which is... So the front right of the Opel, which is all crunched up, to the rear right of the Porsche, and that's why there's a puncture there. So thanks to the TV team for sorting that one out.
Yeah, because they kept linking the two, didn't they, with the replays? Well, I don't see any link, but now we do. And it's quite a good crunch, Tavares' right front. There's all kind of bits that are bent. And I do hope they continue, because those bosses would like to complete, but it does look like quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, because he went in. He hit a solid part of the Porsche, which is the wheel, and which makes it the 44 has problems. And he hit it at a reasonable speed. He's probably still. It's a slow corner. He's probably still 45, 50 at that point, I would think, miles per hour. I assume they'll repair it because it's the boss. In the pits is a car which you would have thought would be significantly higher up. If I tell you it's driven by Dennis Olsen, Earl Bamber and Nick Tandy, you think, well, it should be winning, shouldn't it? It should be the first, but it's the KCMG Porsche, the 18 car, which I think struggled at the start, didn't it?
Really hasn't featured at all, to be honest. They had an issue in warm-up. They got a puncture with Earl Bamber at the wheel. And Nick Tandy was hit in practice by Patrick Pilet. That's about the only things I can tell you about the KCMG.
Dennis Olsen's taken over, I can tell you that.
Okay.
And it's running in 14th place, having finished its pit stop.
14th then?
It was 8 minutes and 15 seconds behind when it came into the pit, so effectively it's as close to being a lap off as you can be. But it is now fully fueled up, so it's lost the time. It's weird, isn't it? Why haven't we been all over that one?
Yeah, I know.
It's obviously had a drift back situation. There's a problem, or a bonnet up situation, for the car that's running in second. That's Maxi Gutzel, as it was when he came into the pits in the number 3 Mercedes AMG Get Speed car. Now, I'm not sure whether that bonnet up is actually anything of concern, because they have like 2.5 minutes to do the work they need to do. It may be a fluids check, and the bonnet comes up and they'll give it a bit of oil and give it a bit of water to tip it all up. Wheels are off. Nothing being done at the moment to put wheels on. It's very relaxed.
Leisurely, isn't it?
Plenty of time. You know, they can turn these things around. Even in a GT with a limited number of people in less than 30 seconds. So the fact they've got 2.5 minutes.
Do you know what they're doing there? Air filter change, much like we saw from some of the BMWs.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing that there must be a lot of flies.
No, there's a lot of dust, mate. We've seen so much dust and debris on the track.
Yeah.
That, again, don't need to do it, but we can do it.
Yeah, why not?
You know, you know, it's indicative actually the issue which I wasn't very chuffed about, which is now changed thanks for Le Mans next year, and I think it changed last year when the last time we were there in person, where they took away the rule where you had to do things in series. So everyone suddenly had a lot of time to do something they didn't need to do, and so Toyota started changing huge parts of bodywork, because previously you had to fuel it and then do the work. So you can do it all at once. And it's completely ruined the strategy. And they changed it back now, which is good news. So we watched Le Mans next in 10 days, no, 2 weeks' time from when we started, exactly 4 o'clock. You will see that when they have the pit stops, they cannot do more than one thing at once.
Quite impressed to see, as you and I both love our sim racing, Aztec Sim Sports is a kind of a
Can't afford those.
big sponsor of the Get Speed team. There's plenty of the Danish sim pedal makers.
I'm indebted to Daily Sports Car for a bit of information here. KCMG had a long stop after, and this is quotes here, being hit repeatedly from behind in a slow zone by the 20 BMW. Now, the 20 BMW is the car that's currently running in third, and that kicked the exhaust and nearly caused a fire. I actually remember seeing one of those hits a long time ago, but so there's been some nudgage, and that has bent the exhaust. So thanks to our DSC friends for that one. Work going on the 126 Octane Ferrari, the bright gold car with the Goodyear tyres. Car that led this race away all those hours ago and then sort of faded, and then had some really bad luck with a big rear left puncture, which took out a lot of the left valance of the car, which is still missing. They have found some yellow tape though, which will probably make Joe much happier. Joe was not happy with the choice of black tape on a gold car, so much that he managed to find a place where you could buy gold duct tape, €19.99 plus delivery. I think Amazon Prime means you can get it for nothing. But they have now found some yellow tape, and the 126 car is, I'm not quite sure where he's running. The 126 car is quite a long way down.
Yeah.
Actually, after a long stop, wasn't it?
The leader in V6, which is the Adrenaline Motorsport team Alsner, that's a Porsche Cayman 981, is stopped down at Bergwerk.
Yep, and we now have code 60 at Bergwerk as well, and that's obviously cause and effect quite easily explained there, isn't it, really?
Why it is stopped, we do not know, but they are
It's
not.
never good news at Bergwerk if you're stopped, is it, really?
It is Guido Heinrich who's driving that car, not, as I said, Lauren Heinrich.
No. Number 6 in the pits, that's the Mercedes AMG Bilstein car in the very now kind of like recognisable yellow and blue livery. It's a car that's been campaigned everywhere, isn't it? The Herbert Haupt team, effectively. It's a Dienst in the machine.
Yeah,
shares it with Nico Bastian, Hubert, as I said, and Gabriel Piana, currently in 10th.
And that car was the one that also had a similar incident to Ricardo Feller, where it seemingly overtook about 15 cars on the grass, coming up to an ambulance when it should have been under yellow flag conditions. I don't think we ever saw a penalty for it, for that particular incident. So maybe it was just a trick of the eye, but plenty of our Twitter followers getting irate about the driving of Piana at that point. And as we've seen, Feller getting a 2.5-minute penalty for the number 5 car before it then eliminated itself out the race. But
dropped away. A couple of the penalties have turned up, actually, Ben, in the last few minutes. The 243, which is being given a non-respective, so basically speed in the pit lane, 30-second penalty. And
they've got a 30-second penalty about half an hour ago.
They have another one now for the BMW.
For the code 60 infringement.
The BMW M240i Racing Cup car. Lucas Long, Sasha Lott, Alexander Mixner and Sasha Hank. Also with non-respective flag penalty for an interestingly judged 32-second penalty. So they've obviously accurately worked out what the issue with that one was. And that's the 132 Iron Force race by Phoenix again. And we've also heard about them, haven't we, on several occasions with their 992 Cup car. The accident which we've seen and talked about between the 22 and the 44, which is obviously the Muller car and the Falcon machine, which then led to Carlos Tavares and his Opel having a problem, that is under investigation. That's only going to go one way, because Muller very definitely is the aggressor in that one. He'll either, but there are two ways. There's no further action, or it's his fault.
And they're out the race anyway, so set an example perhaps, but it's not going to have too much of an effect.
So the number 5, I'm not sure if Kelvin Vandler has been covered back to pits. They are definitely not running through. So
we actually have 123 cars still out on the circuit. Just 12 cars in pit lane at the moment.
So yeah, I mean, of those cars in pit lane, many of those will have retired.
Well, yeah, because that's the total of 135, isn't it? So we know of quite a few SP9s that are out, that have retired out the race. At least, off the top of my head, 6.
Oh yeah, I mean we've lost. I think we've lost more than that now. And they're, you know, of the top runners, it's not the pro-ams that gone; it's the pro teams on their own. One thing we will begin to be seeing more and more over the next couple of hours as cars come in. We're getting close to halfway in the race. I know we've got 15 hours to go, but you kind of cut it into 2 halves. So if we see an area of track when there's a large amount of code 60 again, then it becomes a time when teams might start thinking about doing their brake changes, because I'm not sure many of these cars will last all 24 hours on Nordschleife without a pad change. So you need to schedule it for where it's going to do the least damage. And it does the least damage when there's the most code 60, because your competitors are going slower. It's not like a traditional race where you look for it to under yellows or under code 60, because that is never going to affect the whole track. So you kind of come into the pits, you go, right, what's the track looking like? Now at the moment it's all green, no point. The next time you come in, you go, and then obviously eventually you have to do it, but you probably have an area of 3 or 4 pit stops where you can choose to do it or not.
Ian McCarthy tweets us at hashtag N24RSL. Considering some of the sausage curbs that we see at other circuits around the world, the ones here could be worse.
Well, I think the actual...
Nick, think about it.
Worst.
Yeah.
You didn't pronounce it properly. Worst. You said worst, which is gone first. You have to give it a little bit more.
First.
Don't forget, it's pushing what? 20 past 1 here.
Yeah, that was about to
the subtlety of the language is being lost at this point.
That was flying over your head.
It was.
I had to catch it and bring it back.
But interestingly, one thing I was thinking about, oddly, to kind of almost reinforce, as the number 12 car, that's Rafael Marcello, is coming from coming from 13th, actually, the 12 car in the pits as well. That's the low-res burble of a Mercedes SLS V8 engine.
Yeah, the leader's in as well, actually. The front 2 are both in the pits right now.
That's Vishen Engel. That's the 15 and the 4. That's an Audi, that's Mercedes. Currently Audi, Mercedes, BMW is your top 3. And there's 2 more Audis. So it's swung a little bit more towards Audi over the last couple of hours.
The shouting in the background is obviously Vervish getting out of the car, handing over to one of his teammates. You can't quite see who it is, but exchanging that information again. Where do I need to be careful? Where do I not need to be careful? I'm going to say it's Dries van Thor, because they were speaking in a different language. I don't think Van der Linde, don't think he speaks German, although he spends a lot of time in Germany. He lives in Germany now, so maybe it is. But we'll find out soon enough once that car goes back out onto circuit. It's been a great, kind of a quietish run from that 15 car. It just slowly but surely has found itself in the lead of the race. But because of the falling by the wayside of many other cars who perhaps went off like rabbits. I'm not saying it's a tortoise and the hare, because it's not very slow, but they have kind of like crept through. The 4 car, which is the Engel, Gunon and Danish Gadella machine. That's just also doing the same full service. It will come in a little bit behind. They come and leave a little bit behind Vervish, but they've dropped down to 3rd now, because your leader is the Stewart Motorsport BMW M4 car 20, and in 2nd place it's Nico Muller in 22, but he's under investigation in the Audi R8 for his assault on the 44. Yeah.
So
2nd one was a bit slam dunk for me.
Lots carrying on. The 396 has been involved in an accident and is being towed away
That's
halfway around the track here from Bergwerk. Let's see who the 396 is. Long scroll down my entry list, which isn't even complete as it is. That's the Adrenaline Motorsport team, Alsner Automotive Porsche Cayman S981.
I'd say they were the leaders of V6 before that happened, I'm afraid. So, big shame for them. It's now their teammate car. Actually, no, they still, according to my timing screen, somehow they still lead that class, even though they're parked up around the back of the circuit. Maybe I need to reset my my timing screen. Let's have a look. V6. No, it's nobody else yet. There are people. It's not one of the classes that there's only one car in it, because
there are 3 cars at one, but as soon as they took the start, weren't there? And 3 single-car classes here this year.
Yeah, and it is the 397 machine, which is 6.5 minutes behind. So
okay,
will eventually inherit the lead in V6, but it's taking a while.
6.5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
On board at the moment with Nico Müller, so it's the rear engine V10 of the Audi R8 LMS GT3, the Evo 2, new for this year. The second evolution of the venerable Audi R8 GT3. This one concentrating very much on aero, new rear wing, some new tweaks to the front, and as all these GT3 cars do,
that was the Mustang back out again.
As they grow and develop, they concentrate more and more and more on widening the envelope for your gentleman drivers to make the cars easier, more compliant, and work better over a wider range. And that's why I think it's a common feeling the Audi Sport may actually be the best car for the gentleman driver, perhaps not the best machine in many ways for the pros. And obviously we've got a team of pros here, but they're doing all right because the Audi's currently running second, third and fourth.
This is Nico Müller riding on board with him at the moment. He's tucked under the rear wing of the Schubert Motorsport BMW. So actually this is a battle for the lead of the race right now. Half a second separating the two of them. They have both done, Klingman in the BMW has done 8 pit stops. Nico Müller has done 7 pit stops. And the moment the BMW is kind of the leader. A little bit of traffic to contend with to get past. And very, very well driven to stay out of the way. The BMW, they path pulls right to the right-hand side, clearly. And now, again, past yet more slower traffic, some TCR vehicles to clear, and some of the SP3 machines. Both Nico Müller, Jens Klingman clearing them well, not particularly held up by any of them.
Nico Müller due in at the end of this lap.
Yeah.
Not so for Klingman in the Schubert. He's got 2 more after this lap, so they are all slightly off kilter, but you know, a couple of laps is what, 16 minutes, isn't it? That's the difference in the strategies. And at the moment they are nose to tail.
I'm going to kind of feel halfway through the race as to where those strategies might play out at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's too far away at the moment. There's too many variables.
Yeah.
You really need to get to the light, so that's what's still 5 hours away where you can start. And as you pointed out earlier, Ben, there is a huge run during the second day. You know, if you're finishing at midday, as a lot of 24-hour races do, it's a very different kettle of fish to finishing at 4. And you start planning how you're going to back time the race and what you're going to do. So at the moment, there's 5 tonight as they go into the Code 60 area round Bergwerk. Slowing right down. And there's the rescue vehicles on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so that's a 396 machine that's off, and absolutely no runoff area where that car's gone off. So that's clearly either pulled off or hit the Armco barrier on the left-hand side.
It's very easy to do at Bergwerk. Effectively, you can get sucked out. You take too much curb on the inside, it can bounce you out. You can get sucked out as well by just putting too much and you get in the grass just straight into the barrier. And unfortunately, that will tend to, because of the way the attitude, and as you say, the zero runoff, you'll normally do some suspension damage either side, which will often mean, well, most times, but suspension damage, that's it, you need to totally get back. And they're currently the first 2 powering up the Kesselchen, and they're just about to go around the very, very fast and daunting left-hander at Klosteral, which they do. They're coming forward now to the entrance to the carousel. It will drive up 3 gears. Oh, the only problem is there's a course car which they're trying to negotiate as they fall into the Caricochello carousel and fight the cars. It wants to rip itself back up and over, and they accelerate up and away towards the super fast and super important part of the track, the Hoak, Wipperman and Brunchen section. I've said 3 words really quickly, but that's a minute where your heart is in your mouth and where you can really make up time on your rivals, because it's every single corner there's a couple of tenths to be gained. More traffic there for Nico Müller as he now goes through her act. Right-hander.
We do now have another code 60 around the Hatzenbach area of the circuit with an intervention vehicle there claiming to be with the number 10 machine.
In fact, they've gone past 2 course vehicles. The course vehicles were lit up well with amber flashing lights. They've gone about the unabated speed. I'm kind of thinking the course vehicle drivers deserve a medal, to be honest, because they must be constantly like, as they get buzzed by selection of much, much faster racing cars. Müller as close as you can get to Cleveland without actually passing him.
That number 10 machine is Max Kreuss racing Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR car. And we've got 2 different TCR cars in the field, an Audi and a Volkswagen, and actually we did see it when we were on the start of the lap. We did see a Volkswagen parked on the right-hand side in the Hatzenbach, and there is now an intervention vehicle there. Looks like it could be quite an easy tow. Doesn't look like it's been against the wall there. It has just pulled off, so hopefully quite an easy clear down there.
Klingman and Müller now going through the second carousel.
Oh, we've also got
a short climb up to begin at Dottingham. Now we do expect that Nico Müller, currently running in second, to peel off into the pit lane, which means Lens Kingman will get a couple of laps of a lack of pressure from behind to try and build some space. He throws a huge amount of dirt in the face of the pursuing Audi.
Curiously, it was just a TCR car down at Hatzenbach. It now seems to have been joined by the Uber Motorsport number 25.
Yeah, it's a party.
That's the Pro-Am GT3 car. A bit worrying, really, because it wasn't there initially. On the Dottingham on our onboard from Nico Müller, flat out, but not quite close enough to pick up the slipstream, and he will be going into the pits. And
he's about to get some very bad news, because it's come through as no surprise that Nico Müller, hitting the 44 Porsche, has been causing an avoidable collision, has got a time penalty of 1 minute and 32 seconds. Now, I think it's unlikely, seeing how recently this came up on the board, which is this same minute, that he'll actually be able to take the penalty this time. I don't think they'll be ready up at the penalty box for him. They'd have to sprint up there.
Yeah, he's gone straight past.
Yeah, it was too late in the call to actually come in, so he'll come in next time for 1.5 minutes. So he got 1.5 minutes hanging over him from that little nudgette down between turn 1 and turn 2. So that's the bad news. He gets out, I think he's done a fantastic run, almost taking the overall lead, and they go, well, actually, Nico, not so much.
I wonder if he's staying in the car. He might well be.
To be fair, he takes a penalty, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, it's always the longest face, isn't it, in an endurance team, when driver B has to do driver A's stop go or driver A's penalty. And they think, what's it doing me? I don't do this bit. I'm going to sit here doing nothing. People going past and just overtaking. It doesn't like Nico Müller's in any hurry to get out the car. So he is in for the double.
And he gets a bit of black tape because the offending nose needs to be taped up a little bit.
He certainly wasn't affecting his pace, so it's only obviously a precautionary element to prevent potential, the nose getting broken by the pure force of wind. You often see the bits of the cars which get loose and get ripped off, don't they? Because suddenly you're going along at 170 miles an hour. The amount of air pressure can suddenly peel away this bodywork, and most of the bodywork on these cars is incredibly thin. It's just designed to shape the wind. It's sitting on the actual body. None of it's structural, and it's just designed as light as possible. Just move the wind around. And so as soon as it's out of position, it's got not a huge amount of structural rigidity if it's not actually in the place it's designed to be. More tape going on 22. Some excellent tape action here. They've gone for black, which isn't any of the colours in the car. Yeah, they've got 3 choices. They have green or white or red tape, but I'm afraid it's just black, so that's a point against. There's a point down there marked against the 22 machine. They're going to have to have a serious think about their design statements there. So, car collection. Cars drop down.
We've got actually plenty of action out on circuit, something like 5 code 60 zones and quite a few slow zones and yellow flag zones.
So as you're saying, we've got quite a lot of lack of action, because when you go through those, there's no action when you go through those. Obviously, unless you decide to go past 7 cars on a yellow.
If you're an invention vehicle, an intervention vehicle, then there's lots of action for you.
There is a lot of worrying action. So
the carousel's an interesting one, isn't it? Because that's not one we've seen with issues, and it doesn't seem like there's anything particularly stationary around there, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on, unless that is an intervention vehicle, which it could well be towing back the Golf, and therefore yellow flags covering it as it makes its way around the circuit. I saw incredible speed when you get towed back to the pits from intervention vehicles. If you can roll, quite scary.
Nico Muller retakes the track, and I think he's going to start again in 9th. So even without that minute and a half at the end of this particular pit stop cycle, or his pit stop cycle, rejoining. As you know, it's been rephrased now as the timing screen has sorted itself out to take into account people who were pitting further down the pit lane. He actually rejoins in 6th, some 3 minutes behind our leader, Jens Klingmann, who's got 1 more lap after this, I think. Or perhaps he's got 1 3/4 laps before he comes in. And then Dries Van Toor, who's got lots of explaining to do but when he gets back to home, even though it wasn't really his fault. I'm sure Lauren's been giving a big stare, the older brother going, "You took me off!" Back in the car, and he will take over the lead when Jens Klingmann comes in for a stop. So currently it is BMW, Audi, Mercedes, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, Porsche. But that is constantly rotating as these slightly off kilter, I suppose, strategies, aren't there? I think who's run the actual as long as possible strategy, where they've run 8 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps. I think that's 7 laps the first one. That's pretty much the 101 Vorkenhurst car's done that. That's the 16 Scherer car.
And I think that's bringing the 101 into contention, because it's not a car that we've spoken too much about, Valkenhorst. In fact, Valkenhorst have been a little bit under the radar globally. They've got the #1 car, which is a Pro-Am car, which therefore has not breached the top 25. They've also got 101 and 102. 101 is up to 4th position with Andy Susek at the wheel. That's the car that he shares with Christian Cronjes, Sami Matti Trogan and Jörg Müller. And then I said the 102 car is also a Pro-Am machine. So really the star performer there is the 101, and it is up to 4th ahead of the Mercedes Get Speed #4 machine. So,
but I think the 101 is due in this lap as well.
So okay, that's where it's going to fall back again.
Down a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, understood.
But yeah, I mean, it's moving its way through. The other car that's beginning to show on the screen, which is the second, is now the second dynamic motorsport cars, the Porsche 911 GT3R. It's currently now scored in 8th with Matteo Caroli. Now Caroli and Chris Engelhardt started off in the 29, but the 29 didn't last very long, and so they've switched. But they were registered in both cars. 29 had a problem early on the first hour, and they've been transferred across this car. This car now is crawling its way up the field. KTM 117's in the pit. So what's happening, Ben?
Well, it's getting its oil again.
More oil, yes.
But this is not actually the same one that we saw before.
The 116 and the 117 both got oil last.
Oh yeah, no, exactly.
And now the 117's getting oil again.
I wonder whether they're just doing it as a procedural thing. Although you can put too much oil in the car, can't you?
You can. But I would assume there's some element with this car, which is dry sump, which actually prevents that from happening. Because I haven't been measuring it. It's all just been an angle of wrist that stick a litre in.
Glug, glug, glug.
You kind of wonder whether this particular engine is running in a relative total loss format. It's actually a 2-stroke.
I mean, that would be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but unfortunately emissions mean you can't do it, but 2-strokes would be fantastic. So the 117, that is the Stuck True Racing KTM Crossbow GT2.
That's the better placed one as well.
He's in 2nd place, exactly. Yeah. The leader SPX we said is the Glickenhaus Racing SGC 04. That's with Thomas Mutschen on board at the moment. trying to work out the gap. And I think the gap is as close to a lap as you can get it without actually being a lap. I think it's about 8 minutes 11 when they came in, so they are effectively a lap back from the Glickenhaus. I'm sure that the Glickenhaus, just seeing the Glickenhaus's strategy of fuel, and they've just stopped as well. So it is a pretty much a true best part of a lap lead for the Glickenhaus over the KTMs, and that wasn't, of course, the fastest. 117 wasn't the fastest KTM. That was a 116. That had problems early on.
Cup 2 is still in the hands of Black Falcon. The Team Identica car is 1 minute ahead of Kramer. That is also a minute and a half ahead of the 1-2-3 Black Falcon, and that is for the lead of Cup 2. They place 23rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. Best of the SPXs, as you say, Glickenhaus in 12th position overall. Best of the TCRs, 36th position for the I-30 now. The I-30 is...
That's a pretty good overall plate position, isn't it? 36th. With the 135 we started with.
Yeah, and they're only about half a lap behind CP Racing Mercedes GT3 car. Not that they've had a particularly easy run of things, CP Racing, but Antti Burri is aboard the I-30, and they are about 5 minutes ahead of the Elantra. The Elantra was leading until it got a penalty. Mikael Ashkana is aboard the Elantra. He should have been driving an Elantra in the sprint races that last just 3 laps around here as support races to the 24 hours, but unfortunately they got cancelled. And so this is the only running that Ashkana gets to do, and it's his first time racing in the dark here at the Nordschleife. Has done some NLS races in preparation for WTCR in his days at Cupra, but has not done anything for Hyundai as such until now.
But definitely back to the fire. When did your first night driving? Well, I'm going to do it actually at the Nürburgring N20. Oh, really? That sounds like a great idea.
Then the last time he said he'd done a night race, he did do a 24-hour karting race.
Exactly the same. Totally transferable.
No lights.
No lights.
No lights.
No lights. And a collection of accountants and football club teams have just started to enter a car. Yeah. Currently riding with the 162 KTM crossbow of Tim Sandler, the Teichmann racing car.
Yes, I mean, that's part of the Cup X, leading Cup X by quite a margin, actually. There's, I'm not sure if there's any others. Oh yes, there is 3 Teichmann GT4 versions of the crossbow, isn't there? One of which has gone up in flames. The other is down in 55th position, whereas they are in 34th. So very much in control of the lead in Cup X right now. Teichmann Racing, not quite the works team that True Racing are. True Racing with lots of writer engineering support, and effectively, really, the guys that have been developing that KTM crossbow and making it the car that it is now. Not entered by KTM as such, but pretty much.
Yeah, it was the True Racing team who ran the Works KTM crossbows at the Barcelona 24 hours, which include Miguel Oliveira, of course, the multiple MotoGP winner who ran in that race. The bright orange, obviously, the corporate colours of KTM. But yeah, Teichmann Racing obviously slightly favoured to get 3 cars to run in GT4. Obviously, they have two cars and a pile of ash now.
Yes.
131 car squeaks away with the Cup 2 machine.
Yeah, that's the other standout moment of these 8 hours that we've had so far is Felix von der Laden getting out of a burning KTM crossbow, only for it to continue around the circuit without him, burning away and driverless.
Yeah, it's not a good sign when your car goes without you, and it's on fire.
Yes,
and it was on fire.
And it wasn't as though he kind of exited in a fright and ran away. He was actually trying to get back control.
Yeah, well, I think the problem was that once it was up in flames, a lot of smoke, and then of course he got a very good dousing of powder from the extinguisher, and it was I would expect he had some quite iffy problems breathing, so I'm quite pleased he got out of the way. We have a report of car number 10 in an accident.
10 was... I think we've already checked that one.
Is that one we got away? The accident's been running quite late.
No, that's the Volkswagen Golf. I don't think it was an accident as such, but I might be wrong.
The accident car at 77.
Yes, but it's come in late. Again, we've cleared that one. We've already towed him back to the paddock. So I'm not quite sure why our timing messages are a bit slow.
Well, some of them are absolutely on point, and some of them are completely nowhere near where they need to be.
It's like somebody hasn't pressed enter. Typed it at the right time and then forgot to send it.
This is the Volkswagen BMW is now in the pits as we thought it would be. Andy Soucek aboard when it came in. He came in from, I think, 6th, and he's dropping slowly down, but they have worked their way back into semi-contention.
Interestingly, running Yokohamas on that particular car. I think that's different to what we see.
Yes, there's a lot of Michelins elsewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you think about for BMW and for the race team, it's great to have a couple of different teams and different rubber, see how it's going to work in different conditions. Fantastic
way of checking the performance of all of them in the same car, isn't it? Really?
Evaluate it. I mean, this is a big year for BMW. It's their 50th year of M. For a start, we've had the celebration race earlier, one Mobile Oberlin. But more importantly, this is the debut for the BMW M4 GT3. And it, you know, to me, the first serious GT3 they've produced. Yes, they had the M6. Yes, they had the M8, which were both completely the wrong shape and size to be a GT3 car. Yes, thanks to Bob, they won a few things. But they were never a car you would consider the first choice, where this machine had picked up so much traction and sold so many cars already. You know, all across the world, certainly in the States, into Europe and the Far East. And they've got many of them here. And from a relatively, you know, as you expect, difficult running systems they had the first few races they ran with a lot of mini reliability issues, they've managed to improve from there. Here's another one of the cars. This is 72, this is the BMW Junior team, on a comeback drive after a problem in the first couple of hours.
Yeah, BMW taking victory in 2020 in a shortened race of 9 hours, 45 minutes with Katzberg, Sims and Yellerly in an M6 GT3. You then have to go back 10 years before they then took victory.
That was a Z4, wouldn't it?
No, not a Z4.
No,
it was in 2010. It was an M3 GT2.
Ah, different class.
Uwe Altzen, Augusto Farfus, Pedro Lamy, Jörg Müller. I can't believe that Farfus was in it in 2010. Is he really that old?
Well, it's weird because we were doing a Le Mans preview and Ricard Leitz turned up. I thought, Ricard, he must be about 50 now, because he's done it for as long as I have at Le Mans. He's only 38. He's completely reversing. His first year was my first year in 2007. Well, and he's just, you know, just carried on being very, very successful as a Porsche driver. And I've just got older. So, you know, what can you do?
Back to green flag running on the circuit.
Everywhere?
Everywhere.
Blimey.
2 hours and up to now 30 minutes worth of green flag running across however many hours we've already had.
We're just going up to 10. We're 9:45 at the moment.
Yeah. And behind us, Indy Donje takes the Aston Martin GT4 Door Motorsport back out onto circuit as the junior BMW team gets its service. They know this track very well. They might be juniors, but they've been they live just around the corner. They live in Nürburgring itself, and they have a whole weekly program designed for them by BMW, looked after by BMW. The house is provided by BMW. They do sim racing as part of that project. They're here racing.
Is it World Challenge World, I think?
And they now do World Challenge, yeah.
Now this has had a driver change, so whilst it's Niels Verhagen who took it in, it'll be, I think it's Max Hasser's turn to be at the wheel, I think, at this one. He will take the car out in a second. Obviously, he's kind of waiting around because they've run out of things to do, but they've still got more time to wait before they're allowed to leave on the minimum pit stop time. And engine fires up, as we say, on the Michelin tyres, as most of the BMWs are, not the 101 that's on Yokohama's. And the car takes off down the pit lane to rejoin in 28th place. I'm not sure whether they're going to click in it, and it's actually Dan Harper who's taken that car out. So Dan Harper, who was actually at the wheel when the car had its accident in the first hour, misjudged the closing speed going into Tiergarten, and what looked like a relatively innocuous front, I'm going to say front left bit of damage, ending up taking about 25-30 minutes to fix. They needed to do some serious remedial work on the front left suspension.
Leaders in the pits, the Jens Klingmann Stewart Motorsport BMW M4 GT3 to take its 9th stop. It's the first of our leading cars to take 9 stops, and you actually have to wait about 5 laps before the next one does its 9th stop. Such is the stagger that that car finds itself in at the moment. And it will find itself also dropping down, probably now just to 3rd position, I would say, after the pit stops. Going to drop behind Dries van Thor.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think it may well drop to 3rd. It'll drop behind Dries and Adam Christodoulou.
And Christo, yeah.
Stay ahead of Danny Juncadella in the Christodoulou and the Juncadella, the 2 Mercedes AMG Team Get Speeds.
Which will then leave us with a 15-second gap between our top 2 drivers. So Dries van Thor will inherit the lead. Adam Christodoulou 15 seconds back, and actually that gap is what it has been for a while. Hasn't really fluctuated that much.
Would you like some Augusto Farfus news?
Go on then.
Well, not news, information. His first N24 was 2008.
Factoid.
So it's 14 years ago in a BMW 320 diesel, and he won his class, and he set pole, and he got fastest laps. You'll get a grand shalem if you take the fact you can't lead every lap. So Farfus has been doing this here for 14 years.
And he would have been a works BMW touring car driver at that time in a 3 Series 320i alongside the likes of Andy Prio.
Yes. What happened to them? What did they achieve? Oh, everything. Dries van Thor. Wonder if he's driving guilt-free. He's got a bit of a pang about what happened to his brother. I'm sure as a racing driver, he's put that entirely at the back of his mind. And it's all about now negotiating the Grand Prix Strecker before he leaps out onto the main Nordschleife. In from the lead to Jens Klingmann. I'm not sure he's staying on board, but the car is getting its... So there must be the number 20 car does look exceptionally clean compared to most other cars that have seen some scuffage and damage and little bits of off and points where they've put a little bit too many bits of gravel and have shot, blasted various parts of the car. 20 not one of them. Running the official 50 years of BMW livery. Going round the front, it has got a little bit of damage on that left-hand side. The front. So on the right hand side, the front right light a little bit droopy, but everything that matters is still pointing in the right direction. They finally fire the engine. Waiting for ages. They've run out of things to do so early on that 2.5-minute pit stop. You kind of feel this kind of pit stop is kind of built really more for the early days of Le Mans, and what they should do is they should come in and get a gin and tonic and move out again. Oh.
We have had a brief yellow flag down at the carousel. The number 88 machine, which is the VT2 front Opel Astra, driven at the moment by Winterwaber. Great name. It's the number 88 machine with a technical issue down there, but the track is now clear, so I think that they might have got themselves moving again.
Yeah, Jens Klingmann actually, we got that slightly wrong. He actually rejoined in 5th, Ben. So he stayed on board, point 1, but rejoined in 5th, not in 3rd.
Okay.
And he is 2 minutes and 10 seconds off the absolute lead, which is held by Dries van Thor at the moment. The number 220, I'm sure, had a number of issues with penalties before. It could just be that a lot of cars beginning with 2 and having a second number 2 have picked up penalties. But the 220 has a non-respect of speed in the pit lane. I think this might be the second time, because they got a minute this time for the GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing. This is the all-female team, and they've got a 1-minute time penalty. So it's Carrie Schreiner, Celia Martin, Fabian Volvend and Pippa Mann in their M4 GT4 with GT tyres. but unfortunately they will have a minute in the penalty box before I'm guessing, because it's the first time I see it for a minute, is a second offence of speed in the pit lane.
Fabian Vulvend in that car right now. Another very well-known female racer. Yeah, in fact, the only one I've not heard of is the local.
Doesn't necessarily mean it was Fabian who was speeding in the pit lane. It just means that it's been a judge to that car, and will be taken out. I think Fabian comes in at the end of this particular stint in the GT4 BMW.
Celia Martin is the
again
lady racer.
Not sure who she is.
No, but she's from Adenau.
Oh, she's quite local then.
Yeah, exactly. She's probably got plenty of experience around here.
Doesn't need a hotel room.
It doesn't need a hotel room, and if anything happens around the back of the circuit, can quickly pop home.
So running in second place is Adam Christodoulou. Adam's been on for a double earlier on. Was a worried bystander, which is the bigger incident so far, caused by our leader Dries Van Tor and his brother Laurens Van Tor, which saw the #1 and current reigning champion of this event, the Manthey Porsche, go out in spectacular fashion into Tiergarten. Probably the first impact took place at about 140-150 miles an hour between two cars. It spun Laurens Van Tor right around into a barrier, pretty much unabated speed, and destroyed the car. Dries got away with absolutely no damage whatsoever, and more importantly, it was judged no further action racing incident. Christodoulou was right behind at the time, and I think I'm sure was wide-eyed as he tried to avoid what was a spinning Porsche going left and right across the track in front of him. But they are now rejoined in battle, because at that point, of course, Adam was only a couple of seconds behind Dries. Fast forward, I'm going to say 5 hours. I think it was 5 hours. And it's Adam Christodoulou who's now 18 seconds behind Dries as they fight for first and second. Danny Juncadella is a further 43 seconds. So the top three covered by a minute, and that's two Mercedes AMGs, the two Team Get Speed cars, the 3 and the 4, but leading is the 15 Audi. And at this point, the fastest or the furthest up of the BMWs, and they have led a lot of the laps, is down in 5th, and that's Stuart Motorsport with Jens Klingman.
We were hoping to try and get the distance record this year, looking at the weather forecast, knowing that the progress has been made in the GT3 regulations over the last couple of years. I reckon they're doing around 6.5. The leaders are doing around 6.5 laps an hour.
Okay.
And
is that enough?
It's not enough. It'll get you 156 laps.
We've had very little pure green, and they were losing.
And that's it, exactly.
For a large chunk of the middle hours we've had so far today, they were losing a minute a lap. So basically, over 8 laps, they'd lose a lap. So, yeah, we have still got, we're not even quite 10 hours in. We've got 14 hours to go. There has got to, if they get a long period of green, then there's no reason to suspect that would happen, given current form. Then there is a chance to get it back in. What is the ultimate lap record?
159.
Oh, okay.
So we're only 3 laps off, but 3 laps obviously is quite a lot.
24 minutes.
Yeah, that's quite a long time around here.
We say quickly 3 laps, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, 3 laps of not kill, not an issue.
But it could be tight. It could be tight. And considering how much time we have had under code 60, we're not far off where we need to be. So a little bit more green flag running, please, and we can get back onto that record pace.
So Van Tor coming to the, well, I think towards the end of the lap. It is effective when you're going around the lap. You kind of feel you've finished it once you hit the dotting your hole, because it's a really easy bit of relaxing, which is probably why you get caught out of Tiergarten so often, because you've got to go, oh, it's really easy. You know, I've got my book out, I'm reading my favourite chapter, nothing much going on, especially if you're not slipstreaming anybody. Then you get to the end and you go, oh, it's quite an easy little drift. You go, oh my gosh, you have to go down 4 gears. And it will take the momentum, you get back onto the race, the Grand Prix track at some sort of speed to carry down the main straight.
Adam Christodoulou is 18 seconds behind Laurens Van Tor. That is the gap between our first and second place in this race, as we're coming close to 2 o'clock local time, and that will leave us with 14 hours remaining of this 50th edition of the Nürburgring 24 hours. As we say, Audi Sport Team Phoenix lead, with Mercedes AMG Team Get Speed in second and in third position right now. Decent gaps between Christo and Danny Juncadella in third. Nico Müller is in 4th position, but does owe us a penalty which will then promote Schubert Motorsports' Jens Klingmann up into 4th position.
A minute and a half is that penalty, so it's quite a big chunk.
And we also have, in the lead of SPX, the Glickenhaus, 7:06, quite significantly ahead of True Racing's KTM Crossbow.
Cup 2 is led by the Black Falcon team. The 1-2-1, they've got a lead of just, that's come right down. They're only 4 seconds ahead of the K. Kramer machine. The 1-2-7, that's getting very, very close now.
Yeah, TCR is led by the i30N, has been the Elantra, the two Hyundais switching it up, and I think actually it's now the Elantra once more, isn't it? Yeah, so that has changed again for TCR. Cup X led by the KTM Crossbow GTX version from Teichmann Racing.
AT is the 4 Motors Porsche GT3 Cup and the alternative fueling. That's the 320 car.
Yeah, Cup 3 led by Mauro Calamir in the 264 Schmickler Cayman GT4.
It's a Subaru leading SP3T, the WRX STI, probably very heavily tuned up by a man in Essex first before it got here.
Huber Motorsport is ahead of SP7 because they are the only ones in there. FK Performance's BMW M4 in the charge of SP10.
And then SP8T, it's Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage. That's the number 80 car, one the Aston Martin's run quite cleanly so far.
Adrenaline have leaders in 3 different categories. In the VT2 Hecker category in the BMW 330, they've also got the BMW M240 lead, and they have the V5 category lead in their Cayman 981.
Which class have we got left now, Ben?
SP4T. Doesn't have a team name.
Oh, yeah, that's been an issue the whole way through, isn't it? They've been running under a kind of a mystery name. Mystery name,
yeah. As has the leaders in V6, Porsche 911, 397 leading that.
Yeah, the SP3 is a Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. That's the 119. The 120 was lead. That's when it went to the pits, about half an hour ago, didn't it? With some problem on the front right of the car.
And it's Hofer Racing number 200 leading SP6. Team Manthor Racing leading VT3 in the 300 Cayman 718. FK Performance leading the BMW V4 category, and in SP3 it's Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand in the 119.
Thank you very much indeed to Ben and to Nick. Peter Snowden will be joining me, John Hindorf, in a moment as we head into another hour of racing. We've got some guests for you as well. What a day into night it's been here at the 50th TotalEnergies ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Started off with field of just over 130 cars, and we've had some pretty intense racing right from the start, including the Brothers Grimm in terms of the ending for the Vanto boys. My goodness me, family fights on the track that took the Manthey Porsche out, last year's winning car. Heavy contact at Tiergarten. Lawrence and Dries racing intently for a top 5 position at the time. That was all in the first 4 hours of the race on the newly resurfaced part of the track that is uber quick down there. Then one of the most extraordinary things that anyone has seen happen at a racing circuit. A car on fire is not a good thing to see at any time. The KTM coming to a halt, just going down to the top of the, through Hamburg to the top of the foxhole. And as the driver got out, the car started to roll away from the fire tender. driver trying to stay with it, and eventually realised he wasn't going to stop it. It rolled back onto the track in a huge amount of smoke. Somehow the following cars, including one of the Cayman GT4s, managed to miss it as it careered into the right-hand Armco barrier and then shot back across the track and continued to burn. The marshals were there very quickly with a full-on fire tender, but that car clearly was going no further. Night falling, and the pace of the race has not slowed down. TF Sport with Aston Martin and the number 90 leading the race. And then tragedy struck for the British Martin team. Just out of the Kleiner carousel on the driver's left, the car having come to a halt. Nicky Team, I think, behind the wheel when that went off on oil. Sheldon van der Linde on his own, coming up to Bergwerk, a failure in the right front of his 98 Rover BMW, and into the Armco hard, ripping off the right front corner, spreading a lot of dirt and dust on the track. That caused a very long code 60 down at that part of the track, and that car was out, joining its sister car, which had gone out earlier on in the race after contact. Moving through into Sunday morning with the drivers and teams who'd stopped early on cycling back through to the lead, and Kelvin van der Linde coming through the field but misjudging an overtake of a slower car at the Schumacher S. That car pitched into the wall, and the number 5 Audi heavily damaged and requiring help to get back to the pit lane. Sheldon out the car under his own steam. That was the good news there. Penalties have been called as well for avoidable contact, including the Falcon Tyres car getting spun around by, we believe that was the CP Racing car that got the shout for that one. The remaining Scherer Audi, Falcon Audi, in the pit lane getting regular service. And Nico Muller charging through the field in the number 22 car, taking penalty for contact there. That was with the 44, sorry, that was the penalty down at turn 1. And Dries Van Toet still going in the 15 car after that side-by-side contact with his brother. And as it stands at the moment, is leading the motor race. Into another hour of racing, and delighted to say Earl Bamber has joined us. Good morning, I can say to you now.
Good morning, good morning.
How are you feeling?
Good, good. I was just about to take a cup of tea and a lie down, and then you guys came and asked me to join you in the booth for a moment.
Well, thank you very much for springing across and coming to our aid. It's been a busy few weeks for you and for your team and everything else. You've been able to prepare the way you want to for this, because you had a pretty successful weekend with Earl Bamber Motorsport last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, last week we were in Sepang, which was really good. I think it was a good, you know, significance moment for Asian motorsport, the fact that it restarted with the SRO Championship. And yeah, we got a second in a win with my car and myself driving with a longtime friend of mine, Adrian, who got me into Porsche Cup racing about 10 years ago. So it was a pretty fitting weekend. And then we're running, you know, Porsche Sprint Challenge cars today, and we won both races yesterday. So they got another race in about 3 hours' time, but I leave other people to run all that for me.
Do you feel like you want to watch or listen or watch the timing, or have you got to keep your mind on the job here?
I'm a big racing fan, so I like to watch everything. I mean,
you're like me, I know that.
I mean, we've got our teammates as well, about to run the Indy 500 tomorrow as well. Yeah. So there's plenty of motor racing to watch this weekend. It's a bit of an insane weekend. How
do you sum up a race in the first, what have we had, 7 hours or so of this race? How do you sum up a race like this? We've had good weather. not the biggest field we've seen, but there seems to have been, everybody's been let off the leash here, Earl, today. Seem to be more avoidable incidents than I've seen for a wee while here. Is everybody just a bit stir crazy?
Everyone seems to be pretty excited out there. I mean, to be honest, driving out there at the moment is absolutely wild. I mean, I just got out of the car. You know, my first lap I was actually in the wall onto 24h, just like the 90 car with the oil. Because it's hard with the marshals, they're not really... With the new surface, you can't see the oil or the water.
Yes.
And it's very, very difficult to spot anything, and that's catching a lot of people out. The pace is super hot because there's not a lot of cars out there. So, you know, the only way to gain is to take a lot of risk, and I think that's where you see the super hard racing and the intent to stay at the front or not get overtaken. BOP is really good. It's very, very close at the moment, and that's also why the racing's so fierce. You get these packs where, you know, we're all together at a very, very similar speed. So, no, it's been a great motor race. It's crazy, and there's going to be a lot more stuff happen throughout this whole thing as well. We're not even halfway.
How do you assess the risk versus reward in the microseconds that you come across a pack of slower cars and you're in? We saw at the beginning of the race, the top 10 were pretty much in a train, and they were in traffic from lap 1.5, basically, halfway around lap 2.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it comes and goes. You know, first and tonight it was like you couldn't do anything right in terms of traffic. In the second one, you know, the gates opened and everything absolutely worked, you know, and it's... I think the more you do, you see there, you just can't do anything. And, you know, the more you do these races, the more you get used to it. It comes to you one stint, it goes away from you the other, and you just can't get too frustrated about it. We do vent on the radio, but, you know, when you let it boil up, then you make a silly mistake, you know. So that's, I would guess, the biggest thing is just to try and stay calm.
Dries out in front of the race at the moment for Audi. Had a pretty decently clear lap so far. That is an unusual occurrence here during the race. He's going to catch some traffic as he's coming down the hill towards, that's down towards Versailles, isn't it, as he comes down the hill there. You can't plan for this though, Earl, surely. You're just reacting to what's going on in front of you.
Yeah, you're just taking it and reacting, and, you know, you do get a bit of a rhythm of which cars, when you come up on them, which have been good, which have been bad, you know, but also the low car count this year has made it a very, very flat-out, high-paced race. You know, that's why you see people having to push a lot, because it's easy to lose 2-3 seconds, and you get that 3-4 times a lap, then it's 10. Have that a couple laps, and then you've lost 30 seconds. So I think that's where the intensity is coming from, because when we used to do it, you used to do, you know, 9-minute lap, you know, with 200 cars, so it's 60 more small cars out there. So it's just very clean. And I hear there's rain coming tomorrow at some point too, right?
It. You know, I love you for your shiny, happy personality.
We need something. We need to get up further. We need a bit more drama.
I mean, the one thing we don't get here that you and I would have talked about many times in the American Series, in IMSA and the WeatherTech Championship, is we don't get safety cars. So you don't get the opportunity to pack the pack back up again. All of these GT3 cars at the front of the field are doing 8-lap stints. That's what you do. So how can you make up time? Is there any way, or is it just basically head down and keep driving as fast as you can and expect people to make mistakes?
It's just risk. So, you know, like, generally this is one of the only races in the world where you can't ever make the time back that you lose. So, you know, if you are out front, then you're cruising and managing what you're doing. If you're further back like us at the moment, you're just full in because you've got nothing to lose. So, you know, it's that definite risk versus reward factor. Is
it a slightly different mentality, Earl, and got Earl Bamber in the booth at the moment with Peter Snowden and me, John Hindle, from the KCMG Porsche, which at the moment is sitting in his 11th place. It's Dennis Olsen who's driving the car at the moment. As this is a one-off, this is not part of a championship. It's not even like Le Mans, which is, yeah, it's a big event, but that still has championship implications. This is a one-off race. Does that mean a slightly different mindset from the drivers and indeed from everybody in the team?
I mean, I think it's from everyone in the grid. At the end of the day, everyone's coming to win the Nürburgring 24, and they don't want to finish second, right? So, you know, at the end of the day, you throw absolutely everything that you have at it, you know, including the kitchen sink to try and win this race. So, you know, no one remembers second when you finish second here, right?
I wasn't sure the kitchen sink was a homologated Porsche Motorsport part, but okay, I'll be looking for it in the books in a little while. The perfect way to prepare for Le Mans is to do a 24-hour race on the Nordschleife, is it?
I'm not doing Le Mans, so I don't need to prepare for anything at the moment. I'm off to Detroit on Monday. So I go straight back into the prototype, which is obviously vastly different to this. First time on that track as well for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've never raced there.
You've never raced at Belle Isle?
No.
So have you been on iRacing then?
Not yet, because I haven't had a chance to go home. But no, we are going to go utilise the simulator at Dallara in Indianapolis just after the 500. So, yeah, I think that'll be good preparation, and then we'll see how we go on Thursday.
Qualify Friday, bit of practice on Friday, qualify Friday, and race. It's just a short race, 100 minutes for you on the streets of Belle Isle. And the last time, so your first time is going to be the last time IMSA are on the streets of Belle Isle.
Yes, exactly. And I heard it's an amazing track.
You are good at it. It's not your typical street track.
Exactly.
It's fast. There's a couple of 90-degree corners, but they've extended it out in the last couple of years, and I think made it better. But the run back towards the start-finish line, our commentary box is on the outside of the right-hander, and you're pointing straight at Jeremy and I as you come towards us, and I always sort of step back a couple of feet, even though I know that I'm encased in concrete that's about 3 feet thick. Peter.
Earl, 2 questions for you. John's always taught me never to be afraid of asking questions you know the answer to already. So with that in mind, John's just said this race, it isn't part of a championship. There's no points. There's the trophy at the end. But what's the appeal to a driver to come and do it, and the teams to go through all the drama? I'm going to come. That's my second question in a minute. But what's the appeal?
It's one of the hardest challenges in motorsport. I mean, look at all the really top drivers that have crashed out today. You know, and that's through just how brutal this track is, first of all. I mean, if you imagine, you know, we're driving in the middle of the night, someone goes off, there's oil, you can't see it, you're just hoping that you're going to survive, especially when they tell you on the radio there's oil somewhere. You know, we haven't had the weather yet, but when it rains, it's crazy. And then you've got the best teams in the world and the best drivers in the world in a race where you can't ever make up time again, which is another style of racing which is unique to the Nürburgring as well. So everyone just comes for the challenge of this place. And it's one of the best tracks that we have in the entire world, you know. It's one that's absolutely punishing. If you do make one small mistake, you're in the wall and you're out.
I think arguably the most punishing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we need more tracks like it, where if you do make a mistake, you get punished for it, because I'm a big advocate for the safety, but I'm not an advocate where you can gain advantage to all the tarmac run-outs, because then it also promotes people going off more and more and more. And
we never talk about track limits here. There are consequences to going off here. I think there's somewhere as well like VIR where you've raced. A lot of grass right to the edge. And Jim Roller, who was one of our broadcast partners and a great friend of ours, said consequences without catastrophe. Well, you can have catastrophe here, you really can. But we never talk about track limits here, do we? Never. No,
because you don't need to, and also it's a real place that you need to manage your pace. You know, like if you do decide I'm going to try really push, you can really gain something, because if you want to manage your pace, you need to be a little bit off the limit to be safe here. So, you know, that is one of also the tricky things, where most tracks or most championships you go, you're flat out the whole time because you've got miles of runoff, and there's no real consequences. So it is one of those old school unique tracks that everyone loves the challenge of.
And my second question, slightly different. You're a racing driver, so you're wired up a bit different to most people, I get that. And you come from the other side of the world, as in the correct party, Antipodes. as in New Zealand. So you've got a different culture there. We're 6 hours into this with so much drama, probably more drama than we've ever seen in any 24-hour in the first quarter of it. And you said you'd like a bit of rain for a bit more drama. What's your definition of drama, Earl?
I'm only saying that because we're 6 minutes behind, you know.
How did I know that was what was going to be the answer?
If I was in front, I'd say we should red flag it.
Now there's a driver for you.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. What's in your immediate future for the next few hours when you're getting back in the car? You're running with 4 drivers, aren't you? So you get a little bit more time.
No, just 3. So we're just rotating through. So Dennis is nearly at his end. So probably another 2 hours. So I'm going to leave here. Then probably just sleep in the truck. I'm never a fan of going away.
I hate it. It scares the life out of me.
I had a terrible experience once when I did Le Mans for the first time in the 919. And they said, no, you're clear, there's nothing that you need. And then someone called that I need to get in the car under a safety car. So I got changed the absolute fastest I ever have in my entire life. So in that point now I don't like to leave, and often I like to sleep in my race gear in case someone decides that I should get in really quick.
And having to get ready quickly at any level of racing, even the limited amount of racing that I do, I panic that have I put me radio plugs in, where's me socks, where's me gloves. I hate getting ready quickly.
I mean, we have about 8 sets of everything, so hopefully I did put on Nick Taney's suit this morning accidentally because I thought it was mine.
But that was interesting.
Well, that's breaking news.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I actually keep a spare set of everything in the pit.
Yeah.
So then I can't lose stuff because I've got a really bad habit of losing stuff all the time as well.
Right, go off and get yourself a cup of tea.
Yep, and enjoy it.
We'll be getting excited about you on the streets of Belle Isle next week on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV.
And keep eating the chocolates.
Well, there's plenty through there.
I saw that.
It's not all mine, I would say.
That's Nick Damon's stash, that is.
It's Nick Damon's stash, yeah.
I remember that from when we used to do Super League Formula together commentating.
That was a long time ago.
I know, it was, wasn't it?
I really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that.
So
that must be
2009 or 10?
Yeah, 9 or 10. So that's 12 years ago now.
Shows the age there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yes.
Terrible.
You look fitter now than you ever have been, and I don't.
I've got a lot of grey hair though. Racing teams and race cars give you grey hair.
Best of luck in the prototype next weekend. When do I see you after that? You'll obviously be at Watkins Glen for the 6 hours as well.
Yep, we have Spa 24 test, and then Watkins Glen, then Toronto, then it's Spa.
Yeah.
24.
So you're keeping quite busy then.
Yeah, I keep busy. I'm a bit worried after August because then I've only got 2 races to do, so I don't really know what I'm going to do with myself.
You're based in Europe now, for the most part.
No, I live in Nashville.
Oh, Music City.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I'm sure I'll find something to drive.
I'm sure you will. I've got a trip to Nashville, I think, in September to come and do some bits and pieces.
I'll tell you some good spots then.
Right, to do?
Yep.
It's
a deal.
I normally stay uptown at the Ayrton, up by the uni, up there.
I'm in Music Row.
No,
you
are not.
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry, but I'm just picturing a whole podcast here of John and Earl, Nashville. Yeah, it's just, I mean, come on.
John and Earl in Nashville, that could be a TikTok series.
That's a midweek motorsport, right, isn't it, if ever there was.
That's a TikTok series. Do you play guitar?
No, I don't have a musical bone in me.
That's what you
Dancing and music doesn't go. And riding bicycles, I can't do it.
It's only got 2 wheels and no engine, that's the problem.
Yeah. I also motorbike, I can't do it. 4 wheels is fine. The other, nah, forget it.
I'm with you. He's a 2-wheel man.
Not pedal bikes so much now, but motorbikes, definitely. Say hi to Tandy for us.
I will do.
Dennis, when he gets out of the car, thank you very much for coming over.
Thank you.
Race well for the rest of the race, and we'll keep an eye on the KCMG number 18.
And have a good evening.
Yeah, and you, mate.
Thank you.
And you. El Bamba joining us live here. Hello to all of you around the world. Hello to Alan Prosser, still with us. Victor Ellis. Nice to know that you're tuned in as well. And if you are moving around and you can't stay with the World TV feed, we've got the audio for you unblocked and unbroken at player.radiolemans.co. Channel RS1 for you all around the world. No breaks, no ads, no blocks. As with everything we do on the audio side of things, thanks to our colleagues here at the Nürburgring, Sport Total and EMPA, and all the production staff. It is a mega job that they have to put together for this broadcast. You're now into the wee small hours here at 20 minutes past 2 Central and European summertime. If you want to get in touch with us at RSL Studio, hello to Matt, and keep us going, keep Peter and I going through the early hours. Matt G as well tuned in. Randy Sherwood, who's in San Diego, California, tuned in, possibly watching Motor Trend on demand in the US, maybe on the audio stream over there as well. Well, Peter, interesting comments there by Earl Bamber. He runs a team as well, so he can talk with his driver's hat on, and he's been part of the Porsche programme for quite a long time. Came through the Asian series, he got picked up as a factory driver, went right to the very top with the 919 hybrid. Runs a team as well, very successfully, and a number of programmes around the world. Has won the Bathurst 12 hours, I think we're Molly Bathurst 12 hours with that team. Some really interesting comments there, and a smile on his face even though we were eating into his downtime. A true pro, and I think considered answers to the questions there.
Yeah, I mean, true professional, exactly the phrase I was just thinking of using, John. But it's a skill set in itself, that ability to be a top flight professional driver and a team manager, team owner. Doesn't always work. You get a lot of drivers that move into team ownership or management when they've retired, or when they're during doing it, competing still successfully at the top end. You've seen Franz Conrad is one of those examples of what hasn't he won. If you look back over his career, you click on his page and it's like see attached sheet, and he said, I haven't yet found a screen big enough to get all of Franz Conrad's results on. Yeah, from single seaters and everything as well, Formula 3 and all sorts. Yes. But he can still run a team as well, and it's a very rare ability to do that, and hence it's hardly surprising there were such considered answers from Earl Bamber there.
The pit stop cycle has started again at the front of the field. Adam Christodoulou in the Get Speed number 3 car. He'll drop down now as the 4's gone through. The team car, the 22 Audi team car collection machine. Sven Muller at the wheel of that car, as he's gone through and taken what will now be 3rd place. Nico Muller, sorry, not Sven Muller. Wrong manufacturer. Got some more penalties, which I'm going to let you have in a moment, but let me just trail ahead for the next few minutes. 1st and 2nd, currently, Audi Sport Team Phoenix with Dries van Teur on board, and Daniel Juncadela for Team Get Speed's number 4. They will be in at the end of this lap. That will allow the 22 of Nico Muller to go into the lead for a lap. Then they will pit, and then the Schubert Motorsport number 20, which got Jens Klingmann behind the wheel. Remember, they were the car that did a little 3-lap stint, and we still haven't found out from the team what that was all about. It was Jesse Krohn had done his 8-lap stint, which was the 3rd stint of the car. They were one of the cars that stopped after 5 laps as early as they can to fuel. But then Jesse came in after just 3 laps and then did another 8 laps. So did pretty much his full time, but an extra pit stop. But that car does cycle through to the lead, that number 20, as Adam Christodoulou rejoins in the number 3 Mercedes Team Get Speed car. I said I would give you some penalty points. Code 60 violations, people who don't look after them, they are being jumped on, as you might imagine. And the more serious they are, the quicker you go into them, the more the time is, and the Iron Force Racing by Phoenix Porsche Cup car, it's one of the 992 Cup cars, was pinged earlier on. They have been given a 3.5 minutes, actually 3 minutes 32 seconds penalty, and a licence point for the DSMB. So a licence penalty point as well. Now what I don't know is which driver was in the car when that happened at 1:05 local time. So just over an hour and 10 minutes ago, actually that was when they were pinged for the flag signal, and they got a time penalty there as well. So that's the second penalty that Iron Force car has got. So no wonder the stewards are starting to lose patience with them. The number 814 also has been assessed a penalty. That will be the Matilda Racing Cupra TCR DSG. They run in the TCR class, and Jürgen and Joachim Netz, along with Michael Patz and Lucas Niederscheider, they're going to get a minute and and 32 seconds for, again, speeding in a code 60. And that brings us up to date with the penalty count, which has been rather disappointing, I think, Peter, if I'm honest. We've watched 4-hour races this year in the NLS, not the same championship, we'll remind ourselves. We watched 2 3-hour qualifying races a couple of 3 weekends ago here, which ran in the early afternoon into the late afternoon. And yes, there were some penalties laid out here, but it does seem that there's been slightly more liberties being taken in the first 7 and a bit hours of this race, 6 and a bit hours of this race, than what I would have liked to have seen.
Well, of the many valid and compelling points that Earl Bamber made, one of which was that there's a few less cars on the track this time, and people seem to be just having a slightly different mentality, and it's almost like when the teacher sort of goes out of the classroom, isn't it? They're not looking, and you start flicking the bits of paper around or ink at one another. I show my age there, aren't I? But you know what I mean. It's that sort of. I don't think it's deliberate or malicious. I think it's just. I think a bit of human nature. There's a few less cars on the track. You've always been very kind, John, and said about me having done this race. Well, first time I did this race was 22 years ago in the year 2000, and Earl was saying, there's 140 cars now. It's not so many. It was 240 cars when I first did it. And just stop and think about that for a minute. It's okay. The cars weren't quite as quick, of course, because 20 years of development.
Certainly not the cars at the front of the field. No, these GT3 cars.
The winning car when I did it was a 996 Porsche. In fact, it probably wasn't even a 996. It was a 996 in 2000.
I remember saying to Hans Stuck probably 8 or 9 years ago, when we were doing our grid walk for our countdown to green, and they just resurfaced quite a bit of the track that year, and I said, how quick can these cars go? And he went, I don't want to go any quicker here. And we've taken 15 seconds out of the lap time, nearly 20 seconds maybe out of the lap time since then. It is getting very, very quick around here for the GT cars, and they're on the ragged edge so much. Donald says, how do the licence points work at the Nürburgring? Sounds like a serious penalty. Donald, thanks for asking that. It's a really good point, actually, because I blithely said one DSMB point for the driver. The guys were talking about this early on, but it's worth repeating for those of you perhaps just joining us with our syndicated TV partners around the world, and indeed on the streaming, that if you turned up tomorrow, well, probably not tomorrow if you're a Formula 1 driver, because you might be busy.
Some might not be.
All right, all right. So let's assume Daniel Ricciardo throws all his toys out the pram and gets replaced early, and decides that he wants to come and race at the Nürburgring for a race. Obviously not this race now, but you know what I'm saying. Even with a FIA Super license, he cannot just jump into a car and do this race. You have to have a minimum national license from your own motorsport body, and that is normally the top level of national licence. I'm just watching an Aston Martin with a very, very dodgy repair going. Now, did that car come into the pits there, the Aston? Because it looked like most of the back bumper was falling off, and that, I think, we saw getting that black tape put on earlier on, and I thought that wasn't very Aston because it wasn't the right colour.
Race leader, John, just into the pits, Dries van Toor in the Audi Sport Phoenix R8, and coming in so quickly. You've got to get up to that line.
Absolutely
but
right.
So close to the barrier there. We've talked about optimising everything all the time, and Dries van Toor there, honestly, I'm just glad the decals or paintwork on that car aren't a millimetre thicker.
Yeah, they were not hanging around. Yeah, just go back to the licence thing. That you have to come and do basically get a permit, which is a licence that is specific for racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. There are a number of different events. There's semi-regularity events, then there's the race events of the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, which are effectively organised. Each individual event is organised by a motor club, and they are strung together with the VLN as an overarching umbrella organisation into a championship. And that's why you get different names for the normally 9 events through the year for what is now called the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, although the sanctioning body is still the VLN. This race is not part of that championship, and in fact is run by a different club altogether, which is the ADAC. But to get into this race, clearly you have to have some experience here. They have accepted that down through the years, and they've tightened things up. So once you get your permit, it allows you to drive a car of a certain amount of horsepower, and then you can upgrade it by getting more laps and getting better finishes, and basically performing to a standard that the clerk of the course thinks, you know, that Hindhoff, he's going to be all right, he's not going to cause any problems. Now, that is a privilege, Peter, not a right to have one of those, and these licence points go on to that permit for here, and if you get a certain amount of points, and it's not that many, then it's taken away and you have to re-qualify. And we've heard in the past of drivers being asked to leave in the middle of the race.
I was talking to Dan Harper only yesterday, and he said that one of the things they do is they will, at signing on, quite literally spot check you randomly.
Yeah.
And he had it only this race.
Oh, on the rules and regs.
Absolutely. And basically, they will give you 10 random questions. I asked him exactly how it worked, and you could see he was sort of kind of sweating up, even just recounting it. Obviously, he'd passed it because he's in the race. But it's a random spot check. They just pull you 10 random questions about as part of that licence, and you get 3 chances. But John, they're 3 immediate chances, i.e. at signing on, before you take part and register for this event this weekend, they'll pull you out. Dan Harper had it, and they went, right, 10 questions. And I said, what if you got anything else? If you get one wrong, it's 100% or nothing.
Yeah, no, exactly.
If you get it once wrong, you're given one more go, but it will be 10 different questions. If you get that wrong, you get 10 different questions. If you get that wrong, it's go back to your team and say, sorry, boys, I'm not racing this weekend.
You need another driver.
And quite rightly so, around here.
Yeah. Juncketella, as we expected, into the pit lane. So through has gone the number 22 Audi Sport Team Car Collection R8 with Nico Müller on board. He's now got 55 seconds on Jens Klingmann. If you are just joining us, reset your brain, recalibrate it. 55 seconds is like a second and a half around most racetracks around here. It's not even a full pit stop, it's nowhere near it. And so that is pretty close. Then there's about another minute or so back to Dries van Toor in another Audi, this time the 15. And this pit stop cycle will see Jens Klingmann lead the motor race at the end of this lap, actually, as Nico Müller will come in that number 22 car. Hello to Racine, Wisconsin, where JJ Magnum is tuned in, watching on Motor Trend, one of our affiliates syndications this weekend. Gasoline Alley Cat tuned in, cool that it's during the Indy Monaco Charlotte weekend. 124 Nürburgring, loving the stream. Moni Elysium. Hello, Monica. How are you? Hope you and Billy are well. She said, I'm tuned in from the Oregon coast and I would love to hear the Hindy and Barber Nashville Adventure Show. Oh, the amount of trouble we could get into in Music City.
Oh, can I sell the tickets?
Yeah. a Snowy Snowden production. Actually,
it's got legs. It's got legs.
That sounds like something else that I don't even want to get into at the moment.
Move on.
Bryce Brown is listening in New Zealand. Good to hear the Kiwi voice there. Earl Bamber, always good value, isn't he? Snacker Dave in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Prost, he says. Hello, Snacker. Be up your way for Road America and the IMSA weekend a little bit later on in the year in America's National Park of Speed. Jerry Z down in Florida. Tom Firth and tuned in. Hello, Tom. Ian McCarthy listening in as well. All good around the world. FIA Super License means nothing at all to the Nürburgring, says Matt G. Absolutely. The Aston has had a scruffy rear bumper for a while, yes, but which one was it, Alan? That's the question. I saw it earlier on. It's the golden green car, and it's been patched up a number of times around the rear end, and it looked to me as though that whole bumper had dropped off the last time we saw it, and there was actually just the tape left. KTM into the pit lane in 32nd position overall is the 162, and that car, one of the phalanx of KTMs that came into this race. That's the leading Cup X car for Teichmann Racing, and it will leave now and I reckon retain the Cup X lead. Shout out as well for the Cup 2 first, second and third. These are the 992 Carrera Cup cars. In 23rd, 24th and 25th for Black Falcon, and so a new leader there, K. Kramer Racing, and then the second Black Falcon car. They're separated by about a minute and a half in 23rd, 24th and 25th. And right among the GT3 cars, those 992 Cup cars, Peter, are seriously quick. The aero is more developed from the outgoing car. They still use that beautifully wondrous sounding flat six engine and just over 500 horsepower, which in the big scheme of things doesn't sound a lot nowadays, but it works very well with that 4-litre flat six. And with the extra aero adjustments that they've got on those cars now, they make it much easier to tune and to get a little bit more aero performance out of it. What a way to go racing at the Nürburgring, because they tend to be bulletproof. Now, out on the circuit, we've got a couple of Audi intervention wagons out there, the Audi Avant, and they are trying to move a car out of harm's way, which is the Mini. It's the Bulldog Racing John Cooper Works Mini. Haven't seen that mark here since 2017. Not sure if that's the same car. Haven't been able to find the chassis number yet. And that is out at where? I think that might be coming on to Flansgarden.
I think it is, John. Exactly what I was just going to say. I think it is. You say it's the 112, isn't it? The Bulldog Racing you just said?
Correct,
yeah. Yeah, it's just at Flansgarden.
It's so hard, even in the daytime, to recognise parts of this track from the quick glimpses sometimes you get from the onboards, and it's not as if you're always getting a full lap around on the onboards. Very distinctive in some parts. Double yellows for the leader, Nico Muller, who's coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Now, where's he on the track? You have to put your main beam lights off when you come through a code 60 zone as well. Most of the teams have that on a button that also, because 60k is the speed limit in the pit lane, that also works as your pit lane speed limiter. Some of the very good teams will have a 120 speed limiter as well, or it will work on your pit lane speed limiter but in a different gear.
Yeah,
because you can program those things nowadays. Far cry from, right, we better test this out oh, it's 2,800 revs in second gear, your pit lane speed.
John, you'll laugh, you know I rate a few historics. They have analog instruments. We have 60k speed limit as well, and it's restricted just as much and controlled and policed, again, as it should be, because it's safety. So what do we have? We have a thin piece of tape on the speedometer. Yeah, the speedometer, think about that. On the car, to say where it is, because 60 k's is 40 miles, 38 miles an hour, so you have it a bit under there, so you have it about 45, so you know, and it's just a visual for that needle. You have the same on the revs as well, but you have to remember what gear, as you say, to make sure you come in and you stand on it. Of course, drum brakes don't really do a lot, so you have to sort of stand on it about 3 corners ahead of the pit lane line and get it to work. John, this time of night, it's always fascinating. I always think, in some ways, it's the time when possibly it's most dangerous in terms of where it can go wrong. I don't mean dangerous in terms of incidents or whatever. Dangerous in terms of people relaxing, etc. Because you get complacent. We talk about these NLS races. Well, this is 6 back-to-back NLS races of 4 hours. They normally have the 1 6-hour qualifier. You and I covered that 3 weeks ago, I think it was. They split it for this year, the 50th anniversary, 2 3-hour races. But it's that bit where it cools down, it settles down, you've had a lot of drama, a lot of incidents, but that's the time you get complacent, and tired drivers can make mistakes, and that's almost a danger zone now.
As the leader comes into the pits on schedule for service, we're getting news of drama in the 3-car SPX category. 2 KTMs and the 706 Glickenhaus. And 2 of them have come together on the track.
Well, they went out together, because I saw the one that went out the pits, the other one went right in front of it at turn 1 and 2, and I thought, hello, 2 KTMs together.
Well, it's the 117 KTM, which is the Stuck brothers, along with Marcus Paltala and Christian Menzel, has come together with the Glickenhaus, the 706. Both cars have continued. It was early on, it was post 4, so it must have been just around the first couple of corners. Now, the scoring is still showing that Luis Fernando Leza is still in that car, and he is still leading the class in 13th position for Felipe Fernando Leza, and it was one of the Stuck boys in the True Racing KTM Crossbow. Unfortunately, I can't tell you where. Kesselschen's now been upgraded to a full code 60, although Flansgarden is now clear.
Well, 116 is continuing at pace, John. That's the True Racing entry.
What about the 117?
And I'm just trying to find
that was the 3rd place car in class. We'll keep an eye on that. They're not saying that's race control are not saying that is being looked at. So through into the lead, Schubert Motorsport, courtesy of their slightly off-kilter strategy, which we believe was forced upon them. They chose to come in at lap 5. Why is lap 5 important? Because you can't put fuel in the SP9 cars before the completion of lap 5. You can complete lap 5 in the pit lane, and therefore about half a dozen cars, about 6 cars came in at that earliest opportunity. That put them slightly off strategy, but what it probably means is they make their last pit stop first, and they've then fueled to the end, as they're a couple of laps ahead of the cars around them. And the cars that are coming in now are the cars that pitted on lap 6 or 7, and therefore are on a more, let's call it, traditional 7 or 8 lap stint. 7 laps on your first stint, because you've got the long formation lap, and then 8 is pretty much what you're aiming for. If you're not doing 8, if you're doing fewer than 8, then you've come in for a problem. If you're doing more than 8, there's an awful lot of purple flags, slow zones, etc. That means you are saving a lot of fuel. Not unheard of to do 9-lap stints, but on the long circuit here, remember the NLS races runs on a shorter configuration of the Grand Prix track. Doesn't sound like a lot, Peter, but those extra meters down to the bottom of the hill and back up the other side, times by 8, makes the difference between being able to do 9 with a bit of yellow or purple and running out of petrol as you hit the Dottinger.
John, I confess I'm struggling to find the 117 car, and that doesn't mean I don't want to cause any alarm.
Right.
I'm just saying I'm personally struggling. It may well be a user error. I'm just looking at the timing scheme. It has completed sector 5.
Okay, well that's
so
good.
sector 5 is
well that's
going up to Callanhard.
I was going to say, so that's off the Grand Prix circuit. Where
well and truly, yeah. So it's going into the highest part of the circuit, Exmouth and Horacht. Oh, that way. That's a bit further round. Sorry, Exmouth is a bit further back. So Horacht at the end of sector 6. Interesting lengths on these sectors, so it's a long one there. So I'll continue and look at that one when I can find it, John, and report back.
And I'm also hearing from race control that the leader in the TCR class, the I30N number 831, that's the anti-Birdie car, has stopped out on track. Technical defect at post 170. Also, actually, the 112 car has stopped in exactly the same place. Coincidence?
Well, it's still moving, John. It's yes, 170. It's got past. Oh no, I've got the 831 a bit further back on the circuit, unless the tracker's a little bit delayed, John. But I've got it moving very slowly, just coming up to post 152, which is the apex of Horacht, as in the highest part of the circuit. It may be that the track is just slightly lagging a little bit, but it might have. 150, we've got 20 multiple posts to go, might have stopped at 170.
Right, yeah, 112 was the JCW John Cooper Works Bulldog car, wasn't it? And that was at the same sort of the area.
Well, that got a front wheel missing, John.
Yeah.
So that's why that wasn't really going.
So that was a technical defect in that it was one wheel short. I had one of those, but the wheel fell off.
John Hindhoff, classical understatements of the night.
Listen, I did...
A technical defect.
I did automotive engineering when I was...
Got your City and Guilds?
Yeah, absolutely. Technical defect is what's been reported. We'll keep an eye on that. The team car, the 830, the Elantra, was only about 30 seconds back the last time that I looked. So that could be a change in the classes, and I'll run down the classes before the next hour is finished. So yeah, Andy Berry has dropped back into second place, and Martin Basseng has gone through and completed the lap, and therefore the two Hyundai Motorsport entered cars, the Elantra and the I30N TCRs, have swapped places at the head of the TCR category. Now they've got a decent gap back to the next TCR runner, which is the Bonk Motorsport Cupra Leon Competition, and by a decent gap I mean at least a lap, so 8 minutes. So it will be beholden to Anti-Birdie to get it back. Yellow flags on the Dottinger Höhe. Now that sounds to me as though there's this car moving slowly, or a recovery vehicle moving slowly.
Well, that would be the 830. That would be the 130N Hyundai.
Right.
Got onto the Dottinger Höhe now.
Right.
If the track is accurate. True Racing KTM Crossbow is in the pits. The number 117 car. Apologies, John. I called it the 115 car. That's a Golf.
Yeah.
Easy mistake to make. A similar sort of silhouette. He said, hopefully, looking for some support there. But the 117 car with Stuck, the True Racing KTM Crossbow, is in the pit, so it did complete the lap. At what pace? Yeah, it was kind of...
The 9:28 it did, which is a bit down. That's...
Yes, it's not. It's just down a few sectors, John. It's not... It's not rushed back to the pits, but nor does it come back in a troubled way with a sort of slow punch or anything. So we'll have a little update on that. But I'm not quite sure why the tracker couldn't find it, but it is there in the pits.
Dennis Olsen's just pitted with the KCMG Porsche, and that drops him out of 12th position. So it'll be Nick Tandy that must be getting into that, as we had Earl Bamber here.
Now, is Nick Tandy wearing Earl Bamber's overalls, or the other way around, or is this something we shouldn't even be in?
Honestly,
no.
I don't even want to start considering how that...
He did say it was by accident, to be fair, in his defence.
So that must mean that Josh Burden isn't in that car then, because he said there was only 3 of them, didn't he? Or is it Tandy that's not in it, because Burden's been in the car, hasn't he? So Earl said, and I'm pretty certain I didn't make that up. No, Tandy has been in the car. So Tandy, Olsen and Bamber are your three there. So Josh Burden, the affable young Aussie from Hobart, not in that car. Should have asked Earl why that is then. I was sure I'd seen 4 names against that. Meantime, a number of pit stops coming in further down the field, including the Valkenhorst Motorsport number 102, and that car was brought in by Jörg Müller. Let's check that that was on schedule. It hasn't been a super clean run for them. Yeah, end of 8 laps. There was a 7-lap stint for that car from Ben Tuck, a man from Bigles Wade, just off the A1, Biggleswade. And other than that, it has been 8-lap runs all the way through. Out goes the rent-to-drive front-wheel drive VT2 contender. So many people trying to achieve so many different things.
John, I've got to do an honourable mention. If you've covered it when I was off air, then my apologies. But the 131 car, which is the Müller Motorsport Porsche,
27th position,
27th position, Cup 2 car, that had one of the biggest rattlings you could possibly have in qualifying. It did a lot of damage. It went to the barrier side. Remember, I think it was at the Bilstein curve on the Grand Prix section, just on his in lap. Unfortunately, it just powered up the rears and around it went. And it did so much damage. And I went and saw the guys when that happened during qualifying, and they said that Manthey were being incredibly helpful with them and sort of got lots of spare bits. But we were talking earlier about how easy it is to replace components on these cars and how they're designed now, and not so. But this is a Cup 2 car, slightly different. I was watching them do the work. They got the diffuser off, yeah. But the little fences that are on it are all countersunk screws, that Allen keys that hold it into place. So there was a brand new diffuser in carbon, came out of its Porsche wrapping and bubble wrap and mechanic sets to it, and they're having to take all the little bits of fences and details off it. It's not a pre-moulded bit, it's just a bare part. So that's where the time is. It's you've got one guy knocking the wing straight, you've got somebody else doing this, they've got a front wing on it, all side of that car. The door was damaged, the mirror was hanging off, the door handle was broken, and it's a carbon door, but you looked inside, and of course there is no door card because it's a racing car.
Correct.
But they're inside it, and of course it's a standard Porsche door handle, it has to be, so they've got to make it work properly. And there they were trying to get the door handle to fit, and you're thinking, it's a racing car, we have wind tunnels and anti-dive planes and carbon, and the thing that's stopping it going to the races, if the door handle doesn't work, you can't shut the door, you can't race the car. And you're thinking,
and you're not allowed to tape it shut either.
Exactly, how basic can you get? They're having to sort the door handle.
Yeah. 119 in the pits. This is the Toyota Altis that's been battling with its team car, running on Falcon tyres. The little 4-door sedan. Just picking up a little bit of news from around the circuit on that 831 Hyundai. It is stranded out on the circuit thanks to Right Turn Lover and others at Kesselchen. Also the 22 being in the penalty box. Now the 22 got an avoidable collision penalty. That was the car that hit the Falcon 44, wasn't it? That was 1 minute 32 seconds for the Audi, and that's why that was seen in the box recently by Matt G. RTL, Right Turn Lover, thank you for the news on the 831. Already lost its lead in TCR, as we mentioned a moment or two ago. I'm pleased to see that Brian has found us on Motor Trend and is watching in the States. Robert Butterfield in the States. Robert Butterfield says, "I would know why the Audi crew seem to be blocking exhaust during the pit stops." Pretty much all the teams do it if they're sticking out from the back, and it's to cover the hot exhaust just in case there's a fuel spillage, Peter.
Yeah, we've seen this before. We wonder what it was. It's a bespoke part. Is exactly that, John. It's a safety thing again.
I saw somebody the other day doing it with something that they'd cobbled up, and it was out of hot dog tins. and they'd left the branding on the hot dog tins deliberately, I think, for this race.
John, a little bit of fun fact of the night for you here. When the BMW Minis, we know it, there's one in the race at the moment, the one it isn't in the race actually. When it was about to be signed off by the designer, and you can look up who that was. He went on to design things like the 488 Ferrari, so you know, he wasn't so bad, was he? I think the P1 McLaren as well, actually. But he worked late into the hours with this massive, obviously full-scale clay model as it was, but you know what they're like these days. They're CD done and perfect, you know, amazing. And he was looking around it at some literally 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and he spotted that the exhaust tailpipe was a pipe, literally, that they put on, and he thought, that is absolutely awful. Yeah, can't present that to the BMW board looking like that. So he was drinking a can of a world-famous dark fizzy drink.
Yeah.
Other brands are available, such as Pepsi.
Very good.
Other brands, yeah. And what he did was, he finished it, washed it out, cut the bottom off it with something polishing, whatever, to get all the branding off it, and he pushed it over the end of this pipe just to cover up the pipe, yeah?
Right.
Now, if you think of the shape of modern cans, there's a particular sort of swaging to them, if you like.
Yes.
The BMW board came in, at one point, had a look at it, and he thought, oh, here we go. So had a bit of a sweat on it, and then they went, love that, and that became a USP of the car. Wow. And just like, you know, it has a little tiny aerial on the roof.
Yes.
Do you know why it's such a tiny aerial on the back? To make it look more like an RC car. It's absolutely what it was, because it was meant to be cute. Now, there's one for Nick Damon. I bet Nick Damon loved RC. Nick Damon didn't know that. Could I have just out-nerded Nick Damon, do you think?
I've just had a new aerial put on the back of my 968, my daily, so that I can upgrade the head unit to get me very lovely Continental DAB radio into it, thanks to AD and the guys at Divine Autos.
You're going to start costing me money, Hindhoff.
I tell you, they do such good work. Here's some penalty points coming in. Team Mathol Racing AV, the number 261. Now, I don't know which driver this is going to go to. Non-respect of flag signal, so that will be almost certainly a double-waved yellows rather than a code 60. 3 minutes and 32 seconds and a DSMB point. Same exact penalty for one of the drivers and the team of FK Performance, the 263 car in their Cayman Club Sport in the same category. And finally, in this little tranche of penalties, for the number 102 Valkenhorst Motorsport car that sits in 19th position. And I think we put Jörg Müller in that car now, but that was reported some time ago. We're coming to the end of another racing hour. There'll be 13 still to go in the 50th anniversary running of the TotalEnergies ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and another racing hour starts right now. As we go past 3 o'clock Central European summertime, it is the number 20 Schubert Motorsport BMW that leads. That car should be coming in for its pit stop at the end of this lap. The way that the stagger and the strategy and necessity has played out, it doesn't mean that everybody's pitting at the same time, or means that everybody isn't pitting at the same time. So Jens Klingmann in at the end of the lap. In fact, in he comes right in front of us, as off goes a Cayman 718, and it's in 118th position. We can see from the Lumi rank on the front of the car, which means that it is the 420 Four Motors Bio concept car, one of the alternative fuels machines. And no, it's not. It's the 85. So they dropped down in the position. That's one of the Black Falcon cars, running in SP10, 7th in class, to Tobias Wahl, and don't drive that. Do not drive that. You've punctured a radiator at the front. There's 2 intercoolers. In fact, there's 3 intercoolers, 2 water intercoolers and a oil intercooler radiator set, one either side and one right in the middle. He's right down at the bottom of the hill at the Goodyear hairpin, and he's had a little help from one of the KTMs. I think that's a 116 car, actually. And that has eased him off where we had the Falcon Drift Show on Friday night and clanged into the Armco.
I'm sorry, John, that was just unnecessary. There was nothing
from the KTM.
Well, a bit of both of them, actually, but the Porsche's on the left of the track, but there's absolutely no reason for 2 cars to come together on that part of the track.
Dead straight piece of track?
Exactly my point. Dead straight. They pass the apex, they pass the exit, they're dead straight. Absolutely no reason at all. That's just, it's just unnecessary.
It doesn't compute, does it?
It doesn't, and it doesn't go with what goes on here normally.
No, absolutely agree. So the 50th anniversary of BMW Motorsport and M being celebrated by the colour scheme on the number 20 Sherbert car. Looks an absolute picture. What fun we had earlier on today with the BMW Race of Legends, won from the back of the grid by Turner Motorsports and BMW USA's Bill Oberlin. So good, he won it twice, actually, basically. Got himself the pole position. They then decided on a reverse grid. First corner, he'd made up a couple of places and basically had to pull the car up because of an accident in front of him between Eric van der Poel. Olaf Manthey was involved there as well. I think Dirk Adolf from memory. Names to conjure with there. And Bill being Bill Oberlin. Bill Power, as he's called in the US. Fought his way through the lead and won by a comfy 5.5 seconds. Cracking battle for second and third between Steve Soper and Johnny Cecotto. Never thought I'd be seeing those names.
Well, no,
together.
The fact that either of them are still racing is pretty amazing. But
I'll tell you what, Cecotto was right on it. If he hadn't been held up and made a tiny mistake earlier on, I think he would have pushed Bill Oberlin in that race.
Yeah, a serious and a creditable bike racer in his day, but
world champion.
Well, there you go then.
World champion in 350 when he was 19 years old.
Well, that doesn't happen by accident, does it?
No, and he was the youngest world champion for ages until I think it was 1990 before he lost the youngest world championship tag. And he raced against Giacomo Agostini and beat him.
And he'll probably not like me for saying this because it's probably those things that what somebody's remembered for. In my mind, it's always, what's Johnny Cecotto's claim to fame? Ayrton Senna's first teammate in Formula 1.
Yeah, yes, of course.
Yeah, but excuse me, I was 350 world Tolman, yeah, 1984. But it's he's world champion on motorbikes and very, very credible. It's like you just remember that because it's Ayrton Senna. Yeah, thank you very much.
The earlier incident is what you heard in the background there of Kelvin van der Linde getting tangled up with one of the Caymans. Dries van Tor leading the motor race in the Audi Sport Team Phoenix car. He's been out for 3 laps. Adam Christodoulou now back in the Get Speed car in second place, and the team car, Adam Juncadella. Adam? Sorry about that, but it's late. Daniel Juncadella in the other team Get Speed car is in third position. Just checking to see if anybody else has been pinged. They have not. So Dries van Tor carving his way through the night, and for a moment at least has absolutely clear track ahead of him as he heads up towards Bergwerk, takes the apex to the right hand side. 3 left-handers coming up. The first 2 sort of ease the car around, but the last one you have to get right because there's no runoff on the outside. Now climbing the hill. It's fast and you can't afford to lift here. Any scintilla off the throttle and you lose so much time. Then through the mid-curve and still climbing, and the curves here, particularly on the right-hand side, are vicious. You can't hit those, it unsettles the car. Up over the rise and into the right-hander at the base of the hill that takes you to possibly one of the most iconic overhead shots, at least. It looks like a proper old-fashioned hair grip. It is a hairpin. It's the Caracciola carousel. Popped out of that like a cork out of a bottle. Still climbing.
Just listen to the Dries Van Toor Audi going through there, and you can hear the transmission, what that surface does to that car. You're tipping it. You said, John, it's a hairpin. It's 180 degrees, obvious, but it's banked, and the car's bouncing as it goes through there because it's old-fashioned concrete.
Oh, yeah.
In there, and it's deliberately kept that way. But you can hear the transmission, struggling. You're thinking the loads that are going through that. It's almost to the point of, do you lift off, just take a little bit of load off the transmission through there without losing time? But do you lift off anywhere around here apart from when it's a slower car?
Yeah.
What these cars have to go through now, and you said quite early, John, that these cars are so reliable now. It's one of the things that's changed dramatically in the face of racing in the last 10, 15, 20 years. Is cars are reliable. They never used to be.
Well, I'll ask you this question, Peter, and this will tell you how much GT3 cars have come on. GT3 cars originally were barely more than a street car with a cage, maybe a change of suspension, and stripped out. The times that they're doing now is what, around somewhere like Spa, is what you were doing in a GT1 car.
Absolutely so, 20 years ago, exactly what we're doing. And GT4 cars were the same.
Yeah.
That they came out, and it was quite. I was very lucky to be involved in the GT4 Aston Martin program when it came out with the very first cars, which was called the N24.
Yes, of course.
We know why, because they're here, because of Kermit. So that was back in 2006. Graham Humphrey's project when it was Aston Martin AML, not Pro Drive.
Aston Martin Lagonda.
And then it became a different thing. That's the Porsche that came off on the Grand Prix circuit, wasn't it? Got tapped by the KTM, the 85 car.
That is quite a lot of damage on that car. That number 85 Black Falcon Team Techstar car, one of the GT4 SP10 cars. Well, even from that car though, that N24, which was basically Kermit's, was the green car, and that was a V8, of course, 4.3,
the original cars, and manual. There weren't ASM gearboxes.
No, absolutely. And then when you look at even the car that I raced for EML in 17, which had the Sport Shift gearbox, which was the road car gearbox, so a programmable automatic, if you will, with paddle shift. Having moved on to the 4.7 engine, that was a massive step. But the new GT4 cars are pretty much purpose-built racing cars now.
I mean, that was the philosophy. Graham Humphreys at Aston Martin Lagonda said, let's take the road car, the new, as it was then, fairly new V8 Vantage, do exactly what Earl Bamber said, bring it to the toughest circuit in the world and see what it can do. And it was kind of a little bit of sort of, I won't say it was a back office project, but it was kind of, it wasn't much more. It hadn't really got full Aston Martin approval. It wasn't to do a GT4 car at the time, and they quite literally took it, threw the carpets out of it. It had the dash in it still, Alcantara, changed the steering wheel, put a roll cage in it, put the safety bits in, cage, seat, harness, tank. Yes, they stiffened the roll bars, it got slightly better pads and stuff, but it wasn't dramatically. It was a road car, and it came here, and what did it do? Won its class and finished 24th. Hence, everybody thinks it's called the N24 because of Nürburgring. It wasn't. It's because it finished 24th at the Nürburgring 24, all the more reason. But it was a road car.
Early Betts, Dr. Betts, who was the CEO of Aston Martin Lagonda at the time, raced that car.
Yeah.
David King and his department prepped it. And I know David will have been listening in earlier. I'm not sure if you'll still be up and around, David, at home. Wish you all the best in the new venture. But that was very much, coming here was very much David King and Early Betts' dream. Andy Palmer, who came along afterwards, wanted to continue that. And great to see Aston Martin still here this weekend, being represented by a number of customer teams, including Tom Furrier. And in fact, we wouldn't be here, we wouldn't have come here in 2007 without Aston Martin being involved. They were instrumental in getting the English language service set up So we owe them all a debt of gratitude, and let's hope we see Aston Martin Works teams back in endurance racing with their wonderful road cars sometime soon. But big changes, big moves forward for all the GT3 and GT4 cars, to the point now where the lap times are virtually unrecognisable from what they were even in our memory, and our memories aren't great. Slightly better than a goldfish, but not as good as an elephant. And hello, if I'm going to be talking Aston Martin, what no better time to say hello to Sarah Rigby, the super fan for Aston Martin, still up and around in Crewe, where it's a little after 2 o'clock in the morning in the UK.
Commiserations, Sarah.
No, you're still up and about.
Yeah.
She'll be with Phil Daw behind the wheel of the 95. That's the car with all the tape on it. P3 and SP8T. That was the car that was being patched up early on, and I was rather worried that the big slug of racer tape on the back was falling off it the last time we saw it. But clearly not the case, or it's fallen off and they're still running around in it. So at the front of the field, it's a 27-second lead between Dries Van Tor and Adam Christodoulou. It's a double stint for Dries, this one. Took over from Fred Vervisch a couple of hours, or an hour and a half ago now. Adam Christodoulou on his second stint as well. Daniel Juncadella also on a second stint. So you can see that the tactics at the front of the field roughly similar. What's interesting to me is that the Schubert, it's a BMW, the number 20, has now only dropped back after the round of pit stops. They've done 10 stops to everybody around them 9 after that little short stint of 3 laps earlier on. They've only dropped back to 4th position and just on 3 minutes behind the leader. This is, if this carries on as it is, this is going to be very interesting. I need to do a little bit of back of an envelope calculations here, but this all plays out. Remember the minimum pit stop rules. For the amount of time you're out on the track, you have to spend a certain amount of time in the pit lane. That all disappears towards the end of the race. There's a cut-off time for that, so you want to get as close to that, get inside that for your last pit stop, so that you can turn the car around with just the amount of time it has to be stationary for fuel. And that's when the stagger unwinds, and not before. So that's what we're building up to. So Christodoulou chasing down Lawrence Van Tor. They're not side by side, Peter. They're in different parts of the track, but they are racing each other as hard as if they were. Van Tor just gone past the secondary entrance to the track down at Exmouth. Now coming up to Bergwerk. And where's Adam Christodoulou? He is just coming down the hill.
Well, they're matching sector times amazingly. They are
10th for 10th.
Yeah, 28.4 seconds was the gap between these two across the line at the end of the last lap. A 9:02.9 for Dries Van Tor and Adam Christodoulou, a 9:01.7. But you should say 10th for 10th. You know, the sector times, I haven't got every single one up, but yeah, a 40.1 and a 40.9, a 1:03, 2:18, 2:16. So Christodoulou slightly quicker in the sector 5, which is quite a long sector here. That starts at Arenberg and goes all the way up to Metzgersfeld, and sector 5's it's 5.3 Ks. You have to pinch yourself when you say that, isn't it? A sector is 5.3 Ks long.
I have some big news from SP3T. The Subaru has had an accident. Awful news for that car, which...
That's a 114.
Yes.
Yeah, that's been off for a while. That's been up at
Well,
Adenauer. That was just before Adenauer
Post 98. Would that be about right?
Correct, absolutely spot on.
Okay. Well, that's just been reported by
it's been there
about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Time penalties coming in as well for the number 335. This is speed limit in pit lane. So how can you get this far through the race and then get caught for speeding in the pit lane? It's not as if you've set your speed limiter wrong. The 228 also caught for that as well. Might as well do the 228 first because I'm at that part of the entry list. Team Zorg Rennsport, that's the Xavi Lamadrid, Rasmus Helmlich, Callum Frisch machine. And what was the other one I said there? Oh yeah, the 335. And that is, I'm pretty certain that's one of the BMWs. And no, it's not. Of course it's not. It's the Renault Megane. The MSC Adenauer im ADAC. It's the Megane, and so that's got a penalty as well. And finally, and this is more bad news for the number 85, who haven't had a clean run so far. The Black Falcon Team Techstar SP10 Cayman is, well, that was the car that had the accident on the Grand Prix circuit, so that's just coming in on the race control now. So they're just catching up.
They wanted to vie with the same bit of track with a KTM at the same time on a straight piece of track.
Yeah, that was just...
Well, as Earl Bamber said, it's not being dramatic enough. So, you know, two cars, straight bit of track, let's make it a bit more interesting.
Yes.
I think he's onto something.
He wanted that as well. Jess Coleman, hello from Michigan in the US. Notice the turn indicators being used on the slower cars before being passed, and two separate incidents have occurred. Is there specified in the rules driving whether left or right indicator means I'm going left or I want you to go left? We were just having this conversation earlier on, actually. There are a lot of drivers who don't like you using the flashes, don't like you using the turn indicators. And in the old days,
the stereotype then.
Well, you in the old days you would have pointed with your finger at which side you wanted them to go. You still see motorcyclists do that. If they're being lapped in motorcycle endurance racing, you'll take one foot off the peg on the side you want the person to go by. The Megane's got back to the pits, by the way, the white and orange car, and is now back out again. So that's good news for Stellantis and Renault supporters. I'm always of the opinion, when I've done multi-class racing, and that's pretty much 90% of the race of my very limited racing experience, is if I put the right-hand indicator on, that means I'm going right.
Absolutely.
And that's the side of the circuit I'm going to go to. I read the briefing notes here, and I don't think they were quite as clear as I would like them to be. There was a phrase, and bear in mind it's been translated from the German, that basically said use the indicators when you're being passed. But ultimately, the thing that everybody's told to do with the slower cars, Peter, is stay on your line and let the faster car go through, find their way through themselves. But it's kind of human nature to try and want to help them through, because you don't want to get in their way and you don't want them to run into you.
100% so, John, but I think it is right to do it. You are 100% right. It is always the faster car's responsibility to get through, and you want the slower class car to stay where it is. But the key to it is, and this is absolutely the key to it, is indicate your intention, but no change of speed or direction.
Yeah.
So, yes, see them go behind you. There is nothing wrong with being helpful and saying, look, I know as a driver I'm going to stay on the right-hand side of the track.
Yeah.
Flip the right-hand indicator on if you can.
Yeah.
Just means you are indicating your intention.
I've seen
to the
you.
car behind. I've seen you. The opposite side of the car is clear.
Yeah.
It tells that
Correct.
driver, it gives them that bit of comfort, that millisecond of, I know where he's there. provided the slower car does that. And all, when they move, that's when the problem is.
It doesn't mean you're going to dart across the track, as we've got a KTM in trouble. Well,
it's just reversed into the intervention car as well.
The second
not the first time we've seen that happen.
I was going to say, we saw that happen earlier on in the weekend, knocked out one of the grills on the front of the Audi. Now, is that the 116 or the 117? Let's see where it is. It is...
I will find out.
I think it's the... it might actually be one of the... GTX cars rather than the SPX cars. Let's have a look.
It's not 117, that's still going around.
It's the 116, I think. Yes, it is. It's the 116. Yeah. With Tim Hyman at the wheel of that car. And just to finish off that thought about that, on a circuit like this, there are plenty of places where coming out of a corner, taking the normal racing line, you can just stay out of the way. This was the car that was...
Yes.
So it was the 116 that hit the Cayman and then has struggled further round the lap, hasn't
it? So it's collateral damage.
Yeah.
The residual in there, yeah.
Plenty of places here where either coming into or going out of a corner, if you've got a faster car coming, let's say you've got a left-hand corner, so you're coming down the hill to the bridge at Adenau, let's say, before you start climbing up towards Bergwerk. As you come out of the previous corner, you naturally drift across to the right-hand side of the road, and you're looking for that little entryway on the bottom for your braking point before you turn hard left at the bottom of the hill onto that bridge that narrows right up. You flash your indicator there to the right. Whilst you're on the right, the driver coming up behind says, I know he's seen me, he's not going to turn in on me. He's not moved.
No.
You've not had to move. You've not swerved across the track. Yeah. It's just good manners, and you don't make sudden movements. It's quite a bit of damage, actually, to the...
Well, inner wheel arch looks like it's come out,
fallen out
on the front right, doesn't it? Because it's obviously had some kind of heavy impact on the front right there.
Well, that wasn't the side that the contact was made. So has that car speared off following the side-by-side contact with the 85 Cayman, which was the Black Falcon Team Techstar car? Yeah,
it's an odd damage, John, because it doesn't look to have had this. There is a bit in the front centre actually, just by the between the lamps. Now there is a bit more frontal damage. You can see it's a bit difficult to see in the dark. And there is on the front right, the inner wheel arch. The outer panels look fine. The inner wheel arch appears to have come loose and out over onto the tyre, which is binding, stopping that wheel rotating, making it more difficult to tow that car out of the way. And so it's not really KTM's race. We've had one on fire and one in the side of a Porsche and the same one in the gravel now.
And that car's been moved.
Earl Bamber, take note.
Yeah,
it's still dramatic.
It's been pulled out of the way, so it's not going to cause any problems. Hello from Pennsylvania, and Carmine says, how come manufacturers like Ford, Chevrolet, etc. don't send cars to 24? Well, at the moment, and McLaren actually. McLaren have been here. Ford don't have a GT3 car at the moment. Their new Mustang GT3 is due in 2024, being developed in the US for IMSA competition. And Chevrolet don't have a GT3 car either that would be eligible here. Their car that runs in GT Daytona in the IMSA Championship, Carmine, is effectively a backward engineered GT Le Mans, a Le Mans car, which is running under a waiver and with the cooperation of the other manufacturers and the series in IMSA, whilst Corvette get ready to build their dedicated SP9 or GT3 car. Now, once Ford and Corvette, once the blue oval and the bow tie have got themselves together, will they come here? They would be crazy not to. And I think Corvette will take this place on, and I'm sure Ford will take this place on, with works teams. With works teams. Corvette are notorious for not having customer cars, and Ford latterly, in its full house GT programs, have not had customers. They had Ben Keating with one car. He won Le Mans on the road and then lost it in post-race tech because the scrutineers didn't understand the difference between volume and weight and how temperature affects that. Ben Keating still won that race for me. There are GT4 cars. Ford have got the GT4 Mustang. McLaren have got GT4 and GT3, so they could be here. As I say, we've seen them here in the past, but not at the moment.
Now, John, a new front nose front clip section being prepared for the 116 KTM, which implies that car's going to be got back to the pits at some point. It's not quite as orange as the original nose on it. It's still quite naked carbon with a few orange bits on it still, so it's a little bit of a change of colour scheme, but it's typically, as ever, prepared, numbered on, correct, ready to go out. Lost a little bit of fettling, but that's ready in the garage, so I'm guessing the true racing KTM will be in the pits at some point soon. Quite how it's going to get there at the moment, I'm not really sure, because I'm not convinced it's going to get there under its own steam, which it needs to do.
I think that's more in hope than expectation.
Yeah, I think the bodywork is catching too much, to be honest, John. At the moment, I don't think it can get there.
The Cupra number 832, the Jens Wolf and Alexander Schmidt car, has been involved in an accident at post 157, which Peter will tell me where that is. But how far round is that? That's a goodly way around. And we're hearing now from race control that the accident that we had earlier on at post 95 to 98, that crash barrier repair will be ongoing for about an hour.
Did you say 157, John?
Post 157, yes.
Post 157 is the right-hand apex of Whipperman.
All right, okay. Where's 95 to 98 then?
You're just making me go back all the way up there, aren't you? 95 to 98 is obviously, I'm good at this, it's further back.
Is that somewhere near Bergwerk?
It's a little bit further back than that. 95, 98 is, well, 99 is the approach to Adenauer Forst. So
is it?
95,
wow,
95, 98 is basically the run after Foxhole up the hill, going up to what becomes, you've got sort of a double left going up there. So 95, 6, 7 and 8 are the bits before you turn right into Adenauer Forst. Okay. Adenauer Forst being a right, left, right.
Well, barrier repair there for about another 45 minutes.
The KTM, the 116, John, the issue here appears to be that the front clip, they can't actually remove it from the car, and I think it needs to be picked up from the car. And we've got scenes here of the technicians in the garage. Obviously, you can't do, before that bit, you can't have outside assistance, so they can't go and do the work. So, and you can see them almost sort of like frustrated of, we know how to get that off, but you've got marshals doing their utmost because they're not trained on that car, but they're trying to pull that front off to get it back to the pits for them.
And Tim Heinemann is out of the car, so isn't getting any information over his radio. He's unplugged his...
Well, he needs to take his lid off and get his mobile phone out.
Well, it does look like it's ingested part of its own front end and sort of run over it, and I think that's what's causing the issue. Tim's taking his hat off, and I think the marshals are trying to tell him we're going to abandon this, and he's saying, I'd really rather not, if you don't mind. I'm possibly paraphrasing both sides of that conversation.
I think you've conveyed the gist of it, John.
Whilst we have a moment and we're coming down to a half hour, let's look at some of the classes that we haven't talked about for a little while. We'll run you through the leaders. It's still the 119 that leads SP3. That's the four-door Toyota Corolla Altis that's been entered by Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. The Rockstar Games by Viken 325. That is the 323 car. We had Ben Lomas in the studio earlier on, talking to Ben and Nick, and that is leading its class now. This is a self-built car, the 323. The Rockstar Games by Viken Motorsport and Tomcat, and Marcus Lowe, Benjamin Lyons, the teammates in that car. So that's a good run for them. The VT2 front-wheel drive leader is one of the phalanx of GT Tyre Motorsport entered cars. This is the Golf Mark 7, and that's the 223 that's leading. There's been a problem on the start of TotalEnergies and at Exmüller as well. I'll get to that for you in a moment. I think it's just a brief one though. VT3 is Team Mathol Racing's Porsche Cayman 718, that's number 300. Hoffer Racing still leading SP6, in which I think they are the only entry for the 200 car. The 444 Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman 981, don't think that's been headed when we've done one of these either in V5. The privately entered 397 Porsche 911 leads V6. That's number 397. Now that is a change. I haven't called that one before. That's the Sebastian Rings, Lucas Picard, Alain Pierre and Alexandre Kuppen. 3 Germans and a Luxembourger in that car. The M2 Racing Cup is the Schubert Motorsport number 880. And the M240i, the class which it replaced really, is the 240 Adrenaline Motorsport car, and they also lead with their 330i G20. The number 330, they lead the VT2 rear and 4-wheel drive category. The privately entered 718 GTS Boxster leads SP4T, that is the 718. The Autorama AG Seat Leon is at the head of SP3T now after the problems for the Subaru, and that again is the first time I've mentioned that car. It is the Stanko family outing, the Swiss family from Winterthur in their Seat Leon. Luigi, Armando and Dario Stanko leading that class, the SP3T category. Pro Sport, Aston Martin, number 80, still leading their category, that category being the SP8T. Jean-Claude Rieur behind the wheel of that car at the moment. The Evo 2021 M4 GT4 leads SP10 for FK Performance, that's the 78 car. And the number 70 Huber Motorsport Porsche leads SP7. 264 Mauro Calamia driven Schmickler Performance 718 Cayman GT4 leads the Cayman class in 33rd position. 4 Motors Buyer Concept Porsche GT3 991 Cup car leads the alternative fuels, that's the number 320 car. Mark Bessing and the Hyundai Elantra still leading TCR, best front wheel drive car in 31st overall. Teichmann Racing KTM Crossbow GTX leads the Crossbow Cup X class. The 162 cars in 30th position. Cup 2, still this cracking battle at the head of the Porsche 992 Cup class, with the Black Falcon Porsche leading the position 23 for the 121. But behind them, they have the K. Kramer racing car at about 52 seconds, and then about another minute further back is the number 123, and that's another one of their class cars with Gabriele Piana driving that at the moment. That's another Black Falcon car. Felipe Fernandez Lasers behind the wheel of the SCG 004C Glickenhaus, which leads SPX in a very creditable 12th position. And after all their problems with the failed electric water pump, which necessitated them changing an engine because they were worried it had overheated, 12th position now at this stage of the race. They would take that. They would have taken that all night last night when they had to sit up and do the engine change. And it's still Audi Sport Team Phoenix who are top of the shop as far as the overall positions are concerned.
Antti Burry just jumping aboard the 831 Hyundai 130N TCR class car there,
That's
John.
the leader in class, yeah.
Correct. That we had a couple of issues earlier on, but it keeps plugging away there, and it's one of those cars that a little bit overlooked sometimes, but it's just as consistent as some of the other cars up in SB9. It's a great car.
And as I said during that rundown there, Peter,
Yeah,
they're up to 31st position.
I know. Overall,
Yeah,
I know.
31st position for a TCR car. You know, all right, you'd have to do a little bit to them, but a GT, you know, what we're talking, just over 100,000 euros, probably a little bit more by the time you've banged the endurance kit on it. But it's a very good way to buy a factory racing car. All right, it's not perhaps as cost effective as an M2 CS, which is now the entry model for BMW, which I think we found out was a little bit under 50,000 euros. But you can have a lot of fun in these cars.
I'm just looking up the cotton one for us, John.
A TCR car.
No, a 130N in particular.
All right,
Okay.
130N.
Are you ready for this?
All right, come on.
You weren't far off.
Yeah.
128,000 euros.
Euros.
So,
That's in
Base price.
in TCR spec, yeah.
Correct, in
So
base price.
by the time you've put the bits and pieces on it, probably add another 10-15,000 euros. You'd need a spares package on the top of that, but nevertheless, that is a factory-built racing car, running on the Goodyear tyres that the WTCR was supposed to use today. Neither of the two races got off today. If you didn't pick up on that story, been suggested that some of the teams, and one in particular, were playing a little bit fast and loose with the settings and the recommended settings for camber in particular, and it was causing some issues for the Goodyear tyres. Goodyear, I think, did the right thing and basically said, right, we don't think that this is going to be safe if you continue to run your cars like this. We're not happy with the cars racing. Now, interestingly, those two Hyundais in the TCR category, Pete, are running on exactly those tyres. The WTCR cars, they didn't feel, Goodyear did not feel as though that they could guarantee the tyres for 3 laps around here, and those Hyundais are doing 9 lap stints on exactly the same tyres. So quite clearly, unless it's a batch issue with the specific batch that Goodyear have brought for the WTCR, and they say it at the moment they believe that that is not the case, then it's how the tyres are being used. And you know, Peter, there are things that, you know, you get the recommended sheets from any tyre supplier about what pressures, casters and cambers. If it's not mandated, then people will think they know better, and they will
doesn't say you can't, you will.
They will swear that the moon is made of cheese, that they know better than the tyre manufacturer.
It is, isn't it?
Of course it is.
Yeah. Hey, don't burst that bubble. You're telling me that Santa doesn't exist next.
I'd never do that.
No, I know, no. Low blow. Yeah, but that's the thing. You start doing sort of. It's not so much camber's one thing. It's caster angle stuff that can start to really affect how a tyre grains. You start messing about that a bit too much, taking it outside of its parameters, and it will just grain up that way. So there's something more to that story, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. We did hear that it was categorically denied that the reason those 2 races were cancelled, that it was the first time that Ben Constantiouris had been in the WTCR paddock for about 4.5 years, and they were so shocked to see him that they had to cancel the races. That apparently has, the press release will be put out in the morning that is not the case.
I don't like to fly in the face of reality, but to me that does sound more plausible.
We have some news of one of the leading runners, that Daniel Juncadella has had a little bit of a whoopsie at post 34 early on in the lap, but he has continued. His teammate Adam Christodoulou has pitted at the end of that last lap and sneaked into the pits in front of us for another 8-lap stint, so exactly as it should be. The 15 Audi should have come in as well. Vanter. No, he shouldn't. Sorry, no. He's on his 8th lap now. So Vanter and Juncadella will be coming in next time by. and that means that Schubert Motorsport and Jesse Krohn will cycle back to the lead again. This is fascinating.
We said, didn't we, John, after top qualifying 7 version 3 issue, whatever it was. I'm not taking the mickey out of it. It just got it got a bit confusing for us. It was just
it did seem to go on for a while.
Yes, it was.
Mind, it's a spectacle when you've got cars going off at 20-second intervals.
Absolutely.
On an empty Nürburgring.
We constantly use the phrase multi-class racing. It was multi-layer qualifying.
Oh, it was.
For us. But the point I was going to make was, John, that they didn't have quite. We were talking about the possibility of breaking the German manufacturer's stranglehold on this oh-so-German race that is now, as you said, an international race, effectively.
Oh, yes.
And could the Italians do this? Well, the Italians got up there P1 and P3. Now, the leading car, the Ferrari, was bopped overnight with 10 kilograms, and I do think that's made quite a lot of difference to that car. It's then had other incidents and a tyre issue and whatever, and so and so. But it did look like at one point it was the German stranglehold after qualifying. The narrative could be it had been broken. That hasn't happened in the race now, and it's entirely. We have got the Italian cars there, but they're just outside the top 10. We've got the 2 Ferraris and the Lamborghini still running, but they're just outside of the top 10. There's a long way to go. We haven't reached halfway of this race yet, John. We're still, what, 70-something laps in. We've done 76 laps in just before. We've got an hour to go before halfway. But it's not looking, whilst it is a German dominance at the top, it's not looking the way I thought it would of M4 BMWs, these new GT3 cars. We've got an Audi leading, we've got a Mercedes second. Yes, we have got an M4 in third. Then it's Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes. I can carry on down, but John, the next time I'm going to mention a BMW is, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
The 102 Volkenhorst entry is in 19th.
Yeah. Mercedes of the German manufacturers are the mark that have gone the longest without winning to this point. BMW won 2 years ago. Porsche won last year. Audi are celebrating the 10th anniversary of their first win. They'd like to win again this year. All of the German team manufacturers would like to have bragging rights. Out in the number 3 car, Fabian Schiller coming to the end of the Hatzenbach, and the building works that's gone on the bank sides around there, very popular spots for spectators. Illuminated scaffolding and all sorts there. Pole sitting Ferrari, the number 26, which went off like a scalded cat in the early part of the race. The Octane 126 car in 15th position at the moment, taking its 10th pit stop for that new gold livery, running on the Goodyear tyres. 5 different tyre manufacturers in SP9, 9 in the race. By far the most numerate are the Michelins in SP9. And away goes the Ferrari as into the pit lane. Now, what's that's just come in and stopped in the penalty box?
Is that the Ferrari?
I think it is.
It is the Octane Ferrari.
No, the Octane
that's just
Ferrari
going out. My apologies.
So,
reading the wrong end of the pit lane, John. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
That's one of the Porsches. That's 254.
If you can see that from there, I'm very impressed. 252, perhaps. Jean-Francois
Bruno, yeah.
In the
Kramer car, yeah.
Kramer car, yeah. Yeah, all right. Soaking up a bit of a penalty. Who had that then? 228 had a penalty. That's in Porsche Cayman land. On the... yeah, it might have been the Zorgren Sport car, the 228 Porsche Cayman S. Meantime, the Bilstein car, Bilstein car, excuse me, in that throwback livery, the number 6, is in the pit lane. Nico Bastian brought it in. Waiting for the sign. A little bit of wheel spin. out it goes. Looks like Nico Bastian has stayed in that car. Didn't see his helmet in the back of the garage. As he trips the pit lane exit, that is indeed the case. Just waiting that to be confirmed on my... No, it's Hubert Haupt who took it out. Okay. So coming through to the end of another hour in about 13 minutes, and that will take us to half distance, believe it or not.
So we're slightly off target there for a new record run, aren't we?
159 is the magic number. We've got to get to 160, which is a milestone in its own right.
Which means at half distance, if it's equal, exactly, you need to have done 79.5 laps at half distance. We're on 76. So it's still possible with less code 60s for the next half. That's all it needs.
Well, we'll get another 2 laps at least, so we'll get 70. I think we'll get 78 in.
You're only a lap off it then.
Yeah, and we've had a lot of code 60s. If we have a decent run from now on, we know that there's going to be the barrier repairs going on up at the Foxhole for a little while, and that is a fast part of the circuit as well. So it's you know it is.
It's stupid boy Pike.
It is. It's fast in anything down there, even in a relatively unassuming road car. Well, you go down there and everything's so close to you.
I was talking to Joe Foster in the CP Racing Mercedes
21
yesterday or the day before, and the typical laconic laid-back American. He was just talking about the lap and that part of the circuit, and if I may quote, it's not too bad, but he just said, yeah, you kind of haul an ass down there.
Oh yeah.
And I was just like, such a, but he just did it with almost as if it was like
Joe Foster's very matter of fact.
Absolutely.
He's not, he's a very, very good driver.
Yeah.
Great to see him back with the CP guys. He doesn't always race with them, but he comes in for some of the longer races.
Did you hear what he did last weekend on his weekend off?
Come on then.
How old's Joe Foster? He's 53, 54, is that era? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Weekend off from racing, yeah. They've done Hockenheim 12 hours,
yeah.
A couple of weekends, the weekend before. We're coming here, Nürburgring. I'd have thought that would have been enough. What did he go and do? He went to Indianapolis, about 100 miles outside of Indianapolis, for a kart race.
Of course he did.
Now, he started at the back. Now, this is the best bit. He started at the back, made a great start. It's potential that he might have jumped it a little bit. Yeah? Mm-hmm. And then caught up the rows in front so quickly he had to jink left. And there was open grass, no barriers, and what did he end up in? The lake. Yeah? Now, it's only probably a few inches deep. It wasn't, probably maybe a foot at best, yeah? So obviously the cart's half soaked and whatever. What does he then do? He gets out, being out with the publicist, notes where the camera is, stands to the side of the cart and does a proper bow.
Excellent.
The camera. How do I know all this? Who revelled in showing me the footage?
He did.
No, Charles Epperman.
Oh, did he? Right. Very good.
So, Peter, you've got to see this. This is what he does on his weekend. He did call him something that I won't repeat.
No, you probably better know.
No, I won't. I'm not even going to go there, but it was funny.
It is that time in the race where the first two come in together, and Dries Van Toor and Daniel Juncadella will be getting out of, respectively, the Audi and the Mercedes AMG, the 15 and the 4 cars for Phoenix and Get Speed. The blue and white car is ready to go back into the fight. So, Jesse Krohn goes past us there now and retakes the lead for Schubert. So, just streaking past us here at the finish line. Jesse Krohn completed 77 laps now, and with 9 and a bit minutes to go, by the time we get to just after half distance, he'll be on 79 laps. So we're not, we're a smidge away, aren't we? We're only a smidge at the moment. That is a technical term. That is an SI unit of not very much. Is a smidge.
Is that Sunderland Industry?
Yes, exactly. Sunderland Incomprehensible, probably. It's Peter Snowden and John Hindhaugh with you for about another 70 minutes before we get our pit stop, and we do our driver changes in the booth. Hello to Plastic and Plasters. 2:30 in the UK, a little bit after that now actually. Quite a bit after that. It's taken a wee while to come through. And they're into the Sacred Coffee. Big supporter of particularly Porsche racing. A fine choice with the Wellington ground. And that'll keep you going for a while. Hello to Tubbs and the rest of the team back in the UK. A new shop opening in Westfield as well, in the shopping centre. And been a fabulous supporter of sports car racing down through the years. You'll see the sacred name on the Porsche Carrera Cup GP and in the Porsche hospitality areas right around the world, including here and Le Mans in a couple of weekends' time. Well, actually Le Mans next weekend, because the build starts at the end of the week with test day on the Sunday, and we'll have live coverage of that for you on Haggerty Radio Le Mans all day on Sunday. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones, along with Paul Truswell, taking you through that 91.2 FM around the circuit and around the world on RS1, as we build up the most comprehensive coverage of the Le Mans 24 hours in 2 weekends' time for the race, and next weekend for the test day on Sunday. There goes the air jacks on the number 7. That is the Lamborghini of Franz Conrad and his team. Just waiting for that car to fire up. Peter, just working through a couple of tweets here. Will Curran, watching from Texas, asking, or talking about Harry Gottsacker. Might be racing in one of the top 3 races in the world in the coming months. Harry driving in the Pilot Challenge in the US for Brian Hertel and the Factory Hyundai team. He's also been racing for Samantha Tan Racing in the BMW M4 GT3. In fact, Samantha Tan Racing with the first ever international victory in endurance for the new GT4. I presume, Will, you're talking about the Spa 24, because I know Samantha has got the entry for that, and I presume that that is the race that you're talking about. Single category race, of course, all GT3 cars, which I think is frankly scary, particularly when you get 60, 70, 80 of them on the circuit at the same time. I'm not sure I'd put the Spa 24 in as one of the top 3 endurance races in the world. I think I'd look at this one definitely. Le Mans, I think you have to, because of the top prototypes, and probably either the Daytona 24, just because it's so different, and again, Sebring 12,
yeah,
and again because you've got the big cars in it, you've got the prototypes in it.
Times change.
Yeah.
I think 20 years ago, when I was lucky enough to be doing it, and it was GT1s and NGT, then yes, it was. Now
Spa,
yes.
Well, Spa has its roots. Spa 24 has its roots as a touring car race. Let's not forget.
Exactly.
I loved it as a touring car race.
I think you're right about Daytona, because you've got your prototypes. I don't think it's quite the same anymore.
But you could put in there. I mean, it's very subjective, this, isn't it? Yeah. But you could put in there Sebring, in terms of, all right, it's not a 24-hour race, but my goodness, 12 hours at Sebring is hard. And there is a 24-hour race now at Sebring with the Preventing International Endurance Series in November. Bathurst, 12 hours. Ran more in the dark this year than ever before. All right, small field this year, but normally GT3 is a top class there, and that's a multi-class race as well. I do think it has to be a multi-class race to be a top endurance race.
Yes.
There are different classes at Spa, but they're all the same type of car. They're all GT3, so the cars have the same performance potential. It's the drivers that are graded and put you in classes.
And whilst that's it's a good race standalone, I don't think it's, I'm going to use probably the word, I don't want to offend anybody here, I don't think it's interesting enough that multi-class is what brings in, you need that layer, because it makes it more worthwhile, because of what you've got to deal with. We've described it so much around here, haven't we?
What else would you look at? Something completely different. Dubai 24 hours, start of the year, huge fields normally, multi-class racing again, GT3 at the top of the shop.
Followed by the Abu Dhabi 12 normally, isn't it?
Abu Dhabi 12, or the double six, that is. Yeah. That's a bit of a movable feast recently. They've always struggled to get a massive field. I think they had about 28, 30 cars last time it ran, which was probably one of the best. And I mean, there's other races in the States as well. Petit Le Mans has carved its niche out since 1998, and the first time that it ran, that's a prototype plus race as well. Go, says Peter. I wish we had a camera in here. He was watching for that green board. But well done anyway to Harry, if that is going to be the thing. I've been watching Harry's career for a very long time. Thanks for bringing that one up, Will. There's a conversation starter, I think. Top 3 endurance races in the world. At RSL_studio, hashtag N24H RSL. Go. Tell me your top 3 races. Endurance races. Hello to Jason Chidwick, I think that is, watching from the UK. I accidentally fell asleep, man. I'm waiting for the update at the halfway point. Coffee is calling.
Must be when I was talking, John.
No, yes. Hello to Alan Prosser. He says, how much too much motorsport? And one of the Bilstein cars came in. I say blue and yellow and instantly thought Turner Motorsports. Very good. And we've got Kez Cobb up in London, over in London, getting us to the world. She's counting down, almost halfway there. Just a few minutes to go. And hello to Lanny. Nice to have you listening in and watching as well. JG still up and around and listening. And Johannes has been pointing various people to 1/43rd scale models and accidentally bought by Matt G. Very good. And hello to another Matt down under, perfect weather, listening to you while I'm getting the lawn mowing done, then time to settle in with a beverage or two for the second half of the race, which is about to get underway. "12 hours down, we are halfway there." No Bon Jovi mentions here. Reset and start again, well, not quite, but we have not had any interruptions after 2 years where Mother Nature has played her hand. This year, playing ball, and it's all good. Fantastic racing right from lights out. BMW versus Aston, Porsche versus Audi, brother on brother, Vanto on Vanto, and the defending champion car hard into the barriers in the early running at Tiergarten. 280 kilometres an hour at that spot when Dries and Lawrence came together and, oh brother, where art thou? In the wall. It was game over at that point for Manthey. And then a bizarre incident at Arnberg and dropping down into the foxhole. KTM with what looked to be a fuel fire. Immediately dealt with brilliantly well by the trackside marshals. As soon as the driver got out and took his foot off the brake, the transmission didn't hold the car and the KTM took off down the track. The driver at this point is 75 metres behind it, across the track, narrowly missing one of the GT4 Caymans. It was dealt with and put out again, but that is very much an ex-KTM. TF Racing and the number 90 Aston Martin took its turn at the front of the field and looked in pretty good shape before Nicky Team came a cropper on some oil, and the car at the side of the road forlornly drivers left after the Kleine Carousel, just on the way up to Galgenkopf to the Gallows Hill. Sheldon von der Linde in the remaining BMW M4 GT3. The sister car had gone out earlier. High-speed incident when something gave way on the right front. The sister car had gone earlier on after contact with the TalkSport Porsche, for which actually it was penalised as well. And that was both of the very heavily favoured M4 GT4s from Rover Racing. They were out. Dries van Tor continued at the front of the field. A couple of different pit strategies had been employed. And then the sister Scherer Sport Team Phoenix car, Kelvin von der Linde, passing the number 85. And I'm still not sure about that. We haven't seen a judge's decision from race control yet. They were looking at that, but I haven't seen anybody penalised for that, Peter.
No, but we discussed this at some length very clearly about an hour or so ago. The car he was going past had the right-hand indicator on. Yeah. And he went to the right of it.
Yeah. That makes his movement right to me.
Why? Because that driver has declared his intention already.
44 Falcon Porsche turned around at turn 2 and got clobbered a couple of times. And there was incident responsibility given for that for the 22 car. 85 Porsche in trouble with a KTM. And again, unnecessary on a straight piece of road leading up from the hairpin at the bottom of the hill at the southern end of the Grand Prix circuit. Just don't get that at all. Not enough room given by either of the drivers. And Tim Heinemann in the 116 KTM's good run has come to a premature end. The team ready for the car with a new nose section, but it hasn't got back to the pits yet. Porsche spinning off in the darkness as well. The Grand Prix circuit has proved to be far more tricky, I think, than people give it credit for normally. Easy to overlook what a tricky little circuit it is. And in fact, that was the spin from the number 4 Mercedes team Get Speed car. I think it was Junke Dehler who was behind the wheel of that when it went off. It did continue. Another round of pit stops, and when the pit stop cycle comes through, Schubert Motorsport and their M4 GT4 cycle through courtesy of a 3-lap stint earlier on. The mechanics find their own way to relax, either sleeping or keeping alert. Second half of the race begins right now. This is one of those waypoints, Peter. Get through the first couple of hours, get the darkness, get to midnight. Now get to half distance, and the next point will be daybreak.
It will. And can I put my nerd hat on for a minute?
Do it.
We're at the halfway point, as you've just said. And would you believe we've already had 2.5 hours more running in this year's than we had for the entire race last year?
Yeah.
Can I retire now?
No, not long. 9 hours. 9 hours and 39, 9 hours and 49, 58, 59 laps, depending on when you think the red flag was thrown last year. Dan Harper in the BMW Junior Team BMW. They've had a funny race as well. He's got himself into a position where he was on the grass. Did he hold on to the number 72 car? Yes, he did, but only just, with the Porsche right alongside him. I don't think he was very happy with that. Might not be on their Christmas card list for next year, as the CP Racing AMG is in the pit lane. It's red, white and blue, slightly different colour scheme to which that I'm used to seeing on that car, with a very metallic blue on that. That's one of the Pro-Am entered cars. Meantime, the rather untidy Aston is back in again. That, I think we decided, was the 95. Yes, it is. Sarah Rigby's prompting of me earlier on at RSL_studio was absolutely spot on. They've put about 40 kilos worth of tape on the back of that. Makes me wonder if they haven't got a new rear section. There's more tape going on there. Running on Pirelli tyres at this car. 9 different tyre manufacturers in the race. Fuel still going in from the pistol grip. Remember, it's a standard pump that all of the teams use. Falcon Motorsports 33, Marcus Seefried into the pits from 12th position, and Dennis Olsen in 13th for the slightly delayed KCMG car follows him down the pit lane. Marcel Duke telling us the football game that we saw in the highlights was in garage number 16. Apparently it didn't go to penalties or extra time. There's 69 Aston in as well now. That's Phil Dorr who's brought that in from the track to the pit lane in SP8T, and Frank Weissart going out in the 69 car in the GT4, another one of the Aston Martins. So what can we surmise then from the first part of the race? We thought, Peter, that this was going to be a quick race. With the resurfacing in the areas that it's been done, that certainly seemed to be the case, despite the amount of yellow flags, slow zones, and indeed even code 60s. We're still there or thereabouts for a 160 lap race, which would be a new distance record.
And so it's been proven that the only thing we predicted has actually happened is that so far. It's been a quick race, it's going to be. Everything else, wow, where do you start, John?
Well, I can start by telling you that there's still pace in that track out there, because Dan Harper in the 72 BMW Junior Team, who came here in red hot form, that team of youngsters, has just put the fastest lap of the racing on his lap 76.
Yes, I know, it's
75.
we can't have favourites. I don't want to bang on about this, but there's something about that BMW Junior Team. But we were talking earlier, John, about these people being professionals and employees for a company, and Dan was talking to me along with Max Hess earlier on, and in fact Neil Verhagen was involved a little bit in it. But we've said this 24-hour race isn't part of the NLS Championship. It's organised by the same people, but it isn't part of the championship. Earl Bamber, we asked him why he takes part in it. We now know why that is. It's that important, it's that thing. But what are they doing at the next NLS round? BMW Junior Team are running for BMW. They work for BMW.
Yeah.
They're not bringing the M4 car out, not the GT3 version. That lineup is going to go into the M4 GT4 to help develop that car. Wow. Because that's their job.
Yes.
They are on BMW program. So they've got this car working now. They'll come back. They'll probably go and do, I believe, Sebring in the end of the year, but that's what they're going to do.
Second place in V6, Team Zorg Rennsport with their Porsche Cayman is in the gravel. And That looks to me like the Bilstein curve, and it is certainly on the Grand Prix circuit behind the wheel of the car at the moment, which is numbered 228, is Xavi Lamadrid, the Monegasque driver. Shares that car with Rasmus Heimlich, Karel Frisch and Rijke Fabrice.
I think you're right, John. I think he's on the exit of the Bilstein.
Yeah. Meantime, into the pits for the number 55 man filter car. We've hardly talked about that car with the Mamba paint scheme on it, Peter. That is the very epitome of flying under the radar. Is a couple of laps off the lead now, sitting in 20th position. But that is a Pro-Am car this year, isn't it, the 55?
Mm-hmm.
So, and unfortunately, our timing doesn't split the Pro-Am cars out. Yeah, it is. But let me have a look, see who's ahead of them, who I would think. Well, the Conrad car is definitely a Pro-Am car, and that's ahead of them. And that might be it, actually. It's the Dynamic car. Pro-Am car as well, the 28. No, I think it might still be the Conrad car that leads Pro-Am. Number 4 team manager, clerk of the course, immediately. That is the Mercedes team Get Speed 4th position car. We've got half-minute penalties.
Did you say 14?
No, 4.
My apologies.
Yeah. Half-minute penalties for pit lane violation for the number 633. I seem to be spending a lot of time on penalties, but it's important that we remind ourselves of these. The 4 Motors Porsche Cayman are running in AT, and that car has led, I think, has led the class, and may even be leading the class right now. No, it's the 320 Bio Concept cars. It's the team car to that. Okay. Who else has had the ping? Non-respect of speed limit in pit lane is the 300. Now that is the Team Mathol VT3 class leader. And that's another half-a-minute penalty. And 30 seconds as well for 227. And is that pit lane speeding again? It is for Zorg Rennsport and the Porsche Cayman S. Well, I really don't understand why we're getting pit lane speed limit violations at this point in the race, unless the drivers are taking liberties, and Jean-Claude Vernet allows the Phoenix car to go through. Taking liberties with when they're activating or deactivating the pit lane speed limiter, because it's not as if, surely it's not as if that's wandered off and all of a sudden become 65 kilometres an hour or whatever it is. Mind, the thing will be, of course, if the teams think that they can get away with it, and if race control are giving a 3 or 4 kilometre breathing distance, they'll set it at that. But
it's not worth it.
No, I don't think so.
The potential benefit is just not worth it.
I'm not sure what has happened to the 119 car, but that's been in the pits now for about an hour and a half. And they've basically, looks like to me, that they've rebuilt the front end. And yet it didn't come in looking broken. But they've put new suspension struts on there. They're plumbing in new bits of wiring and fastening things in. That's a massive amount of work at the front of the field, but they have plumbed in a driver as well, so they must think they're getting close to get that car back out again. Now, is the Schubert Motorsport coming in at the end of this lap? I would suggest it is. And Jesse Krohn will stay in the car, I reckon, and continue to lead the race. Waiting for the number 3 car to come through in second place. That's the other team, Get Speed AMG, with... Now, who's in that car? Well, Fabian Schiller's been put into that car, and he is driving that at the moment as the work continues down at Toyota Gazoo Team Thailand. Somebody asked ages ago about the Pro-Ams, and thank you to Ethan Haisler, that Huber number 25 is a Pro-Am car. So that is in 17th position, so that's still behind Conrad. And I think the Blake and Morlin Racing won Ferrari's Pro-Am, so I think that's 1st, 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Am in 15th, 16th and 17th. I stand to be corrected. Somebody asked me early on also about Gazoo and where that came from as we were waiting for the Zorg Rennsport car to be pulled out. Gazoo was probably something that was massively ahead of its time. It was a car sales website that was put together by Akio Toyoda in Japan over a decade ago, and that was his core celebratum project. And so when the race team was revived, Toyota Gazoo Racing was born. When you think of how many people buy cars online nowadays, that was miles ahead, very prescient from the man at the head of Toyota. Big fan of this race as well, of course. Has been here and raced himself. Now, how easy or difficult is it going to be to get Xavier Lamadrid and the Zorg Rennsport Cayman out of the gravel? The tension is almost killing us as the tension is placed on the toe strap. Well, it's moving. It's coming around to the left-hand side. There's damage to the back of the car we can see now. This is the 228 Zorg Rennsport car we're talking about. Joe Bradley would be happily seeing at this point all the wheels are pointing in the right direction, or at least the 2 we can see on the right-hand side, Peter.
Joe Bradley would be even happier that the 119 Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand Toyota Corolla that we've just seen in the pits there has had not only wire, gaffer tape and everything, but there was a close-up a moment ago, John, of...
A lump hammer?
No, even better than that.
Mobile phone.
Cable ties.
Oh, that's old school.
That's proper.
Cable ties, yeah. Well, I should not have doubted at all the skill of the track workers here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They have pulled the Zorg Rennsport car out, and here comes the Altis, the 4-door car, in Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand colours, as the Zorg Rennsport car and Xavi Lamadrid is mobile.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that car. I think he's just spun off and gone into the gravel. What's missing on the back there that you spotted that bit of damage, John, is the rear PU. I think it's dug itself, and as it's pulled forward, it's just damaged it, pulling it over the gravel because it is ploughed. I think that's all that's happened to that car, because it's certainly fired up and come along. It would, of course, be leaving enough gravel on the track to go and build yourself a patio, but hopefully that won't affect anybody else.
Yeah, Alan Prosser spotted it as well. A magnificently monikered Lanzarote Camel. Spotted those cable ties. Not only would it be nice to have a GT3 Pro-Am spit on the live timing, but those cars that are officially out. Well, I can give you a few of those, Brian. If I scroll down to the bottom of the timing screen, let's have a look and see who's been in the pits for a long time. Right, the 99 is out in 134th position. That was the first of the Rover Racing BMW GT3s. Contact with the Talksport Porsche did come back in. It got penalty for that as well, but it hasn't rejoined. The Toyo Tyres GR Supra, I think that one's out. Haven't seen that for a long time. The Adrenaline Motorsport Cup 5 M2 Racing Cup car, that had a bit of damage early on. And definitely, well, the BMW 328i F30, the GT tyre sponsored number 222 for the rear drive and all-wheel drive. I'm pretty sure that's gone as well. I think you can add to that the number 1 Manthey Porsche. I think that car's completely dead. I don't even think that's good enough for a show car. The 99 BMW is out. In fact, those aren't even on the timing screen anymore. Do you know I've said that? No. The Manthey Racing number 1 car is showing us running, but I don't believe that, because that car was flat-bedded back. And where's the 98 car? It's not showing on the timing and scoring, the second of the BMWs that had that weird front failure. Once again,
is that a Toyota?
That is it is the Toyota GR Supra, Peter. Yeah. You are spot on. Got a couple of those running here, and again, that's on the Grand Prix circuit. I think that's down at turn 1 at the Yokohama S. I'm working that out by process of elimination of the A, the size of the gravel trap, and B, the advertising behind there. And yep, and with the cars going round behind it now, I can see that is exactly where it is. So that is the Haug Hacken, as it is officially termed here, turn 1.
Are there magnets in the barriers of the Grand Prix circuit this evening?
I have no clue, but that is very odd, isn't it?
They seem to be drawing lots of cars over that way.
Now, that will either be the 83 Toyo tyres with ring racing car, or is it the works car? It's the 86. I had 2 to choose from.
And the law of Lady Luck says you're going to choose the wrong one.
TGRE United,
doesn't it?
Adrian Brusius, Finn Unter Robodrster, Lars Bucher, and Adam Lengiel. That's Toyota GR Super GT4. What a performance bargain that is, by the way, as a street car. Manual gearbox, plenty of horsepower, rear wheel drive, under £30,000. There's another car involved there, Peter, as well, on the other side.
Well, that explains that then. Well, assuming the two are related.
Well, my father was a detective for most of my formative years, and he didn't believe in coincidences. And I've inherited
cynic, Tony.
I've inherited that. Thank you, Father.
Got a lot to thank Tony for.
Oh,
lovely man. Lovely man.
Lost him a couple of years ago. Died a couple of years ago. Coming up to his anniversary of his death, actually, in July. And he still takes me to school every day, and I don't mean in the geographical sense. There's something from his teachings and his life experience that revisits me every day. Now, we've got the Toyota moving, but I am pretty certain there's another car on the other side of the track there. Now, this is going to be tricky because the recovery vehicle is desperate not to go into the gravel, which is very sensible. But that means a very, very long tow line. And that means that recovery vehicle is going to effectively have to pull across the track and stretch the tow line across the track. Something with a winch might have been better there.
They're going to have to move it so far, shorten it, move it so far, shorten it.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Peter, that's exactly what they're doing. That's spot on. It's going to be 2 feet. This is the towing equivalent of the Austin Powers 156-point turn. This is absolutely brilliant. It would have been the thing to just pull the car out, but then of course you would have had a tow strop right across the circuit. Is there enough room on the track to get that car out? No, come on.
Ooh, no, come on.
Really?
Shorten it now, shorten it. Yeah, exactly, come on.
Bring it back 5 yards.
You've done it out of fair way. It's brought it out what?
Yeah, that's very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the 86 car, confirmed now from race control.
Brilliant teamwork, I've got to say.
just genius. Shorten up the long tow line again. Yeah,
just don't drop that rear wheels of the tow car into the gravel.
It's one of the Audis, isn't it? It's the Audi SUVs.
Not short enough. No, it's not short. They're pulling it back onto the track, and it's only going to tension. The front wheel's already over the white line. He's already broken track limits on towing the car.
Yeah, coming back on.
Yeah, exactly.
The worry for me would be just towing it the little bits. If it gets really bogged down in the gravel and then needs a bit more. Right.
You can half the length now. Half the length. That's it. Yeah, come on now.
This is brilliant teamwork. And remember, all done without the aid of a safety car, ladies and gentlemen. I love how hard these recovery teams work around here. One of the toughest circuits anywhere in the world to work on.
He might be out on this one, John.
I think
whoa. I think it needs one more.
No, I think he can go parallel to the track here.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, good spot. Yes,
turn left, head towards the turn 2 wall. Are the rear wheels out?
No, they're not. No, they're not quite out yet. They're still in the gravel.
It's feet now.
It's agonising. Agonisingly close for the driver.
I was about to say, I bet it's killing the driver of the Toyota, who's lost at least a couple of laps. The 86 was running down the field a wee bit.
I still can't see that there's another car on this yet, and I'm sure
I may have been wrong with that, Peter. I thought I could see a car over the top of another one of the.
I did too.
But I wonder if they were just showing us a different angle of the same car.
Illuminated signs or something with a bit of catch fencing just did look like it. I thought too, but
very tight in the pit lane for BMW and.
I'd say that's connected. I think that BMW has actually touched the Hyundai.
That's the 830 Hyundai.
It's the anti-Brun car, isn't it?
Anti-Berry car.
Anti-Berry car, my apologies.
No, he's in 31. That's the Mark Bessing leading car. Just in 31st position. So the leading front-wheel drive, the TCR leader, the Hyundai Elantra TCR, is just outside the top 30. That car now about to be released. Squeal from the Falcon tyres and off it goes. The 86 now, oh, what a shame. Got it all that way and the front bumper's become detached, but they'll have another one of those. Oh, no, the driver's out now. The driver's out of the 86 and trying to make sure there's no further damage done, I think, to that Toyota.
But it's only half the front bumper, John. It's the left-hand half that's the problem, because the right-hand side's still there. You can see the splitter and even a little bit of the sort of, well, not an anti-dive plate, but there's a sort of end plate on the bit of the splitter there on the front right-hand side. The left-hand side, unfortunately, the left-hand side of the splitter is now touching the right-hand side of the splitter.
That's
it snapped in half and turned itself around completely. So that also needs picking up, ideally. So I don't know how much room there is in one of these Supras, but if you can open the passenger door and throw that bit of kit in when he drives it round and get it back to the pits. I don't know whether they're going to be glue or tape it, have they got a spare front or not, but just my natural instinct, I wouldn't want to be leaving that there.
No. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to either just rip it off.
It's still attached, isn't it? Yes, a lot.
I wonder if they've run over it a little bit. I have seen, it was Baltimore, and I'm pretty certain it's someone we had in the booth earlier on. I think it was Jerome Blakemolin, who lost a wheel and tyre in a Porsche he was driving. It might have even been the Black Swan, Tim Pappas car, which he was hoping to be driving for the full season this year. Tim had a nasty accident at Daytona and decided to put his programme on hold. And Jerome had the presence of mind to stop, undo his belts, get out, retrieve the tyre and wheel, because it was in perfect order, the wheel nut hadn't been fastened up properly, put it in the passenger side of the car, and then drive the car back on three wheels. It was a front wheel. I've got a feeling Adam Christodoulou did that here as well, actually, that he picked up the wheel and drove back with it. We are so close.
We lost the bonnet on a GT1 car in the Spa 24-hour once, quite literally because it had a very slight tap on the front, and it came off, but it affected the air of the car completely because the air didn't go over the bonnet, the screen, the roof, and therefore the rear wing didn't work. So we had to go and get it back. This was a carbon bonnet. You know what the car. I'm going to say what car it was. Lister Storm. Many lines of dark mists of time. But they went to get it. So mechanics were dispatched on a quad bike. This had come off at the end of the Camel Straight, basically, and someone sorted through the air and landed in the spectator area. Mercifully, hadn't harmed anybody so far. Okay, so the story continues. Mechanics go and get it on a quad bike. Now, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. There was a bit of a battle, apparently, between the spectators who'd got hold of this bonnet, thinking that to them it was legitimate souvenir.
Yeah. Flotsam and jetsam.
Opposed to technicians saying, yeah, but we kind of need it for the car. Yeah, so apparently, I'm not quite sure how this was resolved, but it was resolved.
Did money have to change hands?
I suspect it probably did.
Or items of mechanics' clothing as souvenirs. I'll have this as tribute.
I think they call it counter and barter and contra. So basically, it was repossessed.
Liberated.
So, of course, the car's having to continue round sans bonnet.
Yeah.
Obviously off the pace, not doing very good, and not really working its rear tyres very well at this point. And then. So mechanics come back with it on a quad bike. Now picture this. A mechanic on a quad bike facing one way, driving the quad bike.
Yes.
Mechanic on the back facing the opposite way, trying to hold on to a bonnet.
Yeah.
Now the quicker you go, it's not meant to work vertically in the air.
No.
So it's moving around. The corners of it are damaged where they've come off, where the clips are. So it's exposed carbon. The next stage is, it then clips a spectator's ear and cuts the spectator's ear. So this spectator then runs after, and we end up back at the pit box with a very angry Belgian with a cut ear, trying to basically trying to explain to us that this bonnet has cut his ear, which of course nobody understood because none of us spoke Belgian. And we just want to take the thing back on the car. You say things happen in 24-hour races, but my wife's always said write a book. Maybe she's got onto something.
And the title of the book would be, and then the bonnet cut his ear.
You couldn't make it up.
You couldn't make it up. Leader across the line, Fabi Sheila for Get Speed, going through in the lead of the motor race as we are rapidly heading towards it. In fact, we've gone through another half an hour. The gap's 10 seconds to Robin Freinsch in second place. Third is Gilles Gounon, fresh from his repeat victory at the Bathurst Mount Panorama 12 hours. Then Schubert Motorsport has got Jesse Krohn about another 58 seconds behind. This is getting interesting at the front of the field. Where was Schubert Motorsport exactly on that halfway? I think they were leading. Now the Team 118 team manager has been summoned. That's Mocha Flex and the Dacia Logan. That's the second time they've been called to a meeting. Middle of the night, it's when strange things happen in endurance racing. 26 minutes before 5 Central European summertime. Peter Snowden and John Hindo for you in our full coverage of the 2022 50th anniversary TotalEnergies ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring, live in sound and vision. Thank you for joining us. Time zones all around the world. Already well through Sunday for those of you in the Antipodes. Enjoying some decent weather down there at the moment, I hear. As you're into winter time down there. Meanwhile, in the US, Eastern time, just coming up to the witching hour of midnight. Wherever you are spread around the world, get in touch with us at RSL_studio. Thank you for being with us. Hello to Charles Hall. Yeah, you got the story right at Baltimore. I was listening to your own tell it on a podcast. I was there. Loved that race at Baltimore around the baseball stadium. Across a set of railway tracks, believe it or not, as well, for a sports car race. We could walk to work. We stayed in one of our downtown hotels and literally walked around through the gates. Didn't have to drive anywhere. So Schiller then will finish his 7th lap this time around, so he's got one more after that. Robin Freins, 10 seconds behind. Those two trading tenths of seconds. Freins at the moment with a little bit of traffic ahead of him. Then again, so is the leader of the race. Schiller heading up from Bergwerk. No, he's not. Talking nonsense, Hindhoff.
Stop taking over my job.
He's on the Hatzenbach at the start of the lap. Actually, I think Freins might be gaining on him a little bit here. Freins needs to dispose of the car ahead. Right, he's got a lot of traffic, actually. And René Rast behind the wheel of the number 22, 5th place Audi. I reckon that I reckon we've still got the top 10 on the lead lap. Not quite sure whether Frank Moyer, who's leading SPX in 11th position for Glickenhaus, is still on the lead lap. Wait for a moment or two for him to come through. It is the time of the night when we're starting to see the first little vestiges of lightness in the sky to the east. And rather than being pitch black, it is inky blue. It won't be long before we've got a little bit of daylight cracking the sky. And coming up to 20 minutes to 5 in the morning. I'm going to put a headset on a guest because I've got some questions to ask this man. Peter Kate is back with us, is into the garage for the 117 KTM. They have not had, collectively as a brand, they've not had a decent run today. Too many issues. This is the brothers Stuck along with Max Paltala, and they are in the garage. It looks like they want to get that car back out again. Peter Kate from the 261 Cayman, the Cup 3 car. Well, the first time we saw you on camera, you were absolutely broadside on the grass.
Yeah.
What was going on? What was going on there?
Well, I've had time to think of a few excuses, but actually none are really better than the actual fact, which is front left puncture, which we don't know if it was a slow puncture before, but obviously Silvergotten's not a place to have any kind of issue, especially now because it's a little bit faster than it used to be, and just washed out on that right-hand curve and went into the grass. And I thought that was it, to be honest, but you know, something was watching over me and I managed to get it back on.
Were you in the early stages of a stint there?
Yeah, it was only a couple of laps in.
Yes, I thought so. I said that at the time. I thought it was your outlap or the one after, yeah.
Well, the worst of it was I didn't realise none of the gauges told me I had a puncture at that point.
So you got tyre pressure monitoring system?
Yeah, but it's without, you know, wishing to cast any aspersions, it's a bit temperamental, so sometimes it's up and down. But came down the Grand Prix Strecker, obviously past the pit entry at that point. Braked, and it just felt like debris. It can't be a flat spot because we've got great ABS. The Porsche ABS is awesome. But I thought maybe I picked up some debris off the line. Through the first part of the Grand Prix, it seemed okay, just bumpy, and I thought, okay, I'll try and get rid of the debris. All the way through Hatzenbach, more or less the same, and then I just eased off a bit, went through Floodplatz, went down to Schwerenkreuz, and as I brake for Arenberg, it was clear that it was getting worse, and at that point you know that something's breaking, so I just slowed right down and it was a puncture.
And it was a long way back from
I mean, you know, in hindsight, it would have been nice to have just peeled straight into the pits and checked it, but you don't think like that. And we've had such a nightmare of an event. We got up to P3 in the first stint. Everything was settled for a good, just, you know, keep it going kind of approach. And then Rudy got hit by a car, came in, he had to have a check. Then there was a mirror loose, so that meant that Montana had to come in and have that checked as well. So all of the good work was undone. And then this, so really we just seem to have yo-yoed up and down in the class.
What keeps you going? What keeps you going? This is a one-off race. We've been saying, we had Earl Bamber saying the same thing, asked him the same question. It's a one-off race, there's no points at stake here. Is it just personal and team pride to get that car to the end?
It's a huge challenge. I mean, you know, any 24-hour race is a challenge. You've done one, you've done others. I only know the one you've done with me.
But all right.
But we did, and it's, you know, that sort of emotional response you get at the end of it is because it's bloody hard.
Yeah.
Excuse my English. And I think it's a physical thing, it's a mental thing, it's obviously some sleep deprivation. But this track, above all, is it doesn't leave any room for error or very, very fine margins for error. You've seen some of the top cars here, like the Nancy Porsche. Just a tiny, you know, tiny contact, and that's it. It's game over.
Is it my imagination, or are people being a little more aggressive this year? Because I can't remember as many incidents, and certainly not as much on the race control message screen in, I don't think, any year that I've been here from 2007 onwards.
Yeah, I'll give you three reasons, because this is a discussion we've been having too. First is 2 years away, a lot of people.
Yeah.
So they're back, and they're doing crazy things. I mean, there are people who are driving through double-waved yellows, which is 120, at 60.
Yeah.
Which is insane, because the people at the back just get rear-ended.
Yeah.
Then we've got new track surface, so people are a lot more confident in areas which before you really had to be careful.
Including Tiergarten.
Tiergarten, yeah, or you know, quite a few places. And then it's dry. And if you think, you know, the last few years we've had rain or fog or a mixture of both. And I think people are just getting confident.
We've just done a quick back-of-the-envelope calculation, and even with all the yellows, the very long code 60s we've had for barrier repairs at times, we're still pretty much spot on for a distance record for 160 laps at the front of the field.
Really, yeah.
As we've, you know, 45 minutes ago we went into the second half of the race, and if it stays dry and if we stay clean, we're going to be there or thereabouts for 160 laps in a new distance.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, it is a bit weird after the last few years to see everything so clear at 4 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't quite look real. You sort of think, well, you know, when's the payback coming? You know, there must be some rain or something. But let's see. Let's see. It's the car, you know, was so consistent on those night stints, apart from the odd puncture, things like that. It really is so rewarding to drive. Back to your first question, why do we do it? I mean, it's so rewarding. You come in after a stint, and it's almost irrespective of where you are in your class or in your position. It's just the fact that you've done something which many people don't get to do, and usually I don't get to do it, and it's such a special feeling. It's like Christmas as a kid, you know.
What difference? I mean, the obvious difference when it's night is it's dark, but is there any difference to how the car feels? Because obviously the air is a bit. The old drag racers would say the air is fat. So does that change the engine characteristics a bit?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think I mentioned before, I'm a bit of a dinosaur, and I've got places on certain parts of the track where I know what speed I should be doing on a good lap. Just from a reference point, and at night you hit that speed a little bit earlier because it's cold air. You know, the tyres survive longer in the night. You've got to watch the tyres in the middle of the day because some you know, overdriving, let's say, with all the special ABS, it really does lean on the tyre. But in the night it stays consistent. So we've seen Similar lap times as the fuel load goes down and the tyre wear happens. We've seen similar lap times in the night, whereas in the day we were dropping off a little bit towards the end of the stint.
You mentioned the ABS on the Cayman. Is that a specific race ABS?
Yes, it is.
On the Porsche?
Yeah, and I'm astounded by it. I probably shouldn't be, but it's taken me until, I would say, my second stint tonight to really start to use it as it should be. I don't know. I must get my speed somewhere else, but with the ABS, it's like an on-off switch, and you just literally mash the brake and turn in, and it does it. It does it, which, you know, it doesn't feel right, but I don't care because it's quicker.
So more like as if you were in a really heavy downforce car where you hit the pedal really hard to start.
Right into the apex. And it's doing all the stuff for you.
And you're not having to feather off as you a little bit of feathering off as you get to the apex?
That's the thing I was doing, because that's what naturally you'd feel like you're putting lock on, you're loading that outside wheel, you want to lift off a little bit of the brake. But the system's so good that it just compensates for that. So down, for example, Dunlop hairpin, a very easy one to practice on, loads of camber, lots of room. You can brake so late there, it's insane. And you're braking all the way down through the gears, right to the apex, and then you just hit the throttle.
My point there would be the second little bit of tarmac on the right hand on the left hand side.
Yeah, that little roadway. Yeah, well, it's well after that.
No.
Yeah, even in a Cayman. And you're braking right to the apex.
And that's downhill there.
Yeah, it's incredible. And another place like Adenauer Bridge, it's a scary place, right?
Yep.
Which is not a place to practice this, but you can brake right into that apex, and then you just blast out of there.
And again, there's the little roadway on the right there that I always look at.
Yeah.
That lets me know where I am on the track.
I mean, it's just things have moved on, you know. And if I was 20 again, I'd probably think this is normal, but it doesn't feel normal to me.
The leading SPX car, the Glickenhaus, has come in. It had an off a moment or two ago at post 99, which Peter will tell us roughly where that was on the track. It's been a character building week for Jim Glickenhaus and the team. They had a water pump issue some time ago, replaced their mechanical water pump with an electrically driven water pump, and they put a new one in, and it wasn't working very well. They didn't get out for the Super Pole, and they thought they might have boiled the engine, so Friday night they did a precautionary engine change, and the car's just been getting faster and faster. It was the holder of the fastest lap in the race for a wee while, although the BMW junior team on lap 77 or 76 maybe have taken that back. So 3 or 4 laps ago, 8:13.3, and post 99 is
Adenauer forced. Just going up there.
Right, okay.
So slow part of the circuit.
Yeah,
it's the bit before that's scary.
Exactly.
You've got to get the speed
Peter,
off.
you got a question?
Yeah, I'm just intrigued, Peter, that you're just describing the ABS there and how specific it is to the race car. And obviously you can't give too much away of trade secrets, but what is it, roughly, the concept that Porsche have done with that car to make it so different to the road car? What's the clever bits that's making it work?
I can tell you what I can feel, which is probably the best way, is that the braking is modulated according to where the grip is, and as you turn in a normal car without that system, obviously you're loading the outside tyre, so it's taking braking force away from the unloaded tyre as you turn, and making sure at the same time there's not too much brake on the outside tyre because you've turned onto that, so it's pulling brake at the rear as well, and it's just moving that brake force around. And it's
so is it helping you rotate the car into the corner?
Absolutely that, and it's uncanny.
So opposite edges of the car, effectively.
It's uncanny, and it just pulls it round, and it doesn't feel like you're being kind to the tyre.
It alters the pressure. I'm old school, and you have brake biases front and rear, but you're talking, it does this. It's electronically and sensorily, but does it diagonally oppose on the car?
All around, and we've got a brake bias too for that initial.
I know exactly what that system's called. Witchcraft.
yeah. It feels like witchcraft.
And can we just remind ourselves here, ladies, gentlemen, and those of us here in the booth, this is a GT4 car.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's how it's come out of the factory from
that's how Mante build them.
Yeah.
They all build the Cup 3, Cup 2 cars are all built in the same place, and they drive like something that's been designed for this place.
And you know why that is? It's been designed for this place, by right? You don't win 7 overall champions, 7 overall race wins here without knowing how to build cars.
I agree. It's a privilege, and I think I had to sort of remove part of my brain or disengage it put something else in, because it's like a different style of driving that you have to learn to get the best out of it.
We were talking about how quick things move along. Now we've got Peter Kate in the booth at the moment. We've got the 221 coming in at the moment. That's another one of those Cup 3 cars, and that's got a bit of overheating at the back, as they're still working on the KTM as well, the 117. They had that nose prepped quite a long time ago, waiting for that car to come back in. The original GT4 cars were little more than cars that were taken off the line by Graham Humphreys at Aston, with a cage put in, and you know, off they were sent to here to come and do some racing. It's moved and it's moved, but even like the ABS systems, quite often the GT4 ABS systems would freeze up and ice up, and you had to come off and go back on again. Yeah. And that's all gone now.
They'd lengthen your braking distance.
Yes, they
for
do.
that reason.
Yeah.
Whereas this doesn't. It's uncanny. Like you say, it's witchcraft. And the speed and the precision that you can drive with these cars is such a step forward than what we've been used to over the last 10 years. GT4 has moved on, and I'll say something contentious now. I think they're so quick, the GT4s, that they could hold their own as a lead class in a race like this.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
You could have a GT3 race here, and you could have GT4 plus everything else here, and you'd probably see a lot more GT4s out. Because, to be honest, the reason that the GT4s are maybe somewhat limited in numbers, there are still quite a few of them, is because the GT3s are so much quicker.
I still have it. I understand the global popularity of GT3, and particularly for the factory teams, and in IMSA, of course, we've even got a full Pro. GTD Pro is GT3 Pro, and I understand why IMSA have done that, and it works for their marketplace. I do not understand why we haven't got more GT4s out at places like Bathurst and some of the other, and here, some of the one-off races, because they are so good.
They're getting so quick
and so cost-effective.
Exactly, that's the point. They're getting more cost-effective, and some of the guys who love to do this can't afford a GT3, but that's really the only way they're going to get a pro car. But if GT4 was the top class, then there'd be a lot of pro teams running them.
Yeah. What's next then for you? You off for a little while?
Yeah, I didn't really get much sleep because we had to change. Because of the puncture, I actually went over my driving time, so I had to have 2 hours off, which meant my colleague Rudy had to do a double stint. And then I got back in just now, so I haven't really slept yet. So I'm going to go back and have a couple of hours, and then I should be back in, ready at 9, in at 10, if that actually if that plan comes off.
And the plan for the rest of the race is just turn laps.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's been like a yo-yo. You never know what will happen here. We've had great results where we were nowhere at the halfway mark. We're only just after the halfway mark, so let's see. It's getting light now. You know, this is we've sort of got through the survival part. A few cuts and bruises, but you never know. Let's see what happens. A long way to go.
It's good to see you, man.
Absolutely.
You know you're welcome here anytime.
Cheers. Thank you, John.
Cheers. Peter Kate with us again, and really enjoying getting the insight from Peter, and giving us the driver's eye view. We've had some great guests, thanks to everyone who's popped over, and to the PRs as well, from the pro teams and the teams further down the grid, and all looking for something perhaps a little bit different, but in the same event, as they struggle not just against their competitors, but against the racetrack itself. 5 minutes before we go into another racing hour. Peter Snowden is heading out. It'll be Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer to take you through the next part of the race. And that part of the race, Joe, where the whole circuit comes back to life, and seeing the circuit wake up, and the transition from darkness, and I like the transition from daylight into dark, but I always think the early morning, as it comes back to life and light, is a great time to be at the racetrack.
Well, psychologically, you think you've cracked it. However, you haven't, have you?
No.
You've still got a day's work to do, haven't you?
Pretty much.
So yeah, when the sun comes up, it's kind of like, it's a milestone, but also a millstone around your neck, a milestone and a millstone, because you have got a full
day's... one letter different.
I know, and it's exactly that same moment as well, and you know, we're already seeing attrition becoming a factor. It always is a major factor at the Nürburgring.
Just the 8:31 in, Jean-Carl Vernet, the second of the Hyundais. Their team car is leading the category. We've got a little help away there out of the pit lane. I wonder if they're having some clutch problems. Fastest laps of the race beginning to come in at the sharp end of the field, with Jules Gounon and Jesse Krohn both turning their cars. Fastest lap of the race. It was only 3 or 4 laps ago that we saw the absolute best turned by the BMW Junior team down in 22nd position. Ferrari, the Octane 126 car in the pit lane. The Glickenhaus, that's not getting worked on at the moment. They're having a chat. They're deciding what they're going to do with that car, Joe.
Shall we go for breakfast?
Yeah.
Or shall we crack on?
It'll still be here when you get back, though, lads.
Well, it's never a question, really. You've just got to crack on, haven't you? It's you know, it's what endurance racing's about. It's not, the challenge is getting the car to the finish. Where you finish is, I'm going to say irrelevant. It is to a point. We all like to do well, but these races have got so much to throw at you that sometimes it's best not to get hung up about that.
So, drama in the SPX class with the leader in the pit lane, with the second place SPX car, the True Racing Marcus Pautala, number 117 KTM crossbow in the pit lane, and the other crossbow, he stuck out on the circuit the last time I saw it, so that class has rather imploded. At the front of the field, the rhythm has been like this, Joe, that the number 20 of Schubert Motorsport cycles to the front as the cars ahead of it, at the moment the 15 Audi and the 4 AMG, which are due into the pits in the next lap, at the end of this lap actually. They have 2 laps at the lead and then they drop back. So yeah, all of those top 2 cars, they're gradually, I think, getting a tad closer to them every time. It used to be they dropped down to 6th or 7th, then it was 5th. Now it's only 4th position at the end of that particular cycle of pits. We've had so many penalties throughout the evening, people taking liberties, as you heard us talking with Peter there, and the classes have still got some decent battles. And you've got 1 hour short of half distance. We've just gone through half distance an hour ago. You've got 1 hour less than half the race still to go, with daylight around the corner. It's time for us to get into another hour of racing at the 2022 TotalEnergies ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. The next hour of racing with Johnny Palmer, and first Joe Bradley starts right now.
Let's just get a bit of an update on the class positions and who our class leaders are. Attrition becoming a factor. We're seeing people succumbing to accidents and mistakes happening, whether that's cause or effect, as the number 15 comes into the pits, as we suspected it would. Robert Freins brings the Audi Sport Team Phoenix Audi R8 into the pit sport. Looks like a pretty regular and scheduled pit stop, and we think, just going to check that out and see if we're expecting Robert Freins to stay at the wheel. We've been seeing double stinting, a bit of an inspection going on in the rear of the Audi R8, which is of course where the engine is. Oh, and I see tools coming out of the toolbox, a bit of oil replenishment going on, but tools fiddling with something both sides of the engine block. Now, I'm not sure if that's just routine service or whether they are investigating a potential issue. And the area where they are looking, they may be looking for, I can see a bottle of oil in there to replenish oil. So whether they maybe have got a suspicion of a problem that they don't really want to just leave and see it manifest into something more serious. So a lot of attention going on in the rear of the Audi, and inspections going on underneath the wheel arch. So I did say that it looked like a routine stop. It's beginning to not look so routine. Usually we see the driver change, we see the wheels and tyres being swapped, but however, Robert Frijns, due to stay in the car, he's only done his 8-lap stint, so he's got another 8-lap stint to stick with the programme. However, it's looking more and more serious. Johnny Palmer, good morning, mate.
Morning, Joe.
Yeah, the lead is in. The number 15 Phoenix Audi is in. And what I suspected, as it's on schedule, he's done his 8 laps, it's on schedule. They've had a bit of a good look in the engine bay of that Audi. The cover's gone back on the engine bay. The mechanics have climbed off. The wheels and tyres are on. So I suspect that might have been, while they soak up that pit stop time, they've taken an opportunity to investigate something. What they're investigating, well, hard to tell. I can only suspect it may be some sort of oil leak. They may be getting a pressure warning. I'm only speculating at this point because there was nothing that I saw that... Now I do see something on the rear of that car, Johnny, and that's spots of oil. Oil spots on the rear of the car, as if it's being spat out of the engine bay, and the air will drag it and spray it around, and that's what I saw.
Clearly a massive concern, therefore, and a rare chance, every 8 laps for the team to investigate up close. They can get reports from sensors carried by the car. I suppose you can chat to the driver on the radio about how the 15 Phoenix Racing Audi is behaving on the racetrack, but a chance... And that all was within the pit stop minimum time, by the way, so it didn't actually lose any time by putting on a really close inspection.
Yes.
Lamps, torches shining into the engine bay, but then you've just got to send it back out again because they do not want to lose any more time, and Robin Frijns stays on board the number 15 car, which is running in 2nd position behind the Jesse Krohn-driven Schubert Motorsport BMW. So 20 leading, 15 in 2nd, and the first of the 2 Get Speed BWT-backed Mercedes running in 3rd. They still are looking great as far as a team are concerned. The Mercedes 3rd and 5th, and right in those positions when the next pit stop happens, which should be for the Schubert Motorsport BMW if we're on pattern. So Frijns heading back up the hill towards the NKG chicane and about to turn left onto the Hatton back. The pace of the car looks okay. I mean, you know, this outlap 43.7 for the 2nd portion of the Grand Prix Strecker. We'll keep an eye on Robin's sector times around this lap. But obviously, I mean, whether it's an oil pressure sensor, which is blinking like crazy in the cockpit, only Phoenix know at this stage, but clearly they are monitoring something at the very least.
And just to clarify, that inspection of around the engine bay that I described did not cost that car any additional time to the pit stop. They were able to do their investigation whilst soaking up that pit stop time. However, there is something there that is concerning them, and I suspect, Johnny, it's hard to tell what the guys are looking at in the engine bay. However, those speckles of oil that I saw on the rear of the car, I suspect that is what they're investigating. I also saw a fresh oil can, a brand new plastic bottle of oil, just about a litre of it. So that was brought out. So, you know, putting the clues together, informing my own investigation, I'm going to point in that direction, that maybe that is something to keep our eye on.
Yeah. Also, perhaps need to keep our eye on incidents that have happened very recently at Adenauer Forst, and actually just before that at Vauxhall as well. So Marshall Post 97, just after Arenberg, and then the run through the trees as you re-emerge into the clearing at Adenauer Forest. Marshall Post 99, that was affected by yellow flags, is now clear again. And much later on around the lap, the Octane 126 Ferrari has had its moment. There's also been a spin and continue for one of the Cup 3 cars as well, so I'm trying to work out how that car's doing, and that it has continued. The message on our screen, at least, from a couple of minutes ago, is that it's back in the race.
Into the pits from 7th has come the dynamic car 28, that's the Porsche, and driver Praining just going to check to see if he's due to get out. It looks like they're getting a driver ready. Let's see who's in the schedule.
Right, so Thomas Preining bringing the car in. This is actually a car that shares two of its drivers with the sister machine, as in Christian Engelhardt and Matteo Cairoli were labelled against the 28 and the 29, but the 29 had dramas, big dramas early on, running off the road. I think at Metzgersfeld, or maybe just a little bit later on in the lap. So I'm sure at that point all attention switched mainly to the 28 car, and Cairoli and Engelhardt, if they hadn't already driven the 28, this becomes their main car.
Could be Colm Ledegaard that takes over, Johnny. It's been a while since he's been in the car. He did one single stint around about the lap 30 mark, and then it was taken up by Engelhardt for 2 stints. Cairoli took the car for 2 stints, and Thomas Preining just bringing the car in. Attention to the car, though. The 28 car being wheeled into the garage.
And that's to allow them a lot more guys and girls onto the car itself.
Yes,
rather than having to limit your personnel over the red line.
Could be brakes.
That's not a bad shout, actually. Yeah, we're about that portion of the race.
Well, we've passed the half distance mark, and if you can get 13 hours out of a set of brake pads, you know, once you've gone past 11 hours, then you're okay. So, you know, whether you want to choose the moment to do that, it's just the reason why I say that, it's just attention being given to all full wheel arches, and instead of doing one corner at a time. I can't see any new brake discs and pads being brought out for the 28, and a look of urgency about that team, isn't it?
Definitely.
The guys are lots of shouting and instructions to and froing, and now majority of the attention going on in the right front wheel arch, front of the front bumper of the car being detached and removed. So more than just brakes, I think, JP.
Yeah, and this looks like, you know, fairly well rehearsed bit of work, but they've been called into action late on. The pit stop was expected, but this extra, I was about to say remedial work, but it's far from that, having to be weaved into the plan, and they will be well beyond the minimum reference pit stop time now. The driver change has been done, so Colm Ledegaard, Frenchman, climbing on board. One of the many cameramen up and down the pit lane, trying to give us the footage, but also not wanting to get in the way of the Italian team as they work frantically on now the nose of the car. Remember this, in typical Porsche fashion, very much a rear wheel drive, of course, but rear engined machine with the 4-litre flat 6 hanging rearward of that rear axle, and so we're instead concentrating on something underneath the bonnet, if you like, whether that's to do with a pressure dip, but it's not a conventional brake change because they're having to ferret around quite a bit more than I would have expected here. New driver is in, Thomas Preining still labelled, but I reckon that's Preining at the front of the garage having a word with the mechanics to find out precisely what his issue has been. Maybe it's something's developed in the closing laps of his stint.
Some tools being affected underneath the front of the car, and the splitter being removed to get to something. Whether or not they've having to change maybe some sort of suspension component, maybe he's bent a toe arm or something. We'll let that develop. The car is losing time though and dropping down the order, there's no question.
Well, unlike Phoenix with their number 15 Audi, this work has not been able to be done under the umbrella of the pit stop time, so they're well beyond that now, and came in from, did you say 7th?
7th, came in from 7th,
and it's already 12th.
Dropping down, already 12th.
So those cars to benefit will be Hubert Haupt's Mercedes in the number 6 Bilstein AMG, Chris Meese driving the 24 car collection Audi R8, jumps up to 8th. Volker Motorsports Porsche with Sven Muller driving the 33 is now 9th. Nick Tandy in the KCMG Porsche is 10th, and Philip Ellis has just streaked across the line in the number 12 Bilstein Mercedes. So actually the Pro-Am Bilstein car doing quite a bit better than the sister full Pro lineup. Car 6 is running 7th. That's the Pro-Am team. Hubert Haupt, sort of one of those sneaky silvers these days, because he's reached a certain age, which means he's no longer gold. And the all-pro lineup in the yellow and blue Bilstein car number 12, actually down in 11th. So that's a surprise within the team.
You can't really consider Hubert Haupt as a...
I know.
As an AM driver, though, can you? I mean,
well, no, precisely. He's basically not a gold anymore because he's 53. But otherwise, you know, he helped develop the 2020 Evo of the Mercedes, for goodness sake. I remember him being, was it at Portimao when they first turned that car out in the 24H series, and Hubert was there purely to provide his feedback. So rated it is. But I'm impressed with Pro-Am leader being up as high as 7th. I don't think any of the other cars above that. No, they're all fully pro from 1st to 6th. René Rast has just come in to the pits in the number 22 car collection Audi, and also in on this lap the Phoenix 16 car, which is being driven by Michele Beretta.
The 220, the BMW GT4, the M4 GT4, is in for attention. However, it's the GT Tyres sponsored car. All-girl crew on that, I think, all-female crew of mechanics. They've gone to work on the car. I'm not quite sure what exactly has gone on there. It looked at first like perhaps a disc and brake pad change. And I think that's exactly what it is, that disc looking very, very new. That car is now back out and into the race. Just get a check on where it is in the order. I was about, Johnny, before, as we took over, to give ourselves a bit of a rundown of the class leaders. So if you like, I will rattle through that and give everyone an update as to who is where in the other classes, as we get a very, very busy pit lane, as I would suspect. Starting from the rear of the field, 89th place overall for our SP3 class leader, and that's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla. That car is in 88th place. That's car 119. It's the VT2 front. That's the GT Tyre Motorsport Volkswagen Golf. The Volkswagen Golf 223 is in 83rd place overall. In 82nd place is the number 323 V4 class leader. That's the Rockstar Games by Viking BMW 325i. I really do love those BMW 325i's. The VT3 class leader, Team Matol Porsche Cayman, car 300 there in 78th overall. Just ahead of them, 75th overall, is the number 200, the SP6 Hofer Racing BMW M3. The E46 of the Kroll family there with Hofer Racing as ever. That's the only car that's in the SP6 class, so they will remain there. But it's just great to see that old version of the M3 being brought out and showing good pace and still running here at the N24. Fabulous to see that. It's the number 444 leading V5. That's the Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman. They're in 73rd overall. 69th overall is the V6 leader. That's the Porsche 911, car 397. In 66th place is the Cup 5 leading car. That's car 880. That's the Schubert Motorsport BMW M2 Racing Cup. That's Cup 5. The BMW M240i class, their class leader, the Adrenaline Motorsport BM, is car 240, and they're in 65th. It's car 330 leading VT2, VT2 Hecker, I should say, and that's the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i, car 330, aptly numbered, is 62nd overall. 61st overall is the SP4T class leader. That's the Porsche 718, car 718. And we heard from Fabian Pretzmeier, didn't we, out of that car. Pretzmeier at the wheel of the car at the moment. Fabian did say he might pop back in the morning and give us a bit of an update as to how that car's running. In 50th position, car 70. That's the Huber Motorsport Porsche 911. Car 70 in 50th. It's the SP3T leader. That's the Autorama St. Leon. They are in 40th place, car 113. SP8T leader car 95, the Door Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage, is in the pits at the moment. I'm not sure whether that's just a routine stop. We'll have a check up on the number 95, but they're in 37th. The SP10 leader, that's the FK Performance BMW M4. That's in 35th. That's car 78. Car 253 is leading Cup 3 in 33rd overall. That's the Kronberg G-Tech Competition Porsche Cayman. The AT class, the alternate fuels class, car 320, that is in 32nd place, and that's the 4 Motors Porsche GT3 Cup. TCR is being led by Hyundai Motorsports, Hyundai Elantra, and that car is in 31st place overall. That's car 830. Cup X is being led by Teichmann KTM, and that's car 162 in 30th. In 22nd is where we see the Cup 2 class leader, Kramer Racing's Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, car 127 in 22nd place. It's the Glickenhaus car 706 in 18th place overall. They're leading SPX. Richard Westbrook now back at the wheel of the car, and that car losing some time, a lot of time, in the pits after an accident just shortly before the top of the previous hour. And then the class left, the only class left to tell you about is our overall leader, the SP9. That's the GT3 class of their leader, or the overall leader I should say, Schubert Motorsports BMW. Jesse Cron at the wheel of the number 20, and that car leads the race. Sun coming up, Johnny.
Yeah.
Light in the sky.
Yes, one of those magic moments. Everyone loves sunset and the golden light that we've been having during May in this part of the world, the Eifel region, but it is a mental hurdle that all of the teams that are still in contention are reaching again. We're far from the race finish because, as we identified earlier in the week, this is one of those races where the race start time is actually quite late in the day, which means, therefore, the gap from sunrise to the end of the race, still an age. I mean, 10 and 3/4 hours to go.
Honestly, it's horrible. Being a driver or one of those crew members, you see the light come up, you think, all right, it's another day.
Yeah.
We're there.
We're basically finished.
We're basically there. No, it isn't. It's 10 hours and 42 minutes left. That's more than a day's work.
Yeah.
Well, it depends what your job is, of course. But that's a full day ahead of everybody.
There are some 24-hour races that start at midday, for example, and when you get to Sunday morning, that feels like a shorter race, a better format. They're always the same length. They're 24 hours.
It is,
but it's just down to how your brain tackles it, I suppose. And this is a key hinge point. Often, the transition stints can be tough, just depending on where the sun is in the sky. But because there's still quite a bit of cloud around, hopefully, visibility is not going to be an issue as the sun starts to rise. I mean, the cameras around this place are giving more light than is actually the case to the naked eye because of the technology that is involved in modern day cameras, TV cameras these days. They can pick out car shapes, colours, race numbers in a far better way than if you were standing at the side of the track, perhaps fairly bleary-eyed after a bit of a exciting night yesterday evening. I was very surprised driving into the track again this morning, about 4:20, that having left a scene of real excitement and people loving the fact that the race had gone into Sunday morning, but they weren't paying a great deal of attention to the racing, some at least. The main straight outside the parade here at the Nürburgring with the various retailers and shops, very quiet indeed, but I think slowly people will just be starting to climb out of their tents, and more better facility than that many fans have actually brought with them. We were astounded at some of the setups that the fans bring with them to the Nürburgring. One or two will be just popping their heads out at what are we, 5:20. Others I don't think we're going to see for another 4 or 5 hours.
One or two will be searching around for their heads, having seen people open the beers and start pouring beer at 10 a.m. I think I saw people starting to drink beer yesterday. So it's still only 5:20 a.m, so a little bit early. But it's at this point, Johnny, as a driver, we've heard drivers speak many times in these long distance races at the likes of Le Mans and here at the Nürburgring, where they can actually smell the cooking of the morning breakfasts, you know, whether it be bacon or sausage or whatever.
Yeah.
The waft of coffee percolators coming across the campsites, and the drivers pick that up, the sensitivity of the whole thing. I mean, last night the campfires were burning, the barbecues were. The hogs were being roasted across open fires. It's unavoidable, really, but it all adds to the atmosphere, and it's one of those romantic points in the race where you really want to be in the driving seat, whether it be at sundown or sunrise. It's one of the iconic parts of a 24-hour race when it goes dark, and also when it transitions from darkness into light. It's one of the romantic hours.
Certainly is. True Racing KTM reaching Arenberg, the tricky right-hander, which then leads down into the foxhole, and the road just disappears into trees. We arrive at Adenauer Forest at top speed. I'm very grateful that this particular KTM, driven by Florian Wolf, actually has a driver, because if you weren't around earlier on, one of the Teichmann Cup X KTMs catching fire as it approached Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, and Felix van der Laden doing the sensible thing of getting out and allowing the marshals to extinguish the fire. However, then the car decided to just drive off by itself. I mean, it was all to do with gravity, in fact, and the brakes, whether they failed or Felix forgot to do the final checks before he exited, but it really wasn't in his mind to make sure that all the jobs had been done, because a whole of the rear of the car was on fire. But then we had a situation where the car, while still alight, started to trundle its way down the track and into the foxhole, but the situation dealt with very swiftly by the marshals, having to do some quick thinking, rattling off the right-hand barrier, the left-hand barrier, and thankfully coming to a stop where the fire could properly be put out. But that's not a nice situation for Teichmann Racing. They still have, I reckon, 3 of their crossbows in the race, and then more or less a works KTM outfit from Graz in Austria are True Racing. They had the 116 and the 117 cars. They were the 2 SPX cars that ran in qualifying on Friday, in top qualifying. Florian Wolf, though, I reckon, is probably still the class leader in Cup X for Teichmann Racing, having just negotiated Exmüller, and Breitscheid is now heading towards Kesselchen, Klostertal, and back up the hill towards the Carousel. I'm getting a thumbs up from Joe Bradley. So that was the 162 Florian Wolf driven Cup X leader.
The overall leader is due into the pits next time by. Schubert Motorsports, Jesse Krohn will peel off onto pit road. He's coming to the completion of his 8th lap. And significantly, you remember John Eidoff telling us as we took over how when the leaders were pitting, they were only dropping to 3rd and 4th. Well, the number 15, Team Phoenix Audi, Robert Freins, stayed at the wheel, remember. That was the car with the suspected maybe oil leak problem. But that car only ever dropped a 2nd behind, and it only dropped behind Jesse Krohn's BMW. So when Krohn takes to the pits, which we suspect will be very, very soon, we're going to have the number 15 Audi just take back the lead. And we've now come back to the overall lead not being a group of cars, but being between 2 cars.
Yeah.
And it's coming down to the number 20 BMW of Schubert and the number 15 Audi Sport Team Phoenix Audi R8. So it's becoming a bit of a 2-car battle. It only takes a moment, though, for the other cars just behind them on the road to come into contention. They're a little bit off with their pit stop. Their pit stops being mapped out. Schiller's on 7, so he's going to be into the pits very soon. Sorry, no, I've gone way back. Hang on. Yes, he is. So, in fact, Johnny, hang on.
You have some thinking time.
No, it's just my computer's just doing something. It's good.
Oh, is it doing an update?
Yeah, it's just, no, it isn't doing an update. It was just doing not what I wanted it to do.
It needs a break as well. It's 5:20 in the morning, for goodness sake. So
yeah, it's
we'll
been
give it a moment
on
to think. Well, probably just starting to nod off.
The number 3 Mercedes in 3rd. He's 3 laps into his stint, and then Jules Gounon in 4th place in the number 4 Mercedes. He is 2 laps into his stint, so they're very early in their stint. and they will slot in ahead of the Schubert car.
Yeah.
So the Schubert car will drop down to about, by my estimation, about 6th.
A lot of people are probably thinking, where has the Schubert BMW been all weekend? Because in qualifying, they went through their programme during qualifying 1, 2 and 3, and they were then in top Q1. Because remember this year, top qualifying, which has often been a top 30 shootout effectively, each car given the Nordschleife to themselves, set off at 10-second intervals, and you get 2 laps. And the top 30 qualifiers previously had been eligible for that session. Now in 2022 they split it into Q1 and Q2 effectively, and in Q1 20 odd cars, you needed to be in the top 4 of that to then progress to the second qualifying session and join 16 other cars. So we had 20 cars in that second session as well, and that ultimately determined the front 10 rows in the first start group. Now Jesse Krohn was showing very good speed in that first top qualifying session, and he very nearly got into the top 4. In fact, he was sitting on the bubble, but the problem was got the wrong side of one of the 2 True Racing KTMs. That broke down. Well, actually, it had a wheel that fell off the car on the Hatzenbach, and it meant that the KTM didn't get much further than Hatzenbach on its first attempt at a fast lap. And then everybody else that needed to use Hatzenbach as one of its sectors during that recovery phase had to adhere to a 60-kilometre speed limit, and Jesse Krohn was one of them. So it meant that he couldn't get a sufficient time to keep him in the top 4, and in the end dropped to, I think, 5th. So top 4 was absolutely fine. The 5th place finish in that Q1 was your first loser, effectively, and that meant that he would have to start 21st. But I always knew that this Schubert Motorsport BMW, carrying the 50th anniversary for M-Power on the side, and we had a BMW Legends race before the 24-hour got started, won by Bill Auberlen, but also included on the podium Johnny Cicotto and Steve Soper. Fantastic race, and if you missed it, I'm sure it'll be available somewhere on your favourite streaming service to watch back as an archive. But yeah, big year for BMW, celebrating the M brand, and could it be rewarded and celebrated by a win at the Nürburgring 24 hours? Well, Jesse Krohn has just brought the number 20 car in, and this is all on schedule.
Yeah, by my estimation, it should be Nicolas Cruton who takes over the car. Robert Fines has already gone by and taken back the lead that he so rightfully has earned. So while the number 20 Schubert BMW stays on pit lane, taking in that pit stop, Nicolas Cruton, we suspect, will be the next driver in that rotation. Fabian Schiller has gone through into 2nd on the road in the Get Speed Mercedes, and through into 3rd has gone Jules Gounon, as we thought would happen. I suspect that Christopher Haase will also go by the number 20 while it remains in the pits and take that 4th place from the BMW. So things are settled in for, let me just have a look, about another 4 or 5 laps. So 4 or 5 laps before the leading bunch are due their next pit stop. We're going to have this battle for the lead. 12 seconds is the gap between the leading Audi R8 of Robert Fines. We've got a huge gap of 1 minute and 16 between the 2 Mercedes. Fabian Schiller in the number 3, Jules Gounon in the number 4, so that one's spaced out.
Jules Gounon, having raced for Bentley in the past, been a race winner indeed at Bathurst for that brand, but moving across to Mercedes and the Get Speed team. They have 2 pink and white Mercedes AMGs, 6.2 litre V8 in the front, and you can hear them coming from a long way off, as they're one of the BMWs from possibly SP10 class. Needed to be aware of that Mercedes arriving on the scene at Arenberg, but very little time lost there by Fabian Schiller as he motors on down into the Vauxhall, and another BMW from one of the lower down classes with the indicator on. Oh, but there's a problem for one of the Teichmann Racing KTMs in Cup X. 163 has found a gravel trap on the Grand Prix Strecke, and this is the 163 car that is running 2nd in Cup X, 56th overall, and it is off the road, possibly at the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom of the hill. No, it's elsewhere on the Grand, but no, it is there. I was right first time. Should have run with my the courage in my convictions there.
You were spot on. I hope he's brought a bucket and spade, Johnny, because he's going to be there a while in the sand trap. Well, gravel trap, actually. And it was just a case of carrying too much speed in, well, missed his apex completely, just carried far too much speed in. It wasn't like he lost the back end, the car just wouldn't turn into the corner. And that, I think, was down to the laws of physics.
Yeah.
And understeered off to the outside of the corner and into the gravel where the car spun through 180. We've already got a service vehicle at the car. I think that's going to be needing to be dug out or dragged out at least, as he tried to spin the wheels back up, put it back into gear and tried to pull back on the track. The car just buried itself, rear wheels just spinning into the gravel, and at that stage you are beached, quite literally. Might as well make a sandcastle.
It's Michael Munch who is at the wheel of this guy. He's a seasoned veteran at the Nürburgring 24 hours, having first raced at it in 2011. Variety of different classes through the years as well. SP3T with SIG Motorsport, then spent 6 years in a row in the V4 division with MSC ADAC. So they had a BMW 325i, an E90 in 2017. And this will be his third year with Teichmann Racing now, running in the NLS Championship for a period of last year as well. Haven't done any actual VLN races until 2019, so just came out during the Nürburgring 24 hours, which changes its date every year. It's never on a set weekend because it's based around a public holiday. Ascension Day, the case in 2022, so Ascension Day was on Thursday. And in Germany, it becomes basically a 4-day weekend, Thursday, Friday and Saturday and Sunday. So great excuse to head to the ring, whether you're a driver or a fan. And if you're a fan, one of those weekends that just pales into, I don't know, just your memory doesn't necessarily bank everything, depending on how much alcohol's been consumed.
Great organisation by the race organisers, though, isn't it? Because if you put your race on a holiday weekend every year, you're kind of guaranteeing a bit of a holiday feel and a bit of an event feel, a bit of a festival feel, and it really is a festival. It's a festival of many things. It's a festival of speed. It's a festival of certainly drinking German beer, but it's also, if you walk out into the campsites and around the spectator areas, which I've done a few times, it's also a festival of German thrash metal rock.
It is.
It really is.
and these massive sound systems that wouldn't be strangers at a music festival either side of the stage.
A stadium, not just a concert hall, though. A concert hall, how old am I? A stadium. The huge speakers. Speaker
stacks upon speaker stack. And again, you think, when did you start building this stuff? And often a viewing platform on top of the speakers.
So you've got kind of a truck with these huge stacks of speakers. I don't know how many decibels they are, but as you transition from one sort of choice of music into the next, they are so loud that they don't blend over one another. They're so loud, they block each other out. There's a wall where there's a transition.
The sound waves are literally fighting one another.
Yeah.
But as you say, you just step almost like from one section, one corner to the next, and you're in a completely different world. And being welcomed generally by the next lot of fans with beers and burgers and breakfast at this time of the morning. Long may it continue. I mean, a horrible situation that we've all gone through over the last 18 months to 2 years, and a number of the drivers, I think including Peter Cater, we were hearing from about half an hour or so ago, saying that racing in the 24 hours without fans just is nowhere near when you can see the campsites fit to bursting, and quite a lot of the soul of the event is lost. Was lost in 2020 because of that, but we are pretty much back to normal now. If anything, this might be a record crowd in the last 5 or 6 years, because people have missed it so much in 2020 and 2021, so said get back in 2022 because it's been such a long time.
Plus it's the 50th running as well, and everybody wants to have that badge, don't they, that the 50th running, I was there, and I think add that into the 2-year COVID years. everyone's been clamouring to get back at this event, and maybe, you know, you're one of those people that say maybe, you know, you come every other year or every 2 or 3 years. Well, it's every 2 or 3 years you do a visit. So we have had it's got to be record crowds. I mean, there was an announcement by the race organisers that don't come out to the campsite, park and ride or park and walk, because the car parks were completely full. And it's remarkable. You can't get anywhere quickly, can you? That 163 is, as I suspected, being dragged out of that gravel trap. Or is he driving out of the gravel trap? I know, he's being dragged. Yeah, he's being dragged.
It's just a very long towing strop, isn't it, for the Mercedes SUV. I'm just cross-checking times coming through now, because I think we're into some degree of happy hour, you know.
Well, we're going to see that slow zone into the... it's a Goodyear hairpin at the moment, isn't it? That's the name of that corner.
Yes, because, of course, because...
the brand change it was for years the Dunlop hairpin. There's a slow zone, basically, Johnny, on the Grand Prix track, and that's going to stifle the overall lap times that we're going to see. You wouldn't have thought it, though, because 8 minutes 14, a personal best for, I think, Robin, I keep saying Robert, don't I? Robin Frines, I think, snuck that in before that car went into the gravel and brought out that slow zone. So we'll get a more of an idea of just how much that area of the circuit has slowed things down next time by.
But Robin Frines has just done his car's best lap of the race, an 8:14.343. Likewise, Fabian Schiller is finding a lot of grip level out there at the moment, and clearly good drive out of the slower corners. 8:14.8 for the number 3 Mercedes. Also, best lap of the race so far for each of these cars. 22 car collection Audi with Chris Haase at the wheel. Hubert Haupt's done an 8:16.4, which is the car best for the number 6 Pro-Am Bilstein Mercedes. Michele Beretta also quicker than that car's been with an 8:18.5. And the best lap of the race now, you've got to look way down to Philip Ellis in 9th position in the second of the Bilstein Mercedes. He's just done an 8:11.639. And as I've seen many times at Le Mans, actually, about this sort of time, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, when air temperature has dipped, air quality just right for the racing engines. And are these all generally normally aspirated cars that are going quickly? Yeah, they all are, in fact. Remember, BMW's now turbocharged with the 3-litre straight 6. It's a twin scroll turbo, so effectively a single turbo unit, but generating twice the amount of power on the straight 6 engine for the BMW M4 GT3. Sadly, no longer fighting at the sharp end is the Aston Martin from TF Sport. That crashing at about midnight. No, it was just before that, wasn't it?
Yeah,
just after 11 o'clock last night.
Literally, as I stood up at 11 o'clock to take a break.
And so many fans in the UK mightily disappointed by that, but I suppose when you've only got one Aston in SP9, when that fails, breaks, whatever happened, suggesting that Nicky Team hit some oil on the approach to the Kleiner carousel at Schwalbenschwanz, and unfortunately that was the end of race. Nicky did appear in the garage a little later on and is okay, thankfully, but it was a big shunt as far as we can gather. Not many, if any, of the cameras actually caught the incident, but that took a potential race winner very much out of the equation. Same thing happened when the Vanthoor brothers clashed with each other at the end of the Dottinger Hoor, and it meant disaster very much for Laurens Vanthoor's number 1 Manthey Racing Porsche, spinning around and around and slamming the Armco barrier on the run into Tiergarten, where you're looking to shave, well, from something like 260 k's down to probably 80 to negotiate Tiergarten, and there was no braking going on at all there after the car lost traction after a clash with, of all the other people in this race, his younger brother Dries in Phoenix Racing Audi. So that put another people's favourite out of the race, the number 1 car, last year's winners. And one or two others falling away when they were in great positions. It has started to develop into an Audi versus Mercedes competition, therefore. Best BMW with the M4 debuting at the Nürburgring 24 hours this year, is in 4th position. But we are going to, if all things run to plan, see the Schubert Motorsport BMW back to the top before the end of its current stint, because probably about 2 hours in, there was an unusual stint, which was only 3 laps for Jesse Krohn, and that took him out of sequence from everybody else. So ever since then, the BMW's been able to go 3 laps, not 3 laps more, but he's pitting 3 laps later than generally everybody else in the race. Robin Freins sharing with Dries van Tor, Fred Vervisch and Kelvin van der Linde. Heads along, rattles around the concrete there on the inside of the carousel, and now pulls another gear heading up through this tricky section between the carousel and Hohe Acht, the highest point of the circuit, high 8. And now we'll start a long run past the many campsites to drivers left towards Brunchen, where the car briefly leaves the ground, and that's where we get the iconic shot through the years of all 4 wheels leaving hard standing. Ice Curver next. Thankfully, we haven't had temperatures quite at freezing, but on the drive back in to the track this morning, Joe, what did you read on the thermometer? 4 degrees Celsius?
4 degrees, yeah. I got an ice warning on the car as we drove in there.
Yeah.
It was, but as you go into the sort of your altitude changes, it gets really cold in the dips, and you come out onto the it gets warmer in the dips, like I think I saw 7 degrees, and as you get high, going over the brows on the high ground, that's where it gets colder. We suspected, and there was, I'm not an expert weatherman, by the way, I'm about to sound like I am, but there was a worry that with the temperatures dropping so low as to 4 and 3 degrees, that we might have a chance of fog. However, I think we're just coming out of that period when the fog can be created.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed that isn't going to happen when the sun comes up. I suppose as the sun comes up and the ambient temperature rises, that's when the humidity could, I suppose, rise.
Yeah.
But I'd like to think that all it will do will be to burn off the fret, and we'll have a clear day. I did see we're at the Nürburgring. Of course, there's a forecast that says it's going to rain at some point, but I did see a very well-respected weather app telling us that we may see some rain towards lunchtime today. But I've also seen plenty of other forecasts that said no rain at all. So it's the Nürburgring. So if you're not happy with the weather, wait 5 minutes.
Generally speaking, that's the rule.
Change, yeah.
But bear in mind that the elevation change around this place is pretty much 1,000 feet, 300 metres. So, you know, from lowest point at Breitscheid to Hohe Acht, the highest point just after the carousel, you are dipping in and out of a number of valleys and, you know, areas where weather systems, very local weather systems, can develop. And that is then down to your driver reporting back to the team as to which tyres it's best to be on. We had the situation, I think in 2017, most unlikely win for the Monteplast Landgraf Audi, when there was a pit stop going into that final hour, and they had to choose tyres at the last possible moment, and it was dry around most of the circuit, but it had now forced absolutely chucking it down, and that Audi pretty sure deciding to go onto slick tyres and just well, no, I think he went on to wets, actually. I think he went on to wets, and actually the time it gained on that very short, probably 2-mile section, won it the race. But that's when you've got that crossover period of different weather in different parts of a circuit which has a massive footprint, 25 kilometres going from village to village to town to village. What is, on the whole, the best rubber to be on? We don't need to make that decision quite yet. But I just have a feeling that this race is going to have a bit of a sting in the tail, and that might be weather-related.
It always is at the Nürburgring. The ambient temperature might be really low, but the heat on the track is getting quite hot out there, Johnny. The two leading cars, Robin Freins in the Team Phoenix Audi, lap before last was his personal best, fastest lap of the race so far at 8 minutes 14.343. However, Fabian Schiller in the number 3 Get Speed Mercedes also put in a green personal best lap time for the car, 8 minutes 14.883. At the moment, the number 15 Audi is lapping slightly quicker and has extended that lead from just under 13 seconds to, let's call that 15 seconds, because it's 14.938 to be exact, but that's a 15-second gap. And the number 15 Audi continues to just eke out and extend that gap ever so slightly. And considering a 25-kilometre track, we're increasing gaps by tenths of seconds, a couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there, and it ebbs and flows depending on how these cars get through the traffic. But what I will say, Johnny, is the two drivers in those two leading cars are absolutely flat chat.
Yeah. And Fabian Schiller going from strength to strength, really. Still a man in his mid-20s, born in Bonn, and has been doing some great things in the GT World Challenge in recent years for Get Speed Performance. So sticking with that team. He actually raced for Ram last year in a Pro-Am category, but a couple of years ago was with this team, running two cars this weekend, the 3 and the 4. And Get Speed historically have had a Pro and a Pro-Am car for, I remember the Hills, Janine Hill racing for Get Speed in the past. But it's now become, well, they were already an incredibly professional team, as Fabian Schiller has to go to the outside of a Porsche Cayman there and just run perilously close to the white line at Schwedenkreuz. But yes, Team Get Speed electing to run two mightily impressive lineups on paper. Fabian Schiller is probably the only silver of the sextet that are here this weekend for Get Speed. Let's just check. So you've got Adam Christodoulou and Maxi Goertz, the other drivers in this, the number 3 car. Christo is a gold, Maxi Goertz platinum, and then Mauro Engel platinum, Jules Gounon gold, Daniel Juncadella platinum in the number 4 car. So there's no shortage of talent in the two Get Speed Mercedes, and they are now both provisionally on the podium, but that is because these cars are recent pit stoppers, and that dropped now Alexander Sims of the Schubert Motorsport to the wheel of the Schubert Motorsport BMW down to 4th position, but he will rise back to the front in due course, just as soon as Robin Frijns, Fabian Schiller, Jules Gounon make their next stops.
I'm not sure if this has been read out already, but it's worth repeating if it has. It's just a tweet from Tom Ferrier, TF Sport, here for the first time. Tom and his team, very successful team, running Aston Martins here for the first time. And he's now got a taste of it, Johnny. He's very proud of the team. They led 6 hours against some of the best teams and drivers in the world, and there's no doubt that Tom has got a taste for the Nürburgring 24 hours. It is slightly different to other sports car races. The regulations, the way that we qualify, the way that we the regulations of how we go about the racing, the slow zones, the complete differences in how the race is run is something that is very challenging as a team and as an engineer to get your head around. But I'm pretty sure Tom will be back. Former teammate of our colleague Peter Snowden, and we'll try and get Tom in the we'll try and get Tom in the studio later on when he comes back to the circuit. We've got the number 72 off, Johnny, and that's a significant runner. The number 72 is the BMW Junior team. The BMW M4 loses it
big time.
Yeah, and there's just no runoff. I'm not quite sure where that is. I'll just check the tracker, Johnny, and see if I can get a location on where that is.
Kesselsen, Klostertal,
yeah,
maybe?
into Klostertal. Has he lost it? If that's the right-hander.
It's wiped one of the windscreen tear-offs. That's been kind of half cleaned off because of the change in wind direction and that turbulence. And that's all it takes. Normally they are designed to be torn off by mechanics so that all of the bugs and the grime can be got rid of in one fell swoop. But that's going to be quite a bit of damage to the rear left corner of the 76 BMW.
You come out of Bergwerk, the right-hander, and you've got to get through Bergwerk as optimised as you can. You don't want to make a mistake because it's an uphill slog through Kesselsen, and it's all flat-out kinks. And it's some of them very marginally flat out, or is the lift, or is the little dab of the brakes, and that's what's the number 72 junior BMW, the BMW Junior team has fallen foul of. Who's driving that?
Max Hesse. was the name on our graphic, so I think it will be, unless Hesse's recently bailed out of the car, but it's
No,
likely
it's
to
down
be
as Hesse, you're right.
Yeah, the 20-year-old German from Wernau, and he's a previous TCR champion in his homeland with Hyundai Team Engstler, and one of these young guys who has actually made the switch to GT racing always historically earlier in their career than you might have expected. Drivers target single-seaters, they target some touring car racing, and it's a little bit later then when they start to focus on GT racing. But these three, all either 20 or 21 for the BMW Junior team. So did he hit the curb?
It's Klostertal. This is the left-hand kink up towards the run-up to the carousel.
The car's getting a sort of porpoise on very early on there.
It's marginally... It's not quite flat in anything.
Yeah.
Certainly in these GT3 spec cars, the SP9 class, the fastest cars here, and it's the left-hander where it's just, do I lift? Do I dab the brake? Can I just gain a little bit of momentum by keeping my foot in? And the car just gave up, and it looked like just carrying too much speed. There's a very little damage on the front of that number 72 BMW. All the damage seems to be on the rear. The car spun through 360. And then pointing in the right direction, he's really felt that the car is heavily damaged. And then the Max Hess pulls the car off the driver's left on the run towards the carousel. And that car, I suspect, having gone in what looks like very hard into the rear, it spun round. It's like a tunnel of Armco, that stretch, and it is absolutely scarily fast.
Yeah.
Like I say, you come out of Bergwerk and you really are absolutely flat chat, top gear run up the hill towards the carousel, the right-hander before the carousel, and now we've got a course vehicle with the BMW just checking to see what is wrong with the car and whether or not they can tow it back or whether it's going to need a lift. An assessment going on there. The rear wings still attached to the car, Johnny, but not at the angle it perhaps was designed to be at.
Certainly not, no. This is actually Max's second year with the BMW Junior team. They raced in SP9 in 2021. Same lineup, so they had the trio of Dan Harper, Neil Verhagen and Max, but they were joined on that occasion by Augusto Farfus, who will have been helping them, I'm sure, in getting around this track as quickly as possible. But that is not the Augusto Farfus prescribed line. It's certainly not the Max Hesse prescribed line either, but very little warning indeed about that car about to snap away.
He nearly got away with that.
Yeah?
He nearly got away with that. The car came through at a spin of 360, and if the barrier had maybe been another metre over to the left, that rear end wouldn't have smacked it. He almost did a pirouette and got away with it, but he didn't because of the proximity of the barriers here.
I've got to say that the front and right side of the car look absolutely fine, but that's because all the damage will be down the left, where it scraped the barrier and initially made contact on the rear left. Another problem this time for a Huber Motorsport Porsche. Rear right tyre's gone down. Is that the 72?
No, the 72 is the BMW.
Oh, no, of course it is. That's the BMW, yeah.
Is it the 22? We're going to get a look, Johnny, as it goes through the corner. It's the 122. It's the Porsche 911.
So, big point, that's not Huber Motorsport, that's Black Falcon, actually, in Cup 2. Now, Black Falcon were leading that class when we knocked off last night, many hours since then. So, I wonder how Cup 2 is getting on. Let's just find the relevant point of the screen.
Right rear puncture on that car. We've seen a lot of punctures. Have we seen more punctures than we normally do?
I don't know. I mean, it's strange that the mind can do tricks in 12 months, and you think we certainly haven't done, but there's some awkward curbs around this place, and there's always the chance that a car will bring gravel back onto the track if it's had an off somewhere. Cup 2 is being led by Moritz Krantz in the K. Kramer Racing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 992 iteration. Remember that Cup 2...
21st overall as well, Jim.
Yeah.
He's almost on the front screen.
Yes. No, that's a great effort.
Yeah.
Cup 2 dedicated to the latest version of the Porsche Carrera Cup car, which of course runs in, I think, pretty much all of the domestic championships now. The UK getting it for the first time in 2022. And so we got the 121, the 123.
This car was down the order, Johnny. It was down in 8th place in Cup 2.
Yeah.
So more time being spent. The good news is, always a silver lining, he's on the TotalEnergies straight, and it won't be long before he's able to peel through the Tiergarten and into the pit lane. Looks like the 72's out though. The BMW that we described having a 360 out of Klostertal, the seriously fast left-hander driver out of the car. He's put his gloves back on. That's how cold it is out there, mate. He's got out the car, took his gloves off, and then thought, hang on a minute.
That's a bad idea.
Fingers are beginning to feel it a bit.
Yeah, and that's not because Max Hesser is thinking, oh dear, right, now I'm getting an impression of quite how much damage has been done, and a massive shark bite out of the rear of the number 72 BMW, which has no doubt done all sorts of damage to the drive train, and Max will have tried to crawl that car further up the hill, but of course you've got the carousel to negotiate next, and Hoa Act 2 before you could even think about freewheeling home. And Max, head in hands, another one of those situations where you're not ready for something like that to happen, a bit like the look in the eye of Lawrence Vanthoor many hours ago. It doesn't hit you mentally until you're actually out of the car, standing, talking to the marshals and going, wow, we're out of the Nürburgring 24 hours for another year.
Yeah, very much. Another car off, and it's an Audi. It's the number 16. It's an Audi going off, and I think that's up in the Schwalbenschwanz area of the track, just out of the Kleine Carousel. Looks like he got back on track though, Johnny. So he did skirt the barrier though. It looks like he made contact with the barrier onto the right-hand side of the car.
I don't think the right side of that Audi number 16 for Michele Beretta is going to be looking too pretty at all. Armco at times looks like it's just going to give and bend and maybe not do too much damage to the car, but you bear in mind this is the best part of a ton and a half of race car leaving the track, and the only thing that will keep it within the confines of the circuit is that three-layer Armco barrier. But Michele Beretta not feeling the need to pit. There are certainly some scars down the right-hand side, but it's held up pretty well.
Yeah, hardly. I think that actually will polish out.
Literally, yeah.
It literally will polish out.
We use that phrase so many times.
Yeah, it's hardly. I mean, he hit the barrier with quite a clout, but he hit it square on.
Yeah.
If it had been at any kind of angle, he would perhaps have altered the tracking on the rear and or the front of the car. However, he's completely got away with that. And I'm going to say that's going to buff out. Yeah.
Michele Beretta, the 27-year-old silver-rated driver from Italy, can breathe again and can now fully focus on completing another lap. He's sharing with Kim Louis Schramm, Kuba Gimasiak, who's a talent who's come out of Porsche One Mate Racing but been with Audi for a few years now, and a driver that needs no introduction when it comes to Audi racing with the four rings, Markus Winkelhock. Coming from a great pedigree of touring car drivers of old, of course, the Winkelhock family. They are in another Phoenix Racing Audi, so Phoenix turning up in style. They are leading the race with the number 15 car, but two further entries. Car 5 sadly no longer in the fight, but the 16 on certain pit stop cycles can break into the top 6. Beretta is currently in 7th. And the recovery crews are out in force, heading onto the hats and back, and Michele Beretta needed to be very mindful of that. You cannot run out wide through the second left-hand kink that takes you onto the Nordschleife itself, because there were a couple of lorries there on driver's right. Empty flatbeds heading out into the country to pick up a couple more stricken cars. And that is so often the situation when you are entirely reliant on marshals providing you with the warning. Now a clear road in front, and we are about to tick off hour 14 of this year's TotalEnergies 24 hours of the Nürburgring. It's Audi leading from 2 Mercedes and the BMW M4 of Schubert Motorsport in 4th. Audi have possibly a backup in the form of the car collection Audi, not the same team. But if they can, they will work together to try and get 2 Audis into the top 2 positions. Lead lap-wise, well, certainly the top 7 cars that remain on the lead lap. Chris Meese and Philip Ellis have just come into the pits, actually, from 8th and 9th. And I wonder whether, yeah, probably both of those cars remain on the lead lap as well. That might change because the race leader is due across the line in the next 30 seconds, Robin Freins. Four o'clock yesterday afternoon, the 50th edition of the TotalEnergies 24 Hours of the Nürburgring got underway in near perfect conditions. The sun was shining, fair bit of cloud in the sky, but a very pleasant afternoon indeed to go racing. And we were treated to some spectacular fights in the early stages, not least between Aston Martin and the Rover Racing BMW gang. 98 BMW to the outside of Nicky Teams, number 90 TF Sport Aston Martin. This was a horror moment for all of the fans, but particularly for the Vanthoor family. Dries Vanthoor in the Audi, Laurens Vanthoor in that Porsche, and it is absolutely destroyed at Tiergarten when side-to-side minuscule contact was made. That is all it takes, though. Oh man, that does not get any easier to watch time and time again. Just the fact that the car basically hits the marshal post there at Tiergarten, but thankfully the marshals involved were able, they had just about sufficient warning to run for cover. Then this incident, bizarre for Felix van der Laden in the Teichmann Racing KTM, which was fully alight at Zweitenkreuz. The marshals put it out. Felix is out of the car by this point, and it starts to roll down into the Fuchshorer. Felix van der Laden desperate to try and get back into the car, but thought better of it. So now driverless, it clatters off the barrier on the right, the barrier on the left, very nearly cleans out a Cayman in the process too, and continues to smoulder, but was thankfully put out in about 2 minutes after that moment. Plenty of action overnight. I'm sure a number of you are rejoining our coverage, but this was the moment the Nicky Team crashed out of the race when he was very much a contender for the top step of the podium. But that was well before half distance, and it collided with a barrier heavily at Schwalbenschwanz. Big failure for Sheldon van der Linde's BMW, putting him in the wall in the number 98 Rover Racing BMW. And that immediately bringing out yellows as well. Not a lot left of the brand new M4 for the Rover crew. And having qualified so well, the 98 and the 99 are no longer in contention. The number 15 Phoenix Racing Audi, though, working its way to the top, is the current leader. Kelvin van der Linde spending a double stint behind the wheel of this car and just about staying out of trouble, apart from the collision with a back marker, and that actually put the 5 car out, beg your pardon, for Kelvin van der Linde. Some amateur footage providing a bit more of the aftermath of that incident for Phoenix. So it's the 15 car that leads, but the number 5 car which is out, and that had frequently been in the top 6. Small collision at the Yokohama S for the Falcon Motorsport Porsche number 44, but then the tricky thing was rejoining, and that got clattered by an Opel Astra, tearing into the rear right corner of that car. Penalties being soaked up overnight. The penalty box, the first area that you can stop in pit lane. Also a drama for the number 85 car, which would see it going into retirement. The Black Falcon Team Techstar SP10 Porsche from the GT4 category. Also more carnage on the Grand Prix Strecke after that may well have been the Black Falcon car actually leaving the circuit just after the Goodyear hairpin. What's left of the True Racing KTM Crossbow, the number 116, craned away. Plenty's been happening overnight. Joe and I were sound asleep during this period of the race, but you can see now why so many drivers have said the evening and nighttime hours are a matter of survival. And if you reach sunrise, that is a big hurdle jumped. So the Get Speed Mercedes, car number 4, having to recover from the grassy area on the Grand Prix Strecke. And if you'd chosen to spectate on the early part of the lap overnight, there is a guarantee that you will have seen some action. Robin Freins, though, and the rest of his crew, Dries Vanthoor, Kelvin van der Linde, despite having that crash in the 5, he can now revert to car 15 instead. And Fred Vervisch have yet to put a foot wrong. Max Hesse, we could have said the same actually only a few minutes ago, but then just this slight misstep at Klostertal, the car losing traction and spinning through 360 degrees. Unfortunately, the contact with the Armco barrier there puts the 72 out of the race. So those highlights were very useful for me, Joe, because there was an awful lot happening overnight then that I hadn't factored in. I knew about the Aston Martin, as the Huber Motorsport GT3 needs to check up right in front of our race leader. Let's give you a rundown of the positions in the top 10. Robin Freins, the engine note you can hear from his Audi in the background, leading the race by almost 2 minutes over Jules Gounon's Mercedes number 4 in second position. Then the Schubert BMW, Chris Haase in the Audi, and Maximilian Goertz in 5th place in the second of the Get Speed Mercedes.
And the reason he's got such a lead, Johnny, is because we've just had the number 3 Mercedes of Fabian Scheele into the pits. He's handed over the number 3 Get Speed Mercedes now to Maxi Goertz, who's come back out of the pits having had his pit stop. He's now down in 5th. We are due to see certainly the leading Robin Freins Audi into the pits next time by, as will Jules Gounon right behind him. He will follow him into the pits. They're both on their 7th lap, coming into their 8th lap, and that's the window we see. We should see Robin handing over the car, and I'm just going to check who I suspect may be in the frame for the driver rotation in that leading Audi. And I can't get my computer to work, Johnny. I'm just going to throw it out the window.
You've been stressing it throughout the race, that's why, and it has been doing a cracking job. But like many of you, I'm sure, listening and watching, you might have hit a wall by this stage. Not literally, but we have many cars in the Armco barrier at this point. But just after 6 in the morning, we're still just under 10 hours away from the finish of the race, for goodness sake. It feels like we're almost there, but so much more can happen. Huber Motorsport threading the eye of the needle, and where does Robin Freins go here? Left side of the 346 BMW, VW Golf up ahead, which is one of the GT Tyres entries too. But I think is he pursuing the 75 Huber Motorsport BMW, rather, sorry, 25 BMW, I always get those numbers mixed up. I reckon it's the Nico Menzel, Klaus Rader, Joachim Tyson and Lars Kern car that he is on the back of. That's not for position, because of course I'm talking about the race leader, car 25, with Nico Menzel at the wheel now in 13th position. So just like Robin Freins, not with a moment to lose, and that was the climb up towards Hoher Acht. So car 15, and yeah, it is the 25 Uber Motorsport car of Nico Menzel further up the road. But Nico's not leaving anything on the table. He was joined as a fairly late decision by Lars Kern, who was due at one point in the lead up to the 24 hours to be racing for Falken Motorsports, either in their 33 or 44. But Marco Seefried explaining to John Heidenhoff ahead of the event that Lars would actually be moving across to the customer team Uber Motorsport. Same car, the Porsche 911 GT3R Gen 2, but with a different outfit. And they're doing pretty well. I think probably a chance of a win has gone out of the window. No, what am I saying? Even from 13th position, this far from the flag, you could still potentially win the race. But they'll be eyeing up a top 10, certainly, and running around in 13th, a couple of laps off Robin Freins now.
Well, Robin Freins is making his way round to the pits, where he will pull into the pits. If the rotation is stuck to, which I suspect it will be Frederick Vervisch who will take over the wheel of the number 15 Audi. He's on the Dottinger straight now. So almost job done for the morning stint from Robin Freins. Jules Gounon likewise just behind him, just under a couple of minutes behind him. And Gounon will also be coming into the pits. Gounon will be succeeded by Maro Engel, whose turn it will be at the wheel of the number 4 Get Speed Mercedes. So the two front runners due pit stops. Alexander Sims in the Schubert Motorsport BMW M4. He's a little bit off tilt. He's got another 4 laps before we see the 3rd place car. However, he's so far behind However, on saying that, Johnny, he's not that far behind, and we will see Alexander Sims take back the lead. Of course, in the 20 Schubert Motorsport, this is the car that flip-flops backwards and forwards during the pit stop phases, and potentially, if the flip-flop comes right at the point at the end of this race, the battle is between the number 20 Schubert car and the number 15 Team Phoenix Audi, isn't it?
That's how it will develop, yeah. And, well, we're on target for that to be the case if all things stay equal. But there is a long, long period for that to happen. But this is all a legacy of that 3-lap stint that Jesse Krohn did between laps 21 and 24 of the Schubert Motorsports race. And that has meant that now it's pitting 3 laps later than the 15 Audi and the number 4 Mercedes. They are doing brakes on the number 15 car. We suggested that that might have been the approach for Dynamic Motorsports number 28 car. But brake change happening actually on the apron. So are they just doing the front brakes? Certainly that's the concentration for now, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, front brake discs and pads going on to the number 15. New driver inserted as well. He'll take his time doing his belts up and getting comfortable while that brake job goes on. It's all quick release mechanisms, dry brake systems on the hydraulic aspect of the brake feed to the caliper. The new disc gets slipped in. The brake caliper pistons pushed back to allow the thicker unused pads, the brand new pads going on to the number 15. So fresh brakes and discs for the Audi Sport Team Phoenix in that pit stop. Jules Gounon peels off in the number 4, Get Speed Mercedes. Gounon in that bright pink BWT livery. And Gounon will hand over the car as he's done a very fine couple of stints. Morning work over for these two drivers.
An update on Dynamic Motorsport, by the way. When Thomas Preining brought the Pirelli-shod Porsche into pit road, clearly something was up with that car because it went up on the dollies, as they all do, and we thought it was going to be just turned onto the 45-degree angle, but actually the car pushed into the garage, and it hasn't been seen since. Still in pit lane. Down to 27th position now, and a long time in the pits. That's probably approaching an hour.
My computer's just updated and told me that for some reason it's now showing Maro Engel in the car. Who have you got in the number 4?
Number 4 is Engel. Yeah, he brought it in.
Right.
And yeah, a lot of my older screens are tallying with that. So, how did the stint?
Sean Gounon on that one.
Oh, I think that's just because the screen's not been scrolled across all the way to the most recent
mine is.
stints.
Anyway, it's just computer glitches. Left, right, centre.
Right,
Maro Engel we see into the pits, not Jules Gounon. Jules Gounon probably tucked up nicely in bed. The number 20 Schubert Motorsport BMW, as suspected, as we expected, and worked out, has taken the lead. Alexander Sims now the race leader. And that number 20 Schubert car, that looks like it's done an endurance race, doesn't it? It's just over half distance, just under 10 hours to go, and that car looks like it's done a 48-hour race. It's showing some battle scars and the dirt and grime of this hard slog around this Nürburgring track. It gives the car character.
Yeah, and yeah, that builds up through the race, doesn't it? The various dings. Let's hope nothing major, and generally if you're leading the race then you haven't had the error, you haven't had the altercation with the circuit scenery, and then again if you're Michele Beretta you can smash down the barrier at Schwabenschwanz, survive to tell the tale, and amazingly the 16 car is still in the top 6. Beretta holding his breath as he exited that second concreted section of the circuit and thinking, oh, I'm all right, I've come out the other side, and the car's still relatively straight. Won't be as straight as the Phoenix car, though, that rejoins the race now with Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel. Kelvin crashing in the number 5, the sister Phoenix Racing Audi, but thankfully he was named against 2 cars. Now, what happened to the Bilstein Mercedes a moment or 2 ago? Couldn't slither up the inside of the 243 BMW. That is the Bilstein number 12 of Raffaele Marciello. Again, he's relatively new to the seat of the number 12 car. He did stints earlier on in the race. There wasn't a gap there, Raffaele.
It's just coming out of the Hatzenbach, Johnny, and
yeah.
it's that sequence of left, right, left, right, left, right that you can easily find yourself tripping over a slower car, and that's exactly what we saw there, just coming into contact with the rear of a BMW M2. Slower car can't quite carry the speed through that section of track.
It was Bjorn Griesemann in the 245 BMW from Schnitzelarm Racing. But yeah, after a half spin for the BMW, thankfully Marciello getting out of the throttle to prevent that incident from going any further, and the number 12 can rejoin as the recovery work on the 72 BMW Junior team Shell Helix Ultra-backed car that is being craned many feet into the air and on the back of a flatbed. A sorry way for the junior team to exit the race after they started as one of the favourites to win the Pro-Am part of SP9.
I think, again, Johnny, that's, you know, it brings home just how on the edge and on the limit these drivers are going around this track, and we become a little bit complacent seeing cars driving around. They are on the absolute edge of adhesion, and we saw there the 72 BMW Junior team, Max Hesse just carrying a little bit too much speed through the left-hand kink at Klostertal, and the laws of physics, quite frankly, took over, totally lost the rear end, carrying too much speed, and again it sort of brings home just how on the edge all of this field are. It's not just the fast SP9 guys, the smaller, the less powerful cars, the cars that perhaps haven't got the handling, are perhaps even harder to drive around this track. They're maxed out on a lot more sections of track through corners and sequences of corners, and I think it just brings home just how tricky it is, and that's kind of why I'm sat in this booth and they're out there doing that. It's a much harder job.
What, sitting here? I would agree, yeah. We've got to keep talking.
If you want.
I know what you're saying.
It's not going to hurt, though, is it, if you get a word wrong?
Certainly not, no.
If you
just your pride, just your pride.
Your computer doesn't update like mine's just done. It doesn't exactly hurt.
Or when you get a car coming in and it's got two drivers in it, seemingly.
Yeah,
that really
I know.
fuddles my brain, but it's small fry compared to what everyone in this race is having to deal with each turn of the wheel. You've got to bear in mind that, you know, as you hit, let's say, Brunchen, this part of the circuit, it's been over 8 minutes since you were last here. Quite a lot could change in 8 minutes. Somebody might have dropped a little bit of oil. There's been a temperature change. Maybe a bit of moisture's developed on the road as well. And I'm not saying that's what the problem was for Max Hesse. I think it was just maybe just slightly 2 foot the wrong way on the racing line heading up the hill when you are 90-95% throttle through Klostertal and Kesselchen. And that's the difference. That's the fine line which can so quickly end your race, as was the case for the BMW Junior team. Porsche leaving the ground, heading for Ice Curver. This is one of a couple of Falken Motorsport Porsches on the Falken rubber. 33, Sven Muller then in 9th position, and heading by the massive campsite to his left, now Schwabenschwanz, where unfortunately Nicky Thiem's race came to an abrupt end in the number 90 TF Sport Aston Martin. 44 no longer in the fight, the sister car at Falken, but Sven Muller going through just the pattern really, making sure that they hit their marks when it comes to the pit stop, turn the car around as quickly as possible. They might be thinking about a brake change for this car as well, and on to the Dottinger Höhe Sven Muller will go. He's got, it's not a clear lap between he and the next car. I'm just trying to work out whether this car is actually still on the lead lap. Where's the race leader? 2 minutes and 23 seconds away from completing this lap. So yes, I reckon the 33 Porsche does just retain lead lap status comparing to Alexander Sims in the Schubert Motorsport BMW. The closest fight in the top 9 is actually for the lead currently. Only 15 seconds separate BMW from Audi, Alexander Sims from the Phoenix R8 of Kelvin van der Linde. And then it's Chris Haase, Maxi Goertz for Audi and Mercedes respectively. Mauro Engel definitely in the number 4 car, the second of the Get Speed Mercedes AMGs, and Michele Beretta for Scherer Sport Team Phoenix completing the top 6 as another car enters pit lane, which is one of the lower order BMWs, 325i E90.
That may be a 15-second gap between first and second, Johnny, but the number 20 that leads, he's got another maybe 2.5 laps before he peels off in the pits, and that's in comparison to the Audi, which is on standby callers. Talk amongst yourselves. See what it's done there. See what it keeps doing to me. That completely hasn't updated, but I think he's 2 laps in on that stint. He's onto the second lap of that stint as Kelvin van der Linde. So when the Schubert car does peel off, he will take over the lead of that car. Now, if this was 39 minutes to go to the flag, this could be a situation that we find ourselves in with a half an hour to go. And I'm pretty sure that the pit wall, metaphorically, quite metaphorically here, as all the team engineers work from inside the garages, but the pit wall will be working on a way of getting that car more in sync with and start back timing and back calculating from the flag as we get towards the finish. Still plenty of time for anything to happen, though, with just coming up to 9.5 hours left. The 72 BMW, that's been recovered now on a flatbed. It's up at the carousel, so we'll see that moving slow zone progress around the lap. Still causing us to have the overall lap time stifled somewhat, so hard to see who's on the pace, who's off the pace, because the overall lap time being affected by those slow zones.
I just caught a glimpse of the all-female crewed 220 GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing BMW. Carrie Schreiner, Celia Martin, Fabian Volvend and Pippa Mann, who had so many seasons in the IndyCar Championship in the US with Dale Coyne Racing, raced in the Indy 500 as recently as 2019, but this year is into the GT Tyre squad in SP8 with actually an Audi R8 LMS that has been racing elsewhere with that driver lineup. So that was last year in the 24 hours. They were with GT but with a different car. Managed a 45th place finish. And not only is it an all-female driving crew, but I think pretty much all the mechanics female as well. And that's a deliberate drive to get more women into motorsport, basically, at all levels, whether that's team strategists, mechanics, and indeed opportunities for driving duties too. Back up the hill for the number 15 Kelvin van der Linde car. Christopher Haase, on the other hand, has come into pit lane for the number 22 car collection example. So 2 massive teams when it comes to racing the 4 rings, Car Collection and Team Phoenix, going, well, doing a battle with each other. And we've now got Audi's 2nd, 4th and 6th. Phoenix might be a car light now after a worrying moment overnight for the number 5 car, which also involved Kelvin van der Linde. But this bizarre situation where you can be named against a maximum of 2 cars in the race. So you end up in the gravel, in the tyre wall in one car, and then are told, well, don't worry, just climb aboard the other one, and you might even win the race.
It's very old school, isn't it? I mean, it used to happen in Grand Prix racing in the 50s,
yeah,
where drivers used to hand up, because the result was all about the car, it wasn't so much the driver. Another Audi there, the Christopher Haase, number 22, taking on a brake change as well. So it's time for brakes on Audis, it seems like, with 9.5 hours left. And talking about race distance, Ian McCarthy, I can say this because Ian McCarthy, who's tweeted this in, Johnny, isn't a commentator, so this is not going to have any effect on this race whatsoever. But he can say, and I think safely, that at this point we've had 2.5 hours more racing than last year, with still more than half the race, still just under half the race to go. And I think we're all right at saying that. Yeah, we'll get away with that because he's already not a commentator.
Happened.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's not
a commentator. If we said that,
that would be a commentator's curse, wouldn't it? Yeah. But if you're not, then that's absolutely fine. Record distance, 159 laps done. Now, I've forgotten what year that was. Was it 2018 or 2019? It's quite recent. The record was upped a couple of laps. Last year, we only did 59, so the record's 159. we were 100 laps short of the current record distance, but at half the way through now, we've done, this is the 95th lap that we are currently working, and obviously just ticked over, well, a few hours ago we ticked over the half distance marker at 4 o'clock in the morning. It is now 6:25 pretty much, and Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer remain in the booth for another 90 minutes or so. There is some low cloud heading into the distance there.
It's quite horrible looking, to be honest with you, Johnny. You look out the window and it's a thick, dark cloud covering. There's a brighter sky just across the horizon towards the castle, and I'm thinking that's where the weather's coming from. So maybe this low cloud that's been threatening is beginning to just break up on the horizon. And that's because it did look as though it was one of those skies that looked like it could rain at any moment, and not just, and I don't mean heavy rain. We get a lot of drizzly, mizzle kind of rain here at the Nürburgring, just basically cloud density, isn't it, and being on high ground. But it did look like it was about to threaten that. Like I say, I've seen a forecast that says perhaps rain, a 40% chance of rain at lunchtime today, and by lunchtime I mean around midday. So we're still a little bit off that. It's just coming up to, it's 25 minutes past 6 a.m. here in Germany. So we're still 5.5 hours away from that potential rain forecast. However, I will say I have seen another forecast which is completely different. It's going to be a sunny and beautiful day.
Okay. Well, I'm sure it will be eventually, but we might have to go through some tricky conditions before we get to the sun burning through the early morning cloud. And yes, trees that were eminently visible yesterday afternoon when the race got started at 4 o'clock, now shrouded in cloud. Can't quite see Nürburgring Castle up there on the hill either. That will slowly come back into sight. Green again at Pflanzgarten. There were briefly yellow flags being displayed there a couple of minutes ago, but not for too long. So I think a car off the track which was able to rejoin quite quickly. 2 cars now under, in fact, make that 3 cars now under investigation, including the number 120, which is one of 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla Altises. Not telling me exactly why these cars are under investigation, but the 21 CP Racing Mercedes is one of them as well. And now just flashing up on the screen normally reserved for penalties. These aren't penalties yet, but might result in some further down the line at the VT2 front-wheel drive class leader, which is the Hyundai i30N from the driving experience team. Car 332, 82nd overall, but leading the VT2 front class. So whether they are pit stop infringements or maybe not abiding by yellow flags, not slowing down sufficiently, or potential for overtaking under a yellow flag, is obviously a big no-no. But Gerrit Holthaus, which is driving the number 332 car, the latest, at the very least under investigation, and we'll find out whether that develops into further problems in due course.
Alex Sims still a little bit off his pit stop liability, if you like. He's going to also pit stop in a couple of laps, Johnny, so
yeah,
just making his way through traffic now towards the final stages of the lap, up at Schwalbenschwanz now, through the left-hander and towards the Kleine Carousel, which is the mini carousel, concrete on the inside of the track, slightly banked, and he'll very shortly be on the Dottingen straight to complete 7 laps. That will put him into the lap, his final lap of this stint. He's going to be staying in the car by my estimation. This will be the completion of his first stint, and hanging on to the lead by, it was 15 seconds. It's gone down ever so slightly by hardly anything really, 0.3 of a second, 14.691. So Van der Linde is the fastest car on the track at the moment, but it's hard to judge as we've had variations of slow zones moving around the track, vehicles being recovered still, so we're not getting an optimised lap yet quite from the leading cars.
I also noticed, and many of you will have picked up on this, I'm sure, a few hours ago, that the 15 and the 3, the Phoenix Racing Audi and the first of the two Get Speed Mercedes are pitting now. I think it's just 1 lap apart, yes. For the early part of the race, up until about lap 40, they were matching each other's pit stop cycle, but then there was a 7-lap stint for Fabian Schiller between lap 37 and lap 44. Freins moved on to an 8th lap within that stint, and they've got a lap apart, basically. Now, whether that's a bit of strategy so that the Mercedes doesn't run the risk of tripping over the Audi, I think it's more likely, actually, that Get Speed would have wanted that stagger between their two cars, so they're not pitting both of the cars on the same lap. You can double stack them. They'll be operated from the same garage, and they'll have entirely different team personnel assigned to the work that needs to be done on the pit stop, but there's just always the chance of one car tripping over the other. So ideally, do the pit stop a lap apart, and remember, on the racetrack there are minutes between them, the 3 and the 4. Maxi Goetz and Mauro Engel are the current drivers. Engel still on his outlap, amazingly. No, he's just completed that, which was an 11 minutes 57 second lap, so that included the 3/4 minute pit stop. And Mauro Engel now really getting into his stride, heading on to lap 2 of this current stint.
Van der Linde, I've got to say, Johnny, the number 15, currently running second. He's reduced the gap to 13.3 seconds to Alexander Sims, who's going to be coming into the pits. And by being unarguably the fastest car on the track at the moment, he's strengthening that position to the point where he's going to, if he continues at this pace, he's not going to find himself losing the lead because of a pit stop. And it's getting very close to that. So continuing to lap 8 minute 15 and continuing to draw the Schubert BMW in towards him. However, he will realise and be fully aware that the Schubert car is going to be pitting next time by. The 72 junior BMW car has now been recovered completely into the paddock. So that, Johnny, I think, is giving us a complete and clear track. So no current slow zones at any part of the Nordschleife or the Grand Prix tracker here.
Yeah, Hohenrhein showing green. There will have been yellows as the recovery truck threaded its way through the tricky chicane at the end of the lap, and the link road between the Grand Prix, or rather between the Nordschleife and the Grand Prix Strecke. Remember, it's the Gesamtstrecke, as it's called in German, meaning the full track, the whole track, where the what is it, 2 and a bit miles of the modern-day Nürburgring Grand Prix track attached to the Nordschleife. Used to have the Südschleife as well. That now long closed, although most of it I think still exists as street road sections for road-going cars. And fans, no doubt visiting the track for the first time, would like to track where the Südschleife used to go. Nowhere near as long as the Nordschleife still is, but that presented arguably even more of a challenge when the 24 hours was held here in the early days. Alexander Sims then in a new BMW M4. It would be quite a story for the M4, which takes over from the M6. Remember, there was a phase when BMW were actually utilising 3 different cars within motorsport. They had a GT4 car, which was the M4, GT3 car, the M6, and the GTE car, the M8. M8 now no longer raced at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which is in just 2 weeks' time, remember. Yeah, the BMW deciding to go the route of the M4 across all platforms, pretty much, not GTE, but certainly in GT3 and GT4, and with those snarling nostrils of the M4, it's a striking look regardless of what livery it runs in. Unfortunately, we're another BMW down now with the demise of the junior team. Both of the Rover Racing BMWs no longer in the fight, but the 20 car for Schubert Motorsport is still flying the BMW roundel, and in the 50th year of the M brand for BMW, would be quite a story if they could pull this off. However, there's only a short segment of each of the stints when that 20 BMW has an opportunity to lead for a spell of 3 laps. So at the moment, they're relying on the checkered flag being shown within that 3-stop or 3-lap window. So we are talking about a sort of 25-minute period where the BMW is on top.
Yeah, and that's going to slip back towards Van der Linde as Alexander Sims continues on his way to the pit stop. 8 minutes 13.257, personal best from Mauro Engel in the Get Speed Mercedes there. And current lap, fastest lap of the race so far, 8 minutes 11.6 from Marcello in the Bilstein Mercedes, car number 12. So a little bit off the fastest lap of the race so far, but Mauro Engel, certainly the fastest car out there at the moment, that car running in 4th place. And I think you mentioned, Johnny, that car, the number 4, was catching the sister car, the number 3.
Yeah. Tim Roberts, meanwhile, with a drama out on the Grand Prix Strecke with his VT2 front-wheel drive, Frontentrieb, to be given the German term, for the Opel Astra OPC. So you've got Frontentrieb and Heckentrieb, meaning front-wheel and rear-wheel drive cars, and that V2T class is split into 2, depending on whether you've got a BMW or, in the case of the Opel Astra OPC, front-wheel drive car. Tim Roberts 6th in that class, and I wonder whether he did a lap of the Grand Prix track and then ducked in the pit lane at the end as he headed for the hairpin. So unfortunately that lap of the Grand Prix track will not count towards the tally, but needing to get the car in to replace a front tyre which is down.
He's quite lucky, really, that went down there rather than all the way around the 25 kilometres of the full Nordschleife. So yeah, a small penalty to pay, but in the back door as the number 20 continues to be the leader. However, he's going to relinquish that lead very soon. He is making his way round into the Solvensons area of the track, which is towards the end of the lap, getting towards the conclusion of the lap here at the Nordschleife, into the Kleine Carousel, and he'll bring that car out on the Dottinger Hohe. Problems for the 228, Johnny.
Yeah,
that's Porsche Cayman.
Second in the V6 class for the team Zorg Rennsport Cayman S.
Looked like a harmless spin.
Hopefully that is the case, and it was kept crucially out of the barrier. So Rasmus Helmisch, one of many Danes in this year's race. Unfortunately, 2 of them no longer we're going to be talking about, Marco Sorensen and Nicky T from the Aston Martin. Oh, there's another car involved, though.
Yeah, wasn't a harmless spin. He was helped round, wasn't he?
Yeah, by a Valkenhorst BMW. Now, that might have been the 102. Didn't quite catch sight of the number, but it left Rasmus on the grass.
Going through a left-hander and left-hand contact, left rear corner contact on the Porsche Cayman. Car doesn't look too bad there as the leader, Alexander Sims, peels off and into the pits. As we have calculated, Alexander will stay at the wheel of the car as the lead has already changed, Johnny. That's how close the Audi was to the BMW. The BMW hasn't even come to its pit box yet, and already the number 15 Audi through and into the lead.
Over the line it goes. So on the left it's the BMW, on the right of shot the Audi that is in first position now, and Alexander Sims bringing the car in to be on a 45-degree angle nose into the garage, but up on its internal jacks. Dolly trolleys applied, and the car is spun through the 90 degrees to get it pointing in the right direction again. Now the BMW that's just clashed with Rasmus Helmisch in his Porsche Cayman S is feeling the ill effects, but later on it's taken a couple more corners for that front right tyre to cry enough. The Valkenhorst Motorsport BMWs, all 3 of them, running on Yokohamas, but it's no reflection on how the tyre's been put together by the Japanese marque, because that was a bit of a brutal contact with the Porsche Cayman, which has resulted in the tyre going down.
So that car currently 17th, being driven by Von Bohlen, and the Valkenhorst car will make its way slowly to the pits. Right-hand front puncture caused by that contact with the Porsche Cayman. We mentioned the Cayman, I think, got away very, very lightly. It didn't show nothing apparent, and the car did seem to drive very well. Hard to judge though, Johnny, because if it's been hit hard enough to puncture the tyre on the BMW, then I suspect it may have some suspension damage, because you can't really do that and expect to get away with it.
That's Mario von Bohlen, who's sharing with Jörg Müller, Ben Tuck and Jorn Schmidt-Start in a Pro-Am entered Valkenhorst M4. But yes, the next job for Mario is to just gingerly get the car home again. They're looking for another car that's really looking for a race finish. The suspension's possibly failed on that as well.
Or suspension broke, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry,
the steering
has. Yeah, steering has.
Yeah, because the front right dangling in the air because there's no tyre on it, but also nothing light pointing in the right direction. So he's having to guide the car through the rest of the Nordschleife lap with just one Yokohama in contact with the road surface. Not a nice situation to be in. Meanwhile, now that's not the Rasmus Helmisch Porsche, that's a sister car from the same team, the number 127. And how is that getting on in the overall order? It is leading Cup 2. So this is Moritz Krantz. Cup 2, remember, is a class exclusively for the 992 version of the Porsche Cup car. And Moritz Krantz has a lead now of, is that 5 laps over the next car, which is the Black Falcon Team Identica car. No, it's not as many as 5 laps. That's the gap to the leader, beg your pardon. See, the last time I checked, the top 2 in Cup 2 were very close to one another, as in about 20-odd seconds apart. And when you think we're now over 14 hours into this year's 24-hour race, to have the top 2 in Cup 2 separated by less than a minute is really testament to the 2 teams involved. K. Kramer Racing, who prepared the Krantz car, and then doing the chasing for Black Falcon is Paul Harkema, hailing from the Netherlands and racing in his first ever Nürburgring 24 hours. So anticipation levels, nervous levels will have been pretty high for Paul, but they're doing really well in the Black Falcon Team Identica car, second in class. In fact, Black Falcon second and third provisionally in that hard-fought Cup 2 division.
And now that we've had the Alexander Sims-driven BMW, the Schubert car, into the pits for its pit stop, that gives us a kind of a better look, overall view of the race positions. I know we've still got quite a way to go, still got over 9 hours to go. And the way that the pit stop phase flip-flops between the number 15 Audi and the number 20. The number 20 now has come out from that pit stop into 4th place. So we've got Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel of the Audi Sport Team Phoenix car, leading by 30, let's call that 33 seconds. Is that 35 seconds? Yes, it is. From the number 3 Get Speed Mercedes, Maxi Goetz at the wheel of that. Maxi has got a further 1 minute 23 before we have the sister car, the number 4 of Maro Engel. And then we've got a huge gap back to that Schubert Motorsport BMW, who has over 3.5 minutes on the Christopher Haase-driven number 22 Audi. So the 3 cars at the front of the field, we mentioned earlier the number 3 being caught by the sister car number 4. So a battle of the Mercedes there. But I tell you what, Johnny, it's hard to see if things continue for the next 9 and a bit hours, how anybody's going to get by the number 15 Audi on pure pace, because that car is looking very, very strong indeed.
Cup 3 leader is currently the Schmickler Performance Porsche 718 Cayman. Remember, Cup 3 is all Cayman GT4 Club Sports, but it's the bright pink machine 264 that leads that class, and by a fair chunk of time. So 264 out front and about 4 minutes back. So G-Tech Competition are still on the lead lap, but certainly going in the right direction for a podium result is this Porsche driven by Kai Riemer in fact, to give it the correct pronunciation, silver rated. Now in his early 50s, Kai, and first ever Nürburgring race was 1995. So he's done all sorts of different machinery through those years. And clearly, when he's planning out his year of motorsport, the Nürburgring 24 hours is probably the first one into the diary, because I don't think he's missed a race since the mid-90s. On course again for a very good result, Kai Riemer and the rest of his team with Schmickler.
Is it time for maybe a class leader rundown?
Why not? Yeah.
Let's go through all of our classes and tell you who's in the lead of them. Starting at the back and moving forward, the SP3 class currently being led by the 119. That's the Toyota Gazoo Racing, the Toyota Corolla car 119 in 85th overall. In 82nd place overall is the number 332. That's the VT2 front Hyundai Driving Experience i30N, that car in 82nd overall. In 80th place overall is the number 323. That's leading the V4 class, and that's the Rockstar Games BMW. It's the Krolls of Hofer Racing in their BMW E46. They're leading the SP6 class in 78th overall. That's car 200. It's car 300 leading the VT3 class, and they're in 76. That's Team Mattel Racing's Porsche Cayman. And then the V6 class being led by the number 397 Porsche 911. They're in 74th place overall. V5 sees Adrenaline Motorsports Porsche Cayman car 444 in 70th place. SP4T sees the Porsche 718 GTS car 718 in 66th place overall. They're leading the SP4T class. Cup 5, that's the Schubert Motorsport BMW M2. That's car 880. They're in 62nd place overall. 61st is the number 240. That's the BMW M240 of Adrenaline Motorsport. VT2 Hecker. That's the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i. That's the car that leads that class. Aptly numbered 330 in 60th place. It's the Luigi Stanco driven Autorama AG Seat Leon that leads SP3T. Car 113 in 53rd place overall, and then in 45th place overall is the number 70 Huber Motorsport SP7 class leading Porsche 911. SP8T is being led by the Door Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. That's car 95 in 34th. SP10 is being led by the FK Performance Motorsport BMW M4. That's car 78, and that's in 31st place. Cup 3 sees the Schmickler Performance Porsche Cayman. That's leading Cup 3, I should say, in 29th place. That's car 264. It's car 162 in 20th place overall. That's the Cup X leader. That's the Teichmann Racing KTM Crossbow. The alternative fuels class is 27th overall, and it's car 320, and it's a Porsche GT3 of 4 Motors Bio Concept. It's the Hyundai Motorsport Hyundai Elantra leading TCR, car 830 in 25th overall. Cup 2, one of the most competitive classes here, Porsche Cup 2 class. Kramer Racing's leading it with their number 127, their 20th overall. SPX is still being led by the Glickenhaus, car 706, and then the SP9 class, our overall leader, is Kelvin van der Linde in the number 15 Audi Sport Team Phoenix.
Very good job, Joe. Rattled through those. You're getting good at that. Kelvin van der Linde over the road bridge and on to Hatzenbach once again. This will be for the 98th time. So another little milestone will be the century of laps completed so far. We'll hit that in the next 20-25 minutes or so. Kelvin van der Linde leading by 35 seconds over Maximilian Goertz in the number 3 Mercedes from Team GetSpeed. Third position for Mauro Engel. Goertz and Engel haven't checked this weekend's average lap times, but I would imagine of the 3 drivers dedicated to the 3 and the 4, Goertz and Engel are probably, and it's a marginal guess, the fastest, purely on average lap times. Mauro Engel certainly not getting any slower, and Maxi Goertz tending to be held back for the really important stints. But it's nip and tuck between all 3 drivers labelled against the Mercedes, because they're in the GetSpeed crew for a reason, to try and win this race. not yet in the crucial leading spot, but it'll only take a slight hiccup from that Audi to really put Mercedes in the game. They need to mount this 30-odd second gap. Now, you can buy back sometimes sometime into a code 60, a code 120 if there are yellow flags, and you get the field condensing around a back marker. Remember, if SP9 cars can't overtake, for instance, a Cup 3 machine, they just have to sit there and wait it out. And there's nothing preventing a chasing car from closing a 10-second gap into the yellows, which so often happens around here.
Just to give you a bit of an update on the gap, Johnny, 35 seconds is the gap between the leading Audi and the number 3 Get Speed Mercedes. The second place Get Speed Mercedes, number 3, has 1 minute and 21 over its sister car, the number 4, and it's 52 seconds to our other kind of the moral leader, the number 20 Schubert Motorsport BMW, who will take over the overall lead of this car when the 3 cars ahead of it pit. We'll see that flip-flop towards the final stages of this race if nothing drastic or dramatic changes.
Fastest lap still being held by the number 12 Team Bilstein Mercedes. Raffaele Marciello did not do the time. That was a Philip Ellis effort, I seem to remember. The 8:11.639 done between the hours of 5 and 6 o'clock this morning, where the track was clearly in perfect conditions. It wasn't just that car that managed its best lap of the race, the best lap of the race, as a rotating BMW draws our attention. That's the 324. Is that a 325i as well?
It seemed like, did he use the handbrake there to sort of handbrake it round turn 1?
It was like a kind of Russell Swift manoeuvre. He needed a BMW in front and behind, really, to plug the gap.
Yeah, he's got a bit of understanding. I'm just going to use the handbrake to get it tucked in. Yeah.
Yeah, former rally driver, perhaps. So 324. I'm wondering where that car is within its relevant class. 324 runs in V4 and is actually on course for a podium. FK Performance 325i.
And there's the class leader in SP8T. That's the Aston Martin. Great job from them. Always great to see. And the number that car's running. Dome Motorsport running the Aston Martin Vantage. And that car leading SP8T.
Yeah, so we had obviously an Aston in the SP9 class at the start of the race, no longer in contention, or no longer in the race, full stop, sadly. Dome Motorsport with a Vantage AMR GT4, the one that Joe's just mentioned, leading SP8T. There are then, I think, 3 from Pro Sport Racing. Now, a moment or two ago, courtesy of our good friend Seb, who is on the cherry picker down at Schwalbenschwanz, manning the camera there, a wayward VW Golf, and green flags being waved immediately after this incident. Was that kept out of the barrier?
I think so. Yeah.
There's quite a wide expanse of grass there on the approach to the Kleiner Carousel, and amazingly, that VW Golf venturing off into the scenery, but not hitting anything solid. Great
pickup by Sebastian Mayer, the cameraman, who was my good friend who works with us in the pits at the 24h series. And he's one of the most artistic camera people I've ever seen. He really does. Really does make it an art form. He's up on a pedestal there at the Kleiner Carousel.
Well, it's a massive crane, actually. I mean, I don't know how many meters up in the air he is.
He said it's very shaky.
Yeah.
It kind of takes his mind off the coldness.
Okay.
But he's in his home country. All right, he's on a higher altitude and a bit colder here at the Eiffel Mountains.
And he looked as bleary-eyed as I was at 4 a.m. this morning as we were leaving our hotel, which is only about 20 minutes down the road, thankfully, so a short trip into work. But, I mean, I spoke to him at lunchtime yesterday. He says, I'm off for the day now, but I am back on at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, many, many metres up into the air. He says, I don't mind heights, but just that movement, swaying left and right, unsettles him when you're up there for a number of hours.
It's a cherry picker, isn't it? It's a big cherry picker arm, and he just kind of climbs in it, and then up he goes.
Yeah, that's right.
I would imagine it's certainly it must feel very unstable up there.
Anyway, good pictures of the Golf, thankfully recovering. And disaster averted there. Much the same can be said for a few other cars that have actually glanced the barrier. I'm thinking about Michele Beretta not too long ago in the Phoenix Audi. Not the race-leading Phoenix Audi, though. Car number 15, still with Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel, nearing the end of lap 98. Maxi Goetz doing the chasing. Maro Engel is a further 2 minutes behind. And then it's Alexander Sims in really the only BMW left in the fight now. And when you consider we had a lot of contenders for the race win from the Bavarian mark, but it's all down to Schubert Motorsport now. A single bullet in the gun for the M4 GT3 on its debut in this race. One manufacturer had kind of written off just purely because of its early race pace and bad luck as well. Porsche, they're just starting to get a couple of cars into and nearing the top 10 in the form of Falcon Motorsports' Patrick Pilet in number 33. They are 10th. And then from Hong Kong, KCMG, the blue and white colours, more recently adorned on, what do they have, a couple of Nissan GTRs in the past, the team from the Far East, but moving to Porsche for this race, and it is Kiwi Earl Bamber driving that car in 11th position. So Porsche fans will be willing those cars on, and for a few mistakes, a few incidents up ahead to try and get them breaking into the top 6.
Van der Linde, another 8 minute 15. He's only about 7/10 off the car's best. 8 minute 14.3 is the car's best. And last time through there, 8 minute 15 dead. The car behind him, Maxi Goetz, couldn't quite manage that, so the gap goes out to 38 seconds. 8 minute 17.8 from Goetz. We wait for the Maro Engel driven number 4 Mercedes to come through, and I'll give you an update on what the gap is between those two Get Speed cars for second and third. So no doubt about it, and there it is. It's no, not quite. I thought that was the lap being completed by the number 4. Still waiting for that. We undoubtedly 8 minutes 15 seems to be where that car is. Engel's last lap through was an 8:15, so we'll see if Engel is closing the gap to the sister Get Speed Mercedes, and that car due by any moment now. Johnny, when it does, I'll let you know how that it is a battle, isn't it? There's nothing in it.
No.
There's absolutely nothing in it. 38 seconds at this stage of any endurance race with 9 hours to go is absolutely nothing. That's just a puncture or something not going right in a pit stop, and then it'll bring these cars right together. World beginning to wake up, it looks like.
Yeah, there are one or two hardy souls who I think have been sitting down all night trying to get some shut-eye, and it's just taking one or two brains a while to come back into the reckoning. Beware of drunken people, some of the signs say. Well, I'm sure there were plenty of them.
Some of the makeshift signs. I'm sure the race organisers haven't put those warning signs out, like a warning triangle on a wooden stake with yellow with black, sort of like an official sign saying, "Beware of drunken people."
Yeah.
You know what, Johnny? What I found is, when I went out there in and amongst the fans, as we've had the 261 Porsche spinning, and whether that was helped round, course vehicle already there, the number 261 Cayman Club Sport in Cup 3, now showing signs of a bodywork catching the front right corner. So whether we saw the aftermath of perhaps potential coming together between cars, no, he did it all by himself.
It's a big place to go off as well.
Not sure where that is.
It's Swedenkreuz, the left-hander into Arenberg, where the KTM caught fire last night. Pretty much the same bit of grass, actually. So the lead has gone through. And that's quite a big smack into the barrier, actually, leaving the road at Swedenkreuz, where the car is on the ragged edge. And the Team Matol racing car heavily into the wall. It's driven off, but I'm not surprised at least one of the tyres is fouling the bodywork now.
Again, one of the sections of the track there, that very fast left leading into the right-hander at Arenberg, it's one of those in that particular car. That will have been a, shall I take it flat? Can I keep my foot in, or should I lift? And be, discretion being the better part of valor. And just catching the driver out there, just understeering off cars, the momentum, just dragging it off to the right. And he did clatter the barrier in a big way. So the number 261, I would imagine, heading for the pit, smoke billowing from that right front wheel arch. So bodywork catching the tyre there as it makes its way back round.
Yeah, so thankfully rejoining Tony Richards. That's actually the Peter Kate car, which I hadn't twigged. Now, this is a big moment down at Arenberg. Is there something down on the road then, I wonder? Because Maxi Gertz has just gone off.
Trail of oil, Johnny.
So actually, the Cayman maybe has gone off on its own because of a mistake, and that's now left. But that's the Porsche, isn't it? Further down the road. Yeah, and falling apart, sadly. Peter Kate, a good friend of the channel, and has been into our booth a couple of times, but it's his teammate Tony Richards who's made the mistake, either going off on its own oil, or Tony just has caught in a classic Schwedenkreuz moment. But Gertz off into the gravel. Amazingly, he kept it out of the barrier, but this is how quickly a race can change the narrative. We were talking about 38 seconds, the difference between Gertz and the race leader. It's a lot more than that now.
He's probably got radiator damage, Johnny, and that trail, what looks like, I said oil, it's certainly a trail of something fluid. And of course, right-hand front of the car is where the radiator is housed on that Porsche Cayman, and he did contact the barrier in that area of the car, so it's burst the radiator. He's had fluid leaking out. He's left that on the track, and the cars following him into Arenberg have just encountered a slippery track. And Maxi Gertz, that was a very, very close call. Didn't contact the barrier at all, but did have a spin into the runoff area at Arenberg, and that's a very, very fast part of this track.
7 a.m. on the nosy. We have 9 hours still to go. This is live coverage of the 50th anniversary of the TotalEnergies 24 hours of the Nürburgring for 2022, and another hour of racing starts right now. So Maxi Gertz's heart rate will have been through the roof there as he realised he was skating perilously close to the barrier at Arenberg, skating off into the gravel. There is a gravel trap there deliberately to gather any wayward cars, but we've had, I remember in the year where the ice struck and the hail started to pound down, or more or less a car park that developed in the gravel trap down there. Tony Richards, a passenger after he smashed into the barrier on driver's right on the exit of Schwedenkreuz, and driving that Porsche Cayman S then away from Team Mattol. Thought he might have got away with it, with at least a tyre down, but no worse. But I'm afraid then the issue with the radiator being heavily damaged, and sensibly Tony stopping the car. So that might well be end of game, unfortunately, for that Team Mattol entry. They had been through the mill to a certain extent before that point as well, as Peter Kate so eloquently described a couple of hours ago on our broadcast. They were running in 8th place in Cup 3, but you get a car that is unfortunately up against it in the lower order, but that can then very heavily impact one of the key runners in SP9. If they are next car on the scene, which Maxi Gertz was, it's being able to adjust to the lack of grip levels down at what is a hard stop at Arenberg, and there is still a line of something. If that's coolant, it's still going to be pretty slippery, not as slippery as oil.
It's not water, it's a mixture, it's antifreeze and it's a coolant, it's a solution of, so it's not quite water. It will dissipate better than oil. Oil basically doesn't dissipate, it just sits there, so you've got to use some sort of oil dry surface treatment to soak the oil up and get rid of it. But it may be oil.
It could be, yeah, it's very difficult. What it needs, you
I need to get out there and taste it, don't I?
You do, in classic Joe Bradley style.
You know what the taste differences are?
I have no idea, and I wouldn't even dream of attempting to test it out, to be honest, but you've always been brave enough to dip your finger in and have a good old taste.
It's the quickest way of finding out what's wrong with your car when it comes in leaking something. So coolant tastes sweet,
yeah.
Engine oil tastes bitter, and gearbox oil tastes slightly more bitter.
Okay, these are very small differences, but clearly to a well-trained tongue.
Coolant's completely different.
Okay,
very sweet.
And does that really punish the? I mean, you're not taking on huge.
No. It's just
amounts of this stuff, isn't it? Yeah, it's just a little dip of the little finger into it, and okay. I do worry for your insides through the years, but as long as they're metered doses.
I'm not drinking it, Johnny. I'm just putting it on my tongue and then Probably spitting it back out.
Okay, good.
I'm not drinking it. You don't have to drink it.
We're not advising you to do this at home, folks.
Do not do this at home.
Absolutely not.
No.
Everything that Joe does at a race weekend should be avoided, frankly.
Well, it comes from running race cars more than just being a pit lane reporter, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's a very quick way to diagnose what an issue might be and the internal fluids that need replenishing in a car. Unfortunately for Tony Richards, even if you were to pour more coolant in, it would probably come straight back out and onto the road surface, and that's going to have to be a flatbed job. Take it back to Team Matol and see what they can do, but already they were having a trying race, a character-building race, to use one of your phrases, Joe. And that might just be putting the seal on it for Peter Kate, Tony Richards and the rest in that car.
The most overly used cliche in motorsport.
You've said that, but yes, I agree.
I know.
The 814 at the carousel heading around the corner. I just wonder whether that car was crabbing for a moment, but I think we're okay. Matilda Racing, it's a Cupra TCR with the sequential box, and current driver is either Jürgen or Joachim Nett, who shares in that 814 car with Lucas Niederscheider, 27-year-old Austrian who's come out of TCR Germany. Often this race for regular TCR sprint drivers provides a great opportunity to attempt, with normally 3 other drivers, the much longer distance affair in TCR cars. Amazing to me that TCR, now a global category and a very popular one at that, but those are TCR cars designed for sprint racing. It doesn't really take much to convert it into a 24-hour race, and it always delivers a close fight.
Just before this incident, Kelvin van der Linde, our leader, snuck in the car's quickest lap of the race. He's down to an 8 minutes 12.141. So he's not pacing himself. He's not easing off. He's pushing all of the time. Maxi Goetz in second, Johnny. He's dropped to now 57 seconds after that little off cost him a bit of time. He's due into the pits next time by. They're slightly out of sequence by a lap. So we'll have Goetz in the pits next time by, and then the following lap the leader will be in.
So Tony Richards off at speed between Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg. One glance into the barrier, secondary hit as well. Then the car spinning, turning left when he needed to be turning right at Arenberg. Big rattle off that steep curb as well. Must be a couple of foot up in the air, that curb, and or rather the incline. As you mount it going through Arenberg in the conventional sense, but when you attack it from a 90-degree angle, Tony will have felt that. Then you've got the steam or smoke trailing from the front right corner, no doubt from the radiator. Oh, and he spun again. I didn't realise that. So he's gone off on his own coolant or oil, and there were more dings into the barrier, first of all on the left, then on the right. And what was left on the track surface has caught Maxi Goetz out as he arrived at Arenberg. Did so well there to arrest the speed of the car just in time. The gravel's doing its job as well, don't get me wrong. I still remember Maxi Goetz's moment when he was leading the race 3 years ago, and Raffaele Marciello, if you remember, in a previous stint had run alongside a car down at the, what was then the Dunlop hairpin, labelled the Goodyear hairpin this year. Marcello's incident, which stressed a steering arm, but the steering arm didn't break until Maxi Goetz's stint about an hour later.
Remember that?
And it put him in the wall.
Yeah, remember that.
And just one of those situations where it was the wall was so close to the edge of the track where he went off, he couldn't react. Maxi Goetz gets away with one in 2022 that he didn't do about 3 years ago.
I do remember that. Yeah.
It was a big moment because I'm pretty sure Goetz was leading at the time, and all of a sudden the car steering left and not through Maxi's choice is because eventually the steering arm, towing arm just cried enough.
So we have got some kind of oil dry going down onto the surface of the track. That'll help get that track back to workable and usable conditions. They've it's through a very fast section of track, Johnny. It's into Arenberg, which has a sweeping left and over the brow into that part of the track, and the last thing you want is for a little bit of slippery track, the car unbalanced as it goes over the brow. So hopefully we'll get that track back to workable condition.
Various fans trying to generate some body heat, having tried to get some sleep overnight, probably in a sleeping bag. It would have been pretty chilly certain periods in the overnight part of the race, depending on where you are around the circuit, but dropped to, we reckon, 3 or 4 degrees in the really coolest part of the evening. Heat is being generated though now as the sun's bursting through the sky. Crates of empty beer bottles littering the circuit, and some hardy souls up still pretty early at 7:10 to enjoy more race action. We're almost 2/3 of the way through. In another 50 minutes we will be there, but this is a milestone because in the next couple of minutes there'll be 100 laps next to the Phoenix Racing Audi, car number 15. Kelvin van der Linde just exiting Brunchen and heading for the ice curve with traffic ahead, and traffic that is 2 abreast. Oh, he had to get up the inside of one of the Opel Astras there. Track narrowing, did just about get through. But these are the heart-in-mouth moments that can often be encountered every single lap of this great race, Joe Bradley.
Absolutely, Johnny. It's not over until it's over, is it? We're about due a pit stop from the second place Mercedes. The Get Speed Mercedes and Maxi Götz will be coming into the pits, but we're joined by a guest in the booth, Fabian Pitzmeier from the number 718 Porsche Cayman. Thank you for popping in, Fabian. You've just got out of the car, I believe. Were you in the car in that what I call the romantic point of any race? Sunrise, not much of a sunrise with the cloud, but were you in the car when it transitioned from night and dark into the daylight?
Yes, I did a couple of stints in the night, and so now the final one back to daylight.
It looks really dark from our TV pictures. How dark is it from the driver's seat?
In the night?
Yes, yeah.
Actually, it is quite dark, yes, but not that dark. So, for example, if I remember 1 or 2 years ago, without all the fans and the fireworks and so on, it was really, really dark, like dark forest. And now it's a bit more like festival. You can see all the fans, all the constructions and fireworks and so on. You smell the grill and so on.
You do actually do that? You can smell the grills going on?
It's true, yeah.
Incredible.
It's true.
Yeah, and what about breakfast? So you smell the burgers from the previous night. Do you smell the bacon and the sausage?
And then you hurry up too.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. The car's leading its class. So far so good. I don't want to say any more because we tend to hex things. But I'm interested to hear, once you get into this race with your car, we spoke earlier, and your background is your day job as an engineer for Toyota. Do you get a chance? Does the team even attempt to change anything on the car during the race?
During the race, no. We are actually quite well prepared. We did some changes in the software before, so changes to the ABS and traction control system to make it a bit more like the GT4. But apart from this, no, we did not change anything during the race.
So you went towards a setting on the ABS and the traction control that would take a bit of stress off the driver?
No, you can adjust ABS, for example, the way it controls the wheel slip.
Did that make your job easier, though, is what I mean? The car was less...
Yes, you can adjust to different conditions. So, for example, you would choose a different setting for rain compared to dry, and so on.
And is that something you can do in a pit stop by plugging a laptop in?
No, we have like a
in-car
rotary switch,
right,
and we can change it on the fly.
So once you start the race, then the deliberation between engineers and drivers of what tyre pressures to use, etc. That's all being clarified, and there's no turning back once you start.
Yeah, we have very experienced tyre engineer in our team, former mountain guy. He's doing an incredible job. So he's managing all the drivers, all the conditions, like air temperature, track temperature, traffic also. It's incredible to see how this works out. But yeah, it's an amazing job.
Now, you're a young driver, Fabian, and that's probably why you were in the car when it was dark. Young eyes just relish this point of your life. As you get to our age, it's a lot different.
Not getting any better now.
Yeah, physically, how demanding is it out there, physically?
In the night, I have to say, it's very likely that you find a nice rhythm in a way. so you're much more focused. At least I am compared to daylight, which is nice because it takes off some stress of you. But then also you have to be really, really concentrated because you cannot see all parts of the track like you do in daylight. Yeah. So you really have to know what's about to come and where to go.
So coming as a driver, coming from that heightened sensory experience for being in the car, here we are. What time is it? It's 7:15 a.m. There's so many crazy people up at this time of the day, but we've been up all night as well. How do you come down from that heightened level of intensity and to relax so that you're ready to get in the car next time? What do you do personally?
There are bits and pieces, things to do. We have amazing catering, so...
do you get some sleep?
Not yet, no.
So you haven't slept since yesterday?
No.
Will you get some sleep?
I'm thinking about it, but I'm not sure yet.
Right. Well, again, being young, you can do that. So, is that something? Does the team have advisors like physios and the like to tell? No. So we're not quite at that level there. You've got to manage yourself, yeah.
Yeah.
So I would imagine the excitement and the intensity of you're an engineer as well. All right, you've got your racing driver hat on, but you're an engineer. So I would imagine there's all elements of the running of that car that has got your attention. And is that why you find it difficult to shut down and go away and relax?
Yeah, you always follow the race, follow the radio to see what's going on. And so, yeah, it's never getting bored of something.
What's the plan going forward? We are just under 9 hours of this race left. You get a feeling when the sun comes up that way, hey, this thing's almost finished. It isn't.
It's not.
We've got a full day's work ahead of us. So what's the plan going forward? Is it something that changes? The strategy changes at all?
No, strategy did not change because we take it as an endurance race and we want to finish. This is main target. And I think many people in the last minute show that using the happy hour can be dangerous. So many spins, many cars off the track. And this is what we need to avoid, basically.
So you don't get drawn in by any hype with regards to this is when I can. So there's no personal kind of accolade that you will strive for. I want to be the fastest driver in this car. When I look back at the stats, you keep discipline.
Actually, it doesn't matter now.
Yeah, it's the end product.
Doesn't matter. For example, if anyone would do like fastest lap now and crash the next one, loser of the day.
Yeah, that's where the discipline comes in. Have you had any breakfast yet?
A little bit, yeah.
All right, okay, so I'm not keeping you from that.
No, all good.
I've got a quick question for Fabian. I think your first year in this race was 2017,
yes,
when you raced the John Cooper Works Mini, number 112. Now, it's the same number car as the one we've got in this year, so is that the same car for Bulldog Racing, do you know? That you raced in 2017, it's in this year's race?
No, it's not the same car.
Okay.
The car I was driving 2017 was the previous generation of Minis, so R53, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is a new model, obviously with more power and so on. But I don't know, are they still driving?
I think they're still in the race.
I just saw them having an incident.
Okay. Oh, maybe, yeah. Maybe you've
but
put
it
the
didn't
time
any
off on
damage,
it.
so it could be that they are still running.
Yeah.
Well, we saw them repairing some damage on the Mini, didn't we?
They certainly had an entertaining race. But my question really was about, that's got to be one of the slowest cars in the race. Well, the Dacia Logan's probably the slowest. Do you think we're at a point now where even things like Minis shouldn't be allowed in this race because of the speed of a modern-day GT3 car?
I think, no, that's not the reason. Actually, 24-hour race is not about making a GT3 race. It's about all the small cars, all the private teams, all the family-like teams and so on, and not only the professionals, let's say.
Yeah.
So I think, for example, the Dacia Logan is getting quite some hype for a good reason.
Well, with no Opel Manta, sadly, here this year, and we know the
Yeah.
story behind that, that's going to come back in 12 months' time, but we need, for me, a car that isn't in the top class that can be a fan's favourite, and that little Dacia is,
it is
more or less it.
For sure, it's difficult in terms of speed difference. It's tricky, but I have to say the guys driving the Dacia are doing a perfect job. they're indicating very clearly where they drive, so it's no problem at all for me. And I think it's same for all the other drivers.
When you are in a car, that your car, for instance, is right there in the middle of this field of, 100 and odd cars. So you're not the fastest car, but you're by far not the slowest. Do you, in the practice sessions, do you guys prepare for driving offline? Do you try different lines, see where the different grip levels are? And do you prepare for having to move offline to let the faster traffic through? Is that something that you would do?
Yeah, for sure. Managing the traffic is, I think, one of the key points in the 24-hour race, but also in the regular Nürburgring Endurance Championship. So same job in the end. Yeah, for sure. You need to know where the grip is, where the line is, where it's easy to let cars pass, also where to pass cars, basically. So it's a bit of experience in this place.
So Fabian, you're here as a racing driver. When do you go back to your proper job? When do you go back to your day job? Is that Monday morning, or
no?
Are you going to have a day off?
Holiday on Monday.
All right.
Just to get some sleep, let's say.
Yeah.
No, but I'm looking forward to Tuesday because we are heading for Le Mans preparation, obviously. Yeah.
So Le Mans coming up. You're working for Toyota on the engineering side. How much? The team's going to be at Le Mans. How much influence? How much decision-making process is made at the factory during that Le Mans week? Are you guys working on simulations, for instance, towards helping out and assisting the team?
Yeah, actually, simulation is what I do. What I do to support the race team, basically. Yeah, there's a lot of work done before the race team goes to the track, for sure. But also, like, there are a couple of requests through the week, through the event, that we deal with. Yeah.
How does the simulation work with regards to race strategies, for instance? How does that work, and how does the race team at the track apply all of that information? I would imagine. I mean, I know a friend of mine works for Mercedes on their simulation team and over a Grand Prix distance. But I mean, where do you start the dossier for a 24-hour race and all the variables and everything you've simulated that could and might happen? I mean, it's bigger than this room, surely. Where does it join up? How does that assist the team?
Yeah, let's say the department I'm in is mainly focused on setup-related work. We have the leader in the pits, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the leader.
On schedule, we should say, but I notice again that the engine cover has come off, so they're still checking that engine bay and underneath the car this time. You're talking about doing work on the fly. This isn't adjustment work. This is clearly something they're monitoring, Fabian, whether it's a sensor blinking away on the dash or a temperature worry. But amazingly, they're staying on top of this within the pit stop time limit, so they're not actually losing any time, but clearly not all well with the 15 car.
We saw oil spots on the rear of the car, looking like there was oil coming from the engine bay and then being sort of spread across the back. And we
actually, our car is mainly white painted, let's say, and the back is completely black right now. It really looks horrible.
So that's a mixture of oil, rubber, flies, all sorts of debris. And
hopefully not flies, otherwise we would go reverse, but yeah, it's quite dirty actually, yes.
Fabian, I'm going to let you go and try and relax. I know you're going to struggle to do that. I can tell. You're going to struggle to.
It's quite relaxed in the booth here, in fairness, though.
Yeah.
Not like you've been working hard all night and that you've been up all night.
It's the race is going on. It's so interesting, so it's hard to go to sleep, basically.
Yeah. From a fan's perspective, the attention needs to be kept on this. I mean, it must be tricky to kind of know. You want to know who's leading outright, I suppose, along with getting a good result for your car, because it's, just to be able to watch this race, as we're doing, we're enthralled throughout. Yeah.
Second place, Mercedes on pit road as well. That's going to now flip-flop that Schubert Motorsport BMW back to the lead of this race, just coming towards the final stages of the lap. And while the Van der Linde Audi and the Maro Engel Mercedes stays static, the Schubert BMW just coming through Tiergarten now and will cross the line and take back the lead. This is kind of how it's been. The 20 Schubert car takes the lead in 2 or 3 laps it will pit and then give the lead back to the 15. And as this progresses towards the flag...
We've got a fight on the track, though, Joe, now, because the Schubert BMW hasn't got ahead of the
that's
Audi.
what I thought would happen.
Absolutely nose to tail, and all of a sudden, this is the fight for the lead of the race. Less than half a car length between them. Audi rejoining, BMW looking up the inside, being driven by Alexander Sims. Still Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel. Is this going into a triple stint now for the South African? Unless there's a slight... No, it is going to be a double because Robin Freins did the previous 2 8-lappers. But Kelvin van der Linde, if he didn't know he was in a motor race before, he certainly does now, with Alexander Sims all over his tailpipes.
This has been the objective for the 15 for the last 2 stints, Johnny. He's been pushing, green lap times, and he's been wanting to stop that Schubert car taking the lead. Now, that is a very, very solid lead if he can keep that number 20. The number 20 would have only taken the lead until its pit stop, but even more so now that the strength of that first place now being solidified by staying ahead of the Schubert car. Are you okay to stay? Do you want to, or shall I let you go?
It's fine.
Okay, all right. Just
incredible to see that we have like 15.5 hours run yet, and the lead is like a second apart.
This race is. You can never predict anything. There is so much can happen out there. I don't need to tell you that. You've been out there. The track itself, the Nordschleife itself, it's not even arguable, is it? It's the most demanding racetrack in the world. Would you agree from a driver's point of view and also an engineering point of view?
Yes and yes. So there's so many things you need to know before you go there. All the bumps, all the curbs, if you want to ride them. So it's definitely different to any other racetrack in the world.
From a race car engineering point of view with regards to setup, how different is the setup on the Nordschleife to say if we were just racing on the Grand Prix track here? With regards to the things that I'm thinking of, caster camber, the sort of, suspension geometry sort of thing.
Yeah, I think it's mainly like ride height and also wheel travel. So you need much more wheel travel in droop, so the wheel can catch up grip earlier or faster again. Because I think like these cars are losing ground contact several times a lap, and you need the grip very, very fast back.
So you would have a stiffer car for the Grand Prix track, which would be, I would imagine, pretty undrivable if you then took that setup out onto the Nordschleife. With the car would just be too.
It would be very difficult.
Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Fabian, we're going to let you go and grab some breakfast. And once again, thank you very much. I'm going to say nothing about your car other than it's leading the class. So far, so good. Hopefully, it'll stay there. And you guys. So, do you know when you will be getting back in?
Not yet, but could be somewhere around noon.
Right. So towards midday.
Midday. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Fabian. We'll let you go. Thanks for popping over.
Thanks for the insight,
and great insight. We speculate, but when the likes of yourself who've been out there that tells the viewers and the listeners exactly how it is, they really love to hear from a driver like yourself. And just icing on an already very rich cake, the fact that you're an engineer for Toyota, and you'll have your head full of Le Mans, I would imagine, by the time we get towards next weekend. You'll be totally in preparation for test day.
Yeah, there are many things going around now. We also have like our collaboration with the tire manufacturer Nexen, who did an incredible job this night, because night was especially tricky, low temperature, and also very, very many yellow and slow zones, where it's difficult to keep temperature in the tires, but we did very well. We have no issue at all, which we're very glad of. Now we need to report basically to Korea. Good job.
Yeah. Happy with the tyres?
Very happy with the tyres, actually, yes. See how we can move on from there.
Brilliant. Thank you, Fabian. I'll switch your microphone off. And once again, thank you very much for coming over, guys. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Have a great one. I can't believe he doesn't sleep. I really don't know how he does that. But he is a lot younger than us, Johnny.
That's true.
Which is probably how he gets away with it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see him at Le Mans. Test day in
You don't sleep. Dad doesn't
days.
sleep. Dad's with him, and Dad doesn't sleep. Well, you're just crazy.
Too excited about the race, because the thing is, as soon as you let your head go down on the pillar, you're going to miss a crucial bit of this mighty event.
If I didn't have to talk though, Johnny, I don't think I would sleep either. However, if I didn't sleep, I'd sound even more of a gibbering fool than I am now.
You're being cruel to yourself. There's still work going on in the foxhole after Tony Richards' moment in the Mattol Racing Porsche. That's hitting the barrier hard on the exit of Schwedenkreuz, and then he hit the barrier 3 and 4 more times on the run down into the Fuchshalle itself. So they've had to clear up first of all the car, and then everything that it dumped on the road surface. Kelvin van der Linde and Alexander Sims circulating, well, with 0.2 of a second between them at the moment, peering out from the front of Kelvin van der Linde's Audi. Not got a clue where the BMW M4 is, but it is right behind the South African. So British driver Alexander Sims shadowing the Audi R8's every move in the Schubert Motorsport BMW. But remember, Schubert will be due in the next 3 laps, or the remainder of this lap and 2 more, whereas Kelvin van der Linde has recently pitted, so they basically got a pit stop in hand here over the BMW and everybody else effectively.
He needs to stay in touch with the Audi. He can't let the Audi pull out anything of a lead, because he knows that if we get towards the final stages of this, perhaps into the final hour, if he's still there, then they can maybe manipulate some extra time with regards to fuel stops. At the moment, they're just basically filling the cars and brimming the cars with maximum fuel, but if we get inside of that final fuel window, then things will change with regards to that.
Just safely got by Carsten Erpenbach's VW Golf Mark III, the little 16-valve Mark III from MSC Sinzig team, and they're running 3rd in SP3. The class is led by still the 119 Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla Altis from Team Thailand. So, and that's actually a 1-2 formation for Gazoo Racing. There are laps between them, 3 I make it, or it'll be 2 and a bit actually. But they're on for a great result, with the MSC Sinzig older shape Golf currently completing the podium. But on towards Brunchen now, again with traffic ahead, goes Kelvin van der Linde, Alexander Sims, 0.176 of a second away. We're talking mere feet, the difference. Newer Golf from GT Tyres, and this might be Alexander Sims' moment to maybe fashion an opportunity. He's going to be close enough as they head onto the Dottinger Hohe to pick up the slipstream from the Audi, and will that be enough to give the BMW just those slight few more clicks down the long straight?
Well, he's certainly going to be in that hole in the air that the Audi's creating, and we should see, as the cars now move onto the Dottinger Hohe straight, van der Linde moves from right to left, back to the right-hand side of the track, just trying to break the toe, but in his wheel tracks, Alexander Sims stays. And there's the toe that we're seeing now as the BMW moves under the rear wing of the Audi, moves out to the right. They're side by side towards Tiergarten, move towards each other. They're into the kink looming large under the bridge now, and through into the lead has gone Alexander Sims, and the BMW leads into Tiergarten through the left, now the right, into the left and right. It's a very, very tricky sequence of corners here, coming off the Dottinger Hohe and across the line into the lead. The Schubert BMW car number 20. It's kind of a false sort of security of being in the lead of this race, Johnny, because in 2 laps that Schubert Motorsport BMW will need to come into the pits. He's getting very light on fuel, so 2 more laps and we'll see the BMW pit.
But that really was why it was so crucial that the BMW needed to get ahead of the Audi, because it's got to make use of these laps where it's nice and light on the fuel. The tyres will have been more worn than the car behind, of course, but if he can just get a little bit of a gap before going into the pit stops. Yes, it's still, I mean, a pit stop here is taking about 3 minutes there or thereabouts, so the Audi still with a massive advantage, but Alexander Sims drawing closer and closer. There was then this worrying moment as they got into each other's side draft, and the BMW skirted to the right just before Antonius Bucher, the left-hand kink underneath the bridge. And you just think back to the contact between the Vantor brothers when merest of touches instigated that spin for Laurens Vanthoor.
Into the same section of track,
exactly.
into the Tiergarten as well.
Exactly, and it's so easily done. But thankfully, Alex Sims getting the move done just before, well, the kink itself. You're braking much further down towards Tiergarten, and thankfully we weren't treated to two abreast cars on the approach to Tiergarten, the chicane itself, because that could have got very dicey indeed. BMW safely through. It'll be pitting not this lap but the one after that, and that will leave Kelvin van der Linde with a clear road in front as the Audi bounces through the NKG chicane. One more time, Hyundai Elantra just ahead of them, which they are able to. Well, Alexander Sims dives up the inside, and this is where traffic can play its part too. Audi not wanting to lose any time at all, and does get by, but only just.
Yeah, they're into the Hatzenbach, and this is an area of the track where you can easily. Thank you, Fabian Pitzmeier, just leaving. Great to have you here. Thank you very much for that insight, Fabian. We'll leave Fabian to make his way back to the paddock. The Hatzenbach, and out of the Hatzenbach now and on towards Flugplatz. This is a part of the track where it's so easy to trip over slower traffic. Van der Linde chasing down the Schubert BMW. Gap of the line was less than a second. It spaced out a little bit as the drivers had to be very circumspect to get around traffic, and we see the Schubert car just kicking up dust there, moving around the slower Golf TCR entry. Van der Linde just dropping off the tail and now into the slow zone, down through Schwedenkreuz towards Arenberg. We're still having a bit of a clear-up process there. That's where that fluid went down, isn't it? So a bit of treatment going on still to rectify that. So we go to slow motion, Johnny. It's as if someone presses the slow motion button. We're still racing, but we're doing 60 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, this sort of suspended, frozen state where you just kind of go, right, hold fire, a ceasefire, if you like, in the fighting at the head of the order, and then it will burst back into life. And Kelvin van der Linde, I'm not sure how much of a priority it is to get ahead of the BMW in this phase. BMW, though, Alexander Sims having to go on the right-hand side of one of the newer shaped VW Golfs. Two wheels on the grass and a face full of dust for Kelvin van der Linde. Eat my dust, says Alexander Sims, throwing up not a smoke screen but a dirt screen briefly. Thankfully Kelvin van der Linde was able to drive through that and come out the other side. Down into the dip he will go at the bottom of the Vauxhall, and now emerging at Adenauer Forst through the left-hander and the right-hander. Big collection of spectators up on the banking over on the left. Little kink on the run to Metzgersfeld, and then a substantial stop into the first of the left-handers there. Brake lights briefly showing on the back of the BMW. It's a bigger application into the second left-hander at Metzgersfeld, and then further round through the right-hander then at Kallenhard and Fair-Seifen. Working our way down towards Breitscheid, but there are more yellow flags now.
It's all steeply downhill here as well, Johnny, and the momentum of the car kind of, with it being downhill, you kind of sometimes can overbrake, costing you time because you think you're going faster than you actually are, and all the way down through Fair-Seifen into the sweeping right-hander, the double apex, triple apex right-hander, and then down the hill towards the very tight left and on towards the Exmüller section of this circuit. Van der Linde chasing down the Schubert car now into the left, sweeping left-hander at Exmüller. It's kind of like got two elements to it, and then through the right-hander. This is the uphill section towards Bergwerk as we look at the 121 Porsche. It's had an off, a big off by the looks of things, heavy damage, and it's at Tiergarten. So a section of track just off the Dottinger Höhe, we've got a car off, and it looks like it's had heavy contact to the right-hand side of the car and heavy contact to the left. And the car does shoot off to the right-hand side of the car. Heavy contact with the barrier, pretty much where we saw pretty much very, very close indeed. Those marshals on the entry to the Tiergarten have had a very, very busy night. They've been hit by the Manthey car,
Yes.
And now the 121 has done pretty much a similar job. No other cars involved though, and this will bring out a very large section of slow zone track as he spread debris all over the track into Tiergarten, and that's not what you want. You want a perfect track surface going through that section.
Paul Harkema, driving this Team Identica car from Black Falcon, was actually leading Cup 2 for the latest gen of Porsche Cup car, and as the Kay Kramer car that it goes across the line that it's been fighting all race completes a lap, Kay Kramer back to the race lead. That's the 127 car. So 127 been fighting 121, but there's a mangled rear right wheel on that at the very least. Tyre obviously down.
That's where he went in on the right-hand side. That's where he clobbered the barrier the hardest. Lot of damage, I would suggest, Johnny. The car looks like it maybe could do with a new set of wheels and tyres on the right-hand side, but I'm telling you what, a lot of energy has gone throughout that car, and that rear wheel has took the brunt of that shunt. And that, of course, that rear wheel is connected to the transmission and gearbox area, and that car, I would suggest, that car's out. That car's out of this race now. That was a big, heavy hit.
Nasty moment for Paul Harkema, sharing with Tobias Muller and with Noah Nagelsdijk, Carlos Rivas, and a debris field. I mean, it wasn't as big an off, far from it, than Laurens Vanthoor, but a similar situation. And this is what happened to Laurens Vanthoor in hour 4 of the race, when he collided with, of all people, his brother Dries Vanthoor in the Audi car, losing traction as a result of the last bit of contact there. And that's what we mean about the Marshall post. They were running for cover. You only sign on at the start of the weekend, finding out, oh, which Marshall post are we on? Oh, 197. Again, at Tiergarten. That's directly in the firing line, with cars heading towards us north of 250 kilometres per hour.
Bring your body armour.
Yeah.
And your crash helmet.
Maybe we will just throw that number back into the hat and reselect. But no, our brave marshals do an incredible job, regardless of where they are around the 25-kilometre circuit.
Probably love being there, to be honest.
There is a secret bit of the marshals that I know. That's kind of why they got involved, because they want to be as close to the action as possible.
We're not saying they want to see crashes, but
they don't want bits of Porsche heading straight towards them, but being able to be so close to cars that are on the racetrack and on the absolute ragged edge.
And that's such an exciting part of this track, isn't it? The Tiergarten, off the Dottinger Hohe, through the sweeps. They're just bringing the speed down very gently through the sweeps. They're losing speed to then go through the left and onto the start-finish straight. And it's not a heavy braking area, but it's certainly a braking area and an action spot for overtakes and the like.
It's the thrill of motorsport. That's why we're all watching this race, after all, and why we'll be glued to Le Mans coverage in 2 weeks' time as well. Multi-class racing at its best. It's an entirely different event. They're both 24-hour races, the Nürburgring and Le Mans, but radically different. The challenge that the Nürburgring presents, I mean, Le Mans is challenging enough at 8.5 miles on a lot of public roads, but this place, so narrow in sections, takes it into another world. And what I love about it, it's all under the umbrella of motorsport, but you know, the way you approach this race strategically is so different from the 24 hours of Le Mans, the 24 hours of Spa, the 24 hours of Dubai, but they're all contained within the same calendar.
It's unique, this place.
Yeah.
There is nowhere else like it, from every element of it, whether you're a driver, whether you're an engineer, whether you're a crew chief, whether you're a mechanic. It's very, very different, and it's this, you know, it's 8, 9, 10, 11-minute lap times depending on what class you are. It's the way that you approach it. It's, you have to recalibrate your head. I've said that even as a commentator, even doing our job, you have to recalibrate your mind, because the lap is so long. Here we are, 8 lap stints, you know. All right, Le Mans, what, 11, 13 laps?
Yeah, generally speaking these days, yes.
It's not much more, but again, it is a long lap at Le Mans, but it's just the unique aspects of the Nürburgring 24 hours is what we love, and part of that is what we were talking to Fabian Pitzmeier about with regards to the difference in class speeds and different closing speeds. And he, as a driver, right in the middle sort of element of the field, having to concentrate on slower traffic ahead of him and faster traffic behind him, he's all for it.
So
nuts.
am I.
It's nuts, this race.
It is crazy. But I asked that question really wanting him to give me the reply that he did, which was, it's fine to have a Dacia Logan in this race. Actually, the drivers of the Dacia have been superb. They've always demonstrated what they're going to do, indicator flashing to tell SP9 drivers what side of the track it's going to stay. And if you are going to have cars with that speed differential, you know, the slowest car doing, what did I say earlier on, 12-minute laps compared to 8 minutes, just over 8 minutes for the GT3s. The difference in speed on the Dottinger Höhe, for example, is huge, but it is down to responsible driving, and we don't want the day to arrive where this becomes a GT3 only race, for example. I don't think that would ever happen, because the heart and soul of it is that family teams can turn up and almost run their road car. They are much more high-tech than that these days, but cars that look like road cars along with the GT3 machinery.
It's not that long ago we had a Berlin taxi going round and round here, didn't we? Early, mid-2000s. The other sort of unique element of this is having recovery vehicles and course cars on a live racetrack. You would completely neutralise, on a conventional circuit, you would neutralise the field with the safety car. However, it's common practice here to have the recovery vehicle. And when I say recovery vehicle, I mean a flatbed truck.
Yeah.
You know, a 7.5 ton truck going round to recover a car. Ultra discipline from everybody concerned, drivers, the race control, the logistics of running this race. It's staggering. It's extraordinary to think of the logistics of operating this race from race control. And, you know, a car being recovered, what access point do you bring on the recovery vehicle? What access point do you recover the vehicle to?
Yeah.
And by access point, what I mean is you actually see the recovery vehicles driving out of the gates from the circuit onto the public road and bringing the car back into the paddock, basically through the main front gate. It's as simple as that.
It's also the venerable Unimog, which has been in action several times this week, towing a trailer full of Armco, brand new Armco, because often if there's a big crash, unfortunately, like we've just seen another, the BMW, is that Alexander Sims off the road?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. A race leader off the road, heading down towards Exmuller, talking about beveled bits of Armco. We've got more of it, because Alexander Sims has made an error leading the race. The pressure being applied, obviously, by Kelvin van der Linde. We said that the BMW was due a pit stop at the end of this lap, but the Schubert Motorsport BMW off in the second bit as Metzgersveld. He turned in at the right point, but for some reason the grip levels just weren't there for the front end, and the car skates off and into the scenery.
Yeah,
He just missed the apex of the car, but there's Glickenhaus is off in the background as well. There's got to be something down on the road surface there.
Two cars offered exactly in exactly the same fashion, just losing grip and falling foul. And is it because of rain, Johnny?
Well, the windscreen wiper's just been popped on by Kelvin van der Linde. Slippery surface flag is out as well on the run up through Breitscheid. It is raining at Exmuller and Breitscheid, so that is the reason why Alexander Sims left the road and hit the barrier. He's due in at the end of this lap, remember, anyway, but Schubert Motorsport are going to be forced into doing even more work. Kelvin van der Linde very nearly losing his number 15 Phoenix Audi. Cannot afford to ease back, but now he'll be, well, when he can, on the radio to the team, telling them whether it's worth going the route of wet weather tyres or not. The Michelin's for the 15 car, Michelin's I think for Schubert Motorsport as well. Remember, it's an open tyre category, SP9, as are all of the classes, the 22 classes in this year's race. But that rain is really coming down now. I actually thought we'd missed the window of potential rain, because looking over to the distance and the Nürburgring Castle, which we have a cracking view of from our commentary box, that low-hanging cloud has cleared, but not over at Breitscheid, Exmuller, and the corners out of that like Bergwerk and Kesselchen. Unfortunately for Alexander Sims, he's hit moisture at the second left-hander at Metzgersveld, and that was indicative for me, because the Glickenhaus driven by Felipe Fernandez-Laza, the SCG 004 almost very nearly ending up in the same barrier, all crossed up behind Kelvin van der Linde.
Now up the carousel, it's bright sunshine.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
We've come through the seasons here. We've got a wet track before the Exmüller Bergwerk area, Kesselchen, and through Klostertal and towards the carousel, we've now got the sun coming out and the track beginning to dry. So whatever that was, that little bit of I call that kind of a Disney cloud. It's like a little black cloud that comes across, downpours, and then disappears.
At the very least, Alexander Sims has got a front right puncture on the Schubert Motorsport BMW. It's just a slow one, I think, because there's still a bit of air in that tyre. So he's still pushing fairly hard, but obviously needed to be cautious going through the carousel because rain on concrete is even more treacherous than rain on asphalt, particularly when all of these cars, of course, are on slick tyres. It's been dry all the way through the race to this point. But the Eifel region has a habit of keeping some unusual weather or some spicy weather, let's say, just waiting in the wings. And now on the approach to Schwabenschwanz, the third place car, Maxi Goertz, having to deal with a fair bit of wet weather here as well. He hasn't yet got into second position, but bear in mind Alexander Sims slowing because of that front right tyre. Although looking at the sector time, Sims isn't losing that much time.
I was going to ask you, Johnny, did you see if the 20 BMW actually smote the barrier? Or did he get away with it?
No,
did he hit the barrier?
No,
he hit the barrier.
He hit the barrier and he's got a front right puncture as well. So that is now slowing the car. 7 seconds slower through Sector 6. Now they're into the long 2.5 minute Sector 7. And this might mean that Maxi Goertz, well, will certainly be able to whittle down the gap that stood at just under a minute at the start of this lap. So Goertz can continue, having pitted at around about the same time as the race leader Kelvin van der Linde, so he won't be stopping at the end of the lap unless he thinks it's worth changing to wet weather tyres. But for me, not enough of this 25-kilometre circuit is wet enough yet to think about treaded tyres. But the problem is it's therefore so treacherous if you stay on slicks when you get to the lowest point of the circuit.
You only need 100 metres of wet track on slicks and it's like it's undrivable.
Yeah.
And then when you are braking into that wet track on slicks, how much braking are you actually going to have? Or will the car just slide an aquaplane off? That is terrifying. And it's a massive feature. I said earlier, Johnny, this race, this event, this venue is unique. This is another unique element. Perhaps there's only Spa where we perhaps see weather on one part of the circuit which is completely different to another, but even more so on a track which is 25 kilometers round. And where we are in the world geographically, you know, high up in the Eifel Mountains, little microcosms of weather front hit certain parts of the track, and it's exactly what we're seeing now. We've got cars going slowly. I'm not sure who that was. We've got the I think that's the number 3 Mercedes.
Yes, it is.
Heading down the Dottinger Hall, but we had a...
Up to second now, by the way.
What's that slow-moving car
I think it's Sims. I think it's Alexander Sims with the tyre going down on the front right corner, because Maximilian Goertz is now up to second. I was saying that he hadn't managed to do that yet. What are the sector times like for Sims? He's taken 3 minutes and 43 seconds to do a sector on the lap that the other cars have done in 2 minutes 50. So he's lost the best part of a minute. And Alexander Sims, Schubert Motorsport BMW M4, down on the front right corner where he caught the barrier at Metzgersfeld, and that's leaving a line of Michelin rubber. So the viewpoint from Kelvin van der Linde, squirming and sliding and smacking the barrier with some force, Alexander Sims. I realised he was in a bit of a moment when he was about a car width off the prescribed apex into Metzgersfeld, and where the rain had started to land for a while, that had made the second bit of Metzgersfeld very greasy indeed, particularly in heavily worn and, more crucially, slick tyres. So Sims now into the speed limited area at the end of the lap at Flansgarten and, well, the Dottinger Hoor, the second part of Dottinger Hoor, around Marshall Posts 193 and 194, and then earlier on in the lap at Marshall Post 173. Flansgarten is now under yellows, but the Hohenrhein and Tiergarten incident was all down to the Cup 3, Cup 2 leader at the time, hitting the barrier, number 127, and they're still clearing that car up.
Well, the number 20's made it round to the pits with that right-hand puncture, right-hand front puncture to be precise. And you know what? This is an absolute tragedy for Stewart Motorsport. Alexander Sims being caught out by that downpour there, and this car was in contention, it's got to be said, in contention for an overall win, or indeed a podium position, top 3 podium position, now just ebbing away from this car, and the car dropping down to 3rd. The big question that this team will ask of this car, when the wheels come off, there'll be massive inspection and assessment made of that suspension on the front right and also the rear right